obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Denmark, home to moody crime fiction, and I suspect we're going to see some cold-blooded murders today because we're coming at you live from Copenhagen for our 8th day of VALORANT Masters. And joining me at the desk are two people who definitely need to carry me more in ranked games. It's Mimi and Bren. It's good to have you guys here. Hello.
It's good to be here. I mean, that's the way you started.
You're trying to slide that into the pre-show, the little monologue at the beginning.
Guys,
my friends aren't carrying me enough in VALORANT, by the way.
I just wish that my friends would be willing to play video games.
I'm happy to carry you whenever you want.
Thanks, man.
But it's not going to be a carry. It's not really smart.
Brent is only saying that because he's on camera now. That's why GB had to slide it in here. If he were to ask behind the scenes, Brent would just be like, no, I need to hit my immortal today. You are not allowed in the stack.
I am not allowed. I used to be good at one point in time, but those days were far beyond me. 1981, as a matter of fact.
George Orville.
But here's the thing. Today's day is all about the upper bracket. We're going to see 4 incredible teams try to move on one step closer to the finals. And these games are important today because if you win, guess where you get to play, Mimi?
Probably in Copenhagen?
In front of a crowd.
Oh. Okay.
Come on, man.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that.
We rehearse this. We planned this out.
We actually didn't.
We actually didn't rehearse it. But of course, guys, we got a full day ahead of us. But let's just look at the future. And on Friday, July 22nd, we're gonna have the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket semifinals right here in the venue. So today's games are gonna determine those matchups. And of course, you guys, if you scan the QR code, you happen to live in Europe, you want to make your way out over here, honestly, it doesn't matter where you are. I would genuinely tell you to come out because Copenhagen is one of the most beautiful cities I've ever been in my life.
It's great here. Brent's going to do a signing session. 1,000 euros per session, but it'll be worth it.
I've not agreed to that. And also, listen, if I was doing a signing session, it would be for free. It'll be because, listen, I'm for the people.
Yeah,
I'm for the people,
right.
GB.
It's Sideshow who don't know Walls his fans.
Sideshow's demanding. Listen, you want to see what that guy wrote in his contract before this event. It's $5,000 per signing session? Per autograph? This guy's ridiculous.
Yeah, he's an awful person.
I can't work with these people anymore.
Of course,
demanding green M&Ms.
Mimi will give you some tips on how to make
be honest here.
tweets.
I need to take this moment while we're on screen. Riot Games does not de-sparkle my sparkling water for me. It was in my contract, and they haven't been doing it.
I like how you gave the Kubrick stare as well.
They didn't
as you were really staring down the camera as you were making
Also,
that
why would you de-sparkle? Anyway, moving on.
It tastes better that way.
I guess so. All right, we got to talk about yesterday's matchup, because we had 2 elimination matches, and, I think if my math is correct, we lost about 2 teams from the competition. But first, we saw the EMEA rivals, FPX and Guild, go at it. Yoru finally made an appearance on map 2 as FPX's pick, which I was very excited about. And then they lost 12 rounds in a row. Coincidence? I think not. But despite that, they picked up the other 2 maps. And Bren, this game, I didn't know what to do with my hands sometimes.
Well, the first map was, that's okay. I mean, I don't either. Sometimes on the desk, I'm just stationary like a statue. But this first map gave me so much hope for just like a very entertaining series. And I'll be honest as well. I mean, the follow-up games were so one-sided. Map 2 and map 3, Guild ended up completely counter-stratting the Yoru that ended up coming their way. But this first one delivered just unreal scenes, didn't it, between both of them? It was 2 teams that were matching themselves round for round. But then they went over to Bind on the final map, and it was just an absolute domination from FPX. Yeah. I'm very happy, honestly, that we walked away from this one with Sugetsu coming back into this roster and finally warming up and getting back into the team, because it was always a risk that he didn't end up getting back up to the form, when they were playing online together, because they'd had such a break playing with Cider instead when he was subbing for them. By the way, shout out to Cider as well, filling in the shoes of Sugetsu. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing to be doing as well. I saw him as well packing his bags. He was just leaving a hotel. Before Sugetsu was even here, he had his bag up in the lobby, and I was like, that's a bit cruel, but
no, but he does
live here. Yeah, that's why. I should clarify. That is why he was leaving. He does live in Denmark, so it's pretty easy for him to just get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, what a game for Sugetsu to come back, though. It was, 11-11 on map number 1 of Ascent, and then he just pulls off the most just insane 4K holding in mid to basically save that map. They go on to get stomped on Breeze. It would have been a 2-0 if not for his clutch there. Stepped up with a similar performance in towards map 3. It's great to have the guy back. Full strength FPX is terrifying.
Yeah, and then we moved on to the #1 seeded Latin American team, Leviathan, versus the #1 North American seed, XSET. Now, if you missed it, just go back and watch the VOD, because this was just a ridiculous game. You know, on the back of Meltzer's clutch heroics and a round 30 overtime in map 3, Leviathan shocked the world with a major win. And if that wasn't enough, Doug went bilingual. Deadass went bilingual in the Verizon post-match interview. It was nuts. Chat went insane. Mimi, this game was awesome.
I mean, I'm going to say it. This was the best game of the tournament thus far. I don't know if something's going to live up to it, because this was absolutely insane. Melzer, I think it was something like 5 or 6 clutches across the series, keeping this team alive. Map number 2, it looked like an assured thing for XSET to win, but finally, Leviathan closed out. We go into Ascent, and they're up 9-3. They're celebrating. Their hands are in the air. They're just partying. They're having a good time. And then off of that, XSET still rally back, push it into overtime. But the craziest round of all time happens. Spike goes down in heaven, and then Array's satchels up. King finds it, and then he dies of fall damage, and they win the game off of that.
I don't even want to talk about that game.
How's your heart?
I had to rebuild synapses in my brain to understand Valorant after casting that. When I'm casting as well, sometimes I'm just going through the motions. I'm injecting the information into me, and it's just regurgitating it out of my mouth. And that was one of those games where I walked away from it, and I was like, I don't know what just happened.
Yeah.
There were so many moments where XSET just choked is the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
The other one beginning with C. Yeah. I mean, but Leviathan, what a team.
What a team. And thankfully, we're going to see more of them. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at our bracket and where things stand right now, Mimi, because, you know, you see this play out. Leviathan's going to be waiting, I believe, the loser of the upper semifinal that we're going to have up first, PRX versus Fnatic.
That's correct.
So we already are on track for some absolute bangers today on the schedule, because you can see right there, PaperX, Fnatic, then later on, TRX, Optic Gaming. DRX, Optic Gaming. Like, if these are 2 games, Mimi, am I allowed to say it?
It's Brent's word.
It's my word.
No, I don't care about you. Ultra bangers.
Oh, this is above and
You
beyond.
can't just keep using these terms. You're killing the word. You got to use it sparingly.
Why? Is it because of my age?
No, it's not nothing to do with your age. You got to use it sparingly. Otherwise, it loses all meaning.
I mean, we started with Giga.
can't
At
call
this point, we're
every
going to just
game-
keep adding on numbers. Oh, that was a Google banger of a match. Like, someone has to stop you eventually.
Well, you know what? Until that time comes, I'm an uncaged beast. But speaking of uncaged animals, you know, our walkouts are always so fun and entertaining for a lot of our players. And, you know, maybe we want to see what Benkai and Boaster come to. I forgot about this. Oh, I'm excited.
Oh, I forgot when he joined the camera crew. This was a fun one. But yeah, Benkai and Boaster, they've never actually played each other on stage. But these guys have been to so many international events together. They're friends. They're chilling out. And I think they have the 2 most fun just personalities that we have.
Why are you shaking?
I'm looking at Bose is walking behind the camera and he's just shaking his head at us as we go through emotions.
He's doing the cutting of the throat. You know, he's just
it's all niceties. It's all niceties. But
yeah,
I mean, I wanted to highlight this because these guys, they're, you know, Benkai and Boaster, in my mind, they have played many times and they've got a friendly rivalry, but they've never played each other yet. In terms of that, the global stage presence, and they are 2 of our fun-loving personalities that we've got in the VCT.
I think you dubbed it as like the enemies
to
lovers
to
enemies again. They were never really enemies. They never actually played each other, but they had such a loving friendship.
Loving
friendship. Friendship.
That's what you love to see.
Very specifically friendship.
Yeah.
But yeah, they went through all that together. Always some fun interactions between them on Twitter. Now we get to see them phasing off on stage. It should be a good one.
I'm really glad you mentioned Twitter, Mimi, because that takes us to our next segment. That's right. Since you're already on Twitter talking about the show, okay, having fun with us, make sure you use the hashtag VALORANT Masters or hashtag VCT so that we could feature your tweets on the broadcast. I see you down there tweeting away, going nuts. Have at it. Have a good time, all right? There's always a lot of talk on social media about who the next Valorant agent will be. Who's it going to be? When will it drop? There's all this news. Well, you know what? GB has cooked up 2 ideas, all right?
Sorry?
And I want everyone watching to tell me
Oh
who
my
they
God.
think should be the next agent. Is it the diabolical Mimi or Constable
I look
Bren?
like a Hot Fuzz character. I look like I should be in the county of Gloucestershire solving crimes. Everyone and their mums packing around here. What have they cooked up?
Well, I think your abilities would be walking up to people and awkwardly telling them to not break the queue.
No, sorry, guys.
You know?
I feel like you're like a mall cop. You're riding around on your Segway through. Like, guys, I would really appreciate if no one would do it. And for me, there was just stuff coming out of my eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
They just made you Viper.
Yeah, you
They
clearly
made you
had
Viper, and they made me comic relief. So why do you get to be bad?
I don't know. It just looked like Mimi had a flatulence problem. But anyway, scan the QR code. Go nuts. Who you want to vote for? The diabolical Mimi or Constable Bren? Okay,
We need
want
a
to hear
comic
from you
relief
guys.
I wouldn't vote for me.
No, you wouldn't. I would vote
No,
for you.
I wouldn't.
I'm
I
going to
would
pull
love
out my
to-
phone and vote for you right now at this point.
Constable Brand doesn't look like a character you'd want to play in the game.
No, I disagree.
It looks like that is your team would lock it, and then
It's
someone
going to
would
be
dodge
like
your game.
pre-buff Yoru, where it's
Exactly.
just a full meme character. No
Yeah, you
actual
lock-
value.
You only lock it so that other people dodge your game and you don't lose the rank rating. You don't get the minus.
I'm
Yeah.
on my friend's account. I've never played Valorant before. I'm locking the bad AJ. Please
no.
dodge. Please
He
dodge.
looks cool. He's got blue hair. All right, guys. Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break. And after the break, we're going to crunch the numbers. We're going to talk PRX versus Fnatic. You don't want to miss it. And you know, we're going to see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Acting that shit in obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. Let's go ahead and break down our first upper bracket match of the day between PaperX and Fnatic. But first, let's talk the Rex, who scored a big 2-0 victory in their Copenhagen debut against Gil. Just go with it, guys, okay? I just say what I'm told. All right? But you know what, truth be told though, this team, Bren, looked phenomenal. I think the PaperX stocks are very high.
Yes.
And everyone's excited to see this team get right back to it again.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's worth mentioning as well that it's been posted on social media, and we're going to mention it later on as well, but a couple of the players, they have ended up contracting COVID as well, positive cases. I'm sure they're going to be okay, but they will be playing from isolation. But the point still being, I mean, Forsaken actually played their first match from isolation as well, and the team really didn't, it felt like they didn't drop a beat. They were still playing incredibly fluid gameplay. Benkai's mid-rounding and calling was phenomenal across the board. In my eyes, they look like one of the favorites now to take the entire event, alongside teams like Fnatic, like Optic. I mean, I'm putting heavy praise on the name of PaperX here, but I am a huge fan of this team, and I think they can do some serious damage.
Yeah, I'm totally there with you. And I think that the thing that makes them so good is their style. It is like no one else. The hyper-aggression. Guild really struggled playing against it. There was a few rounds that we wanted to take a look at here, talking about that. The way Forsaken plays is incredibly different. This duo of both him and Jing on the entries is incredible. They are always taking kind of duels that you would think are a lower percentage, but they're so well set up. The supportive line in Benkai and in Divai as well to allow these players to make these crazy plays is excellent. And that one you saw, there's a fade ult that goes through. And off of that, they're just running forward. Guild in that first map had really, it felt like no idea how to play against it. Yeah. Sure, you can prep against them, but they're going to just do such crazy things that if you get fearful, if you seize up whatsoever, you are just going to lose. And that's what happened. Forsaken was just playing with the utmost confidence, ran them over.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what else this team brings to the table, because Fnatic is a formidable opponent. Not to take anything away from, you know, their previous opponent, but it's just like, I don't know. I just feel like right now this Paper X team, as you mentioned, like making the call about grand finals is bold, but
I never said grand final.
What, you said
I
finals.
said one of the favorites to get to the final.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you said one of the favorites.
I did say one of the
finals.
favorites.
You
I
did say one of the
What
favorites.
is it?
I could
can we
be
go
also
through the
gaslighting
precise
you.
definition? Yeah,
I wish we could just rewind it and just catch you.
But
in
I
4K.
do think that they're one of the strongest teams at the event. But you are right in bringing up the point that this is going to be one of their biggest tests yet against a team like Fnatic, who are so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think this style of Fnatic, I talked about how good it is from these guys on the Paper X side, but Fnatic is very structured. They're very good at playing against aggression. Dirk in particular, he is not going to falter in the same way. He will be holding that angle. This is going to be a lot more difficult for Paper X to break through when they're playing Fnatic.
Yeah. And that is going to be a thing that we certainly need to be cautious of, right? Or at least Paper X is going to need to be cautious of, because Fnatic, they're not going to give them any opportunity to breathe and pull off some of these crazy plays. But real quick, though, let's go ahead and send it over to Mitch Mann, who's actually going to be standing by at our Telestrator wall for a closer look at PRX on Fracture.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, we heard from the desk there about how strong Forsaken can be as a player, and the clip I've pulled shows some of his individual strengths as well as some of the reactions from his team. And also, what happens when the A plan doesn't really work out and they've got to dig a little bit deeper. So let's dive into it. Round number 11 on Fractures where we're starting, and this is showing a couple of characteristics I think we're going to get to see a lot of in this series throughout the maps. So as we start off, we're going to see that there's an attempted crunch on north side coming out of Guild on the defense. Right, oh, hold on, I gotta go out here. So you got your trap there covering on south side of A main, and then two players on each side about to go for the push up top. As this happens, Paper X happen to be running a B main take, so all this early utility, like we get a flash right away that pops up here, and then obviously the fast lane to get them across. It's not dealing too much, it's not pushing players out of position or anything, it's just getting Guild to pivot at this point, right? To react to this play and start to drag their forces from this north side crunch over towards the B side. The problem here is that they've actually lost their Sage. We just saw Jing die in front of the team, and his job on the way through would have been to help the rest of the team to keep pace with this Neon by putting a wall here, getting them across after the fast lane is gone, and they'll have the B site then hopefully grab a plant and everything that goes from there. You also have a little anchor that the Chamber can get himself out of there with. But with Jing falling, you don't have that cover, and it causes a big problem for them here. Forsaken's going to keep moving through Heaven to try and drag some of this control, and actually, you can see that there was an attempt. For a moment, they were thinking about maybe popping a flash here and getting Devi out onto the site, but he, whether he felt the timing or just decided to take the risk, he pushes forward, breaks from his teammates, and actually gets a great anchor position in on the site. This corner is exactly what they needed. Now, the lines of offense and defense almost blurred. Arcade is up for contention. The site is locked off with this Viper wall, so all of these players are completely discounted from being able to do anything, and the key thing really is Devi. If he goes down, you can see Forsaken is just trapped away from the rest of his team, and Guild know that. They pop a flash, they put the pressure on, and Devi is forced to TP. So now, at this point, what does Forsaken do? You know, the A plan, the B plan, everything's falling apart and getting onto this B site and taking the control. And he's actually going to try something a little bit nasty. He just sits inside of Heaven. I think he faked out a sound cue a moment ago, and he catches Russ trying to figure out, you know, exactly where this player was going to go. He had to move somewhere. He just pushed a player off site, ends up forcing the fight, losing it out. Forsaken fakes the sound cue again, so they think he could be down in Arcade, and with the wall up, they'll get onto site. They'll grab themselves a plant already. An insane amount of impact from this guy. The initial plan, the second plan for getting in there and actually taking the site failed, and he was still able to deliver, and he just keeps on going, getting a kill, falling right after, but being traded by Devi, who then bails out of there. Like, his impact in early round, mid-round was unbelievable, and then still he delivers, I think, far and above what I expected from him in that position. This is something that you can look out for from Paper X in this series, looking to make sure their opponents never have an easy foothold, never have a round that they can say, hey, let's pop a Sage wall up here and block them out of Arcade. Well, sure, they're not going to go Arcade, but Forsaken's going to run through Heaven and take Arcade that way. It's something else to watch these guys play, and I can't wait to see what they've got in store for us. Let's throw it back over to the analyst desk to find out.
Thank you so much, Mitch, for that. And yeah, I mean, that's just a great example, right, Mimi, of a play that, you could clearly tell what they were trying to execute on. Didn't go the way they wanted it off the break. And then they mid-round, they figure out, okay, how are we going to try and work around this? But they know that they still have those options because Forsaken's that kind of player that gives you options when you don't think that there are any options available to them.
Yeah, and I think we've seen other teams that play a similar style to them kind of fall into the pitfall of, having a really good idea off the top, but struggling once you get into the mid-round, once issues strike. That's never been the case for Paper X. They're really good at adapting on the fly, and Forsaken, be it on the Raze, on the Yoru, on the Neon, whatever agent he's playing, is so good at helping in doing so.
Yeah, but we all know that their opponents are going to be more than prepared, because let's actually go ahead and dive in and talk about Fnatic, because they showed why they are the #1 EMEA team with a very solid 2-0 win against FPX. They looked clean. Mimi, they looked dominant. Everyone was contributing where they needed to. Even when Alfier was struggling a little bit, they rallied him right back into a strong position. This is a scary team in this competition.
All the bald people look the same. I thought I just saw Tom Biz get out of that truck.
Or Sideshow. Or me.
Sorry, that completely got me out of the mojo for a second there. Yeah, but this team, I mean, they started a little bit slow yesterday in that first half of Icebox, but damn, did they rally. I mean, Alfier, after a slower start, came back incredibly strong, found some huge moments for them. Fnatic is just one of these teams that is excellent not only in that counter strat, in that preparation, but also on the fly, making the decisions. And there was, again, a few rounds that we wanted to take a look at here from Fnatic in a way that they are setting themselves up in the mid-round. This one is where they have a soul player in towards Cross. They're raised, they break that trip, so they have to force aggression from their opponent. FPX over-rotates, gets punished off an Omen Paranoia from Boaster. This one was really cool as well. You pop down that KJ ultimate, and immediately you have Boaster fighting his way through the flank. We're ready to pinch onto him.
Yeah, I think that Fnatic are probably one of the best teams in the world in terms of thinking about overall game plans and also contingencies for what might go wrong. Very similar in terms of what Mitch was singing the praises for Paper X, where they've always got kind of a backup to something that might go skew with. That is the makings, I think, of a team that honestly has the caliber to be champions. They need to be thinking ahead with multiple layers if something goes wrong in a round with their overall game plans. And Fnatic are always so good at adjusting to things like that. Part of it being the quality of their players are able to bail them out of so many situations if they do go wrong.
Yeah, yeah. And, I'm actually glad you mentioned the quality of players because, earlier in the tournament, we were actually discussing, who is the best player in the world, right? There's arguments to be made for Ye from Optic Gaming. And then, of course, there's the argument being made at this event for Durka from Fnatic, whose numbers and plays have just been flat out bonkers. And Bren, I know you have a wild comparison.
Dude, okay. So, I have compared.
Wow.
Listen, I love TenZ. I am not afraid to admit it.
Love TenZ?
I heckin' love this guy. And so I'm comparing, this is TenZ's number from the entirety of the tournament of 2021 Reykjavik, when he had one of his best performances ever, and he was putting up numbers that we did not know were ever going to be beaten.
Bren, he's a 10th of the player of 10s, though. He only has 85,000 followers. That is true. A million? How can he compete?
He doesn't have the same in terms of the amount of clout, but by the end of this event, if Durka keeps putting up numbers like this on the left side of your screens, you're going to see this guy reach, I think, the same kind of peaks. Because, okay, low sample size, it was only 40 rounds played for Durka compared to over 200 over the course of the entirety of 2021 Reykjavik for TenZ.
Sure.
But Durka has been magnificent. This guy, when we were talking about the struggles early for Fnatic, for Alfier just trying to get comfortable on LAN, he was the one who was keeping them in it. He was the one putting up these numbers, hitting these shots, and it has just been outstanding.
Yeah, he gives space for the rest of the team to be able to find those massive moments. And for Durka, on top of that, he's not a new player in any regard, right? We're talking about him in that way because he missed out on Iceland, but he was at international events last year. He has been with Fnatic for so long, but now this meta is really where he's hitting his stride, when he can just play that chamber, find impact on that operator. I mean, it's just been incredible.
You know what? I'm just going to go and say it. All right, if we could just go to solo me real fast, right? The man was, what, 85,000 followers on Twitter right now to TenZ's 1 million? Can we please get this man to 100K follows? That's my call to action for the Valorant community right now. Get Durka to 100K followers at the very least by the end of this tournament. The man deserves it, and then Mimi will train him on how to tweet and stuff and make some bangers, and then we're off to the races, okay? But in any case, though, following their big win, we actually had a chance to speak with the man himself, Durka, the guy who we're going to get to 100,000 followers, who's really happy to be playing on stage and winning right here in Copenhagen. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I was super hungry to win, especially after missing Reykjavik. I just want to come here, lift the trophy with the crowd. Of course, they have a sub, and I think they played really well with a substitute. And I think when they will get their fifth here back, I think they will perform even better. So I'm just like excited if they get back from lower. If we're gonna meet, I'll just want to beat them as their like own fight.
The greatest place to try and take this one, and Durka showing why he is an absolute demon to kick things off.
I think there's going to be a few teams meeting us in the finals, but I still think that even with like easy wins or hard wins, we're just going to make it through. Thank you for the fans. It's really nice to see the support again, especially when I'm back on LAN and playing LAN games. It's helping me. Yeah.
All right, folks, well, we're going to take a quick break, and we have our poll results, and all that stuff is going to be coming next, so you don't want to miss it. This is VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. We'll see you in just a few.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. Earlier in the show, we took a Twitter poll because I had two ideas that I've been, milling on for a little bit. And I wanted to, get everyone in there, that was watching to tell me who should be the next agent. So, is it the diabolical Mimi or Constable Bren? Of course, you guys scanned the QR code that was on the screen earlier and you voted. So, let's go ahead and see the results. Close. Diabolical.
That is very close.
Neck and neck.
Dude, 47 people just want to throw people's games.
Well, no, I thought Constable Bren actually worked out because he was behind Split, and you're telling people no to Split.
No access to Split.
No access to Split anymore.
Cook that up yourself.
No, not at all. That was just a me thing.
Okay.
I'm smart.
I like that I somehow won without. We'd never pitched an agent ability for me.
No.
What is my ability?
You're
I just
Viper
I
too.
stand there and I stare.
It's a second Viper. People can now play a second Viper in a map.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants.
I want it. Can we fix the votes? Can we go back and unadd this character? I'd rather have the
Just two
useless
Vipers in the
Constable than another Viper.
No.
Yeah.
We'll add a second Viper.
I hope everyone's got their beverages ready, is prepared, because this game is going to be awesome. If real quick, if I had to just get like a quick prediction, one word, just a team.
You want a
that's gonna win.
prediction?
Just a quick one, because we're going to throw it to the game in like just a minute. Who's winning?
Who's winning?
Who's winning?
Yeah, no, because you put me on the spot like this. Okay, I feel bad for saying this though, but I think both of these teams should be. Not should be actually. I'm not gonna make. I'm not.
It
gonna
was
make
one word, Bryn. You already failed the challenge.
I'll go with Paper X.
Wow. Paper X.
I'll go with Paper X.
All right, Mimi. Oh, the diabolical Mimi is coming out. She's stewing. She's thinking about what she's going to say right now.
Fnatic should win.
Wow.
Fnatic should win.
They should
I
win.
mean, I think their style plays really well against the aggression of Paper X. I think Durka will drop 400 kills.
All right, well, you heard from our guests. They're split. The pre-show has been a nice appetizer, but I think it's time for the main course. 2 upper bracket matches, 4 of the world's best teams. VALORANT Masters Copenhagen starts right now.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
You can see the frustration on the player cam coming
Yes.
through there. Stack's so unlucky not to
It's
find
second
that
away.
kill. It slipped through their fingers.
저는 옵틱을 다시 만나서 다시 겨뤄보고 싶고 북미 팀을 만났을 때는 이제 저희들도 이제 머리 싸움도 중요하지만 일단 1대1 교전 싸움도 진짜 많이 중요할 것 같아요.
We did beat them in Reykjavik, so I'm sure they're coming in with a chip on their shoulder, ready for revenge.
7-0 in rematches. Optic don't.
I think I am one of the best initiators in the world. NA is definitely a harder region, but I don't think Stax is like a bad initiator. I think he's just actually really good.
게임을 시작하면은 이제 노 리스펙트 모드로 가기 때문에 저는 저보다 위에 있는 사람은 아무도 없다고 생각합니다. 저희 실력을 다 대표님한테 보여주고 싶어요.
Good luck, DRX. It should be a great game.
Fnatic with an absolute decimation.
I was super hungry to win, especially after missing Reykjavik. I just want to come here to lift the trophy with the crowd.
Paper X looks like a different beast.
I think we are just getting our groove. We just learned as a team that if we play scared, we're not gonna win.
This time, they're not the underdogs.
I don't think I'm worried at all. They like to play aggressive. I think me and Alpha will have a good matchup with them. Alpha brought us insane firepower.
Since they had their roster changes, they haven't really lost any series yet, so I think they're really strong now. So I want to see how we match up against them.
We just aim for the trophy, nothing else.
I'm just gonna focus on my game and just see how it goes. We'll see you on the server, W Gaming.
If you're not excited for these games, then we have to check you, okay? Because I am so freaking pumped for these 2 games. Like, not just because of, all the context that is behind it, especially in that Optic DRX game.
Sure.
There's just so much legacy behind that.
Have I not sold it enough for you, GB? Have I not sold this game enough with what's on the line here? These 2 teams, the caliber of players. This really is a battle between 2, I think, of the best DPS duo, or not DPS, duelist duos in the world right now.
Yeah.
Durka and Alfia versus the likes of Jing and Forsaken. I mean, you are looking at some of the best, most mechanically talented players in the world.
Yeah, I mean, it is an insane face-off between those 2 sets of players. And on top of that, just the styles are so cool. It is the pinnacle of thinking man's EMEA Valorant. The brain is churning for Fnatic.
Yeah.
And on the other side, it's just it's W gaming.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Well, we got 4 regions represented in the upper matches here. It's going to be bonkers, but it's now time to jump into our maps, picks, and bans. Let's see where we're going to be playing for our first match of the day. It's Fnatic versus Paper X, and the maps are coming through now, so let's see where we end up going. Mimi, first up, we have Fnatic's ban.
I am looking more towards what Paper X is going to give him, because I was expecting the Breeze. I feel like that's a pretty standard one for Fnatic to get rid of, but does Paper X want to go to Bind or to Icebox? That's the biggest question, and they decide to get rid of Icebox. So when you're playing Fnatic, you really have to contend with one of those two maps. They're both incredibly large strongholds for Fnatic, but they don't select the Bind. Instead, they go into the Ascent.
That's really interesting. I mean, Fnatic, in terms of the last time they played it, I believe it was against FPX with their Ascent gameplay. But Paper X looked phenomenal on Ascent as well. I think this is a map that would work out either way, and we get to see the Bind as well. Fnatic, I think, are one of the best Bind teams in the world. They have so many different looks in this one, and Paper X actually have 2 different looks that they bring out. They either bring out the Eurocomp, or they bring out the more, I believe it's the Race focus map.
Mind-blowing.
So you are looking at, honestly, the first 2 maps, I think are just going to be incredible. I was about to say Gigabanger, but I think you've killed it. You've killed the term. GB.
Come on, man.
Killed the term. This is a Yotta banger. I'm coining this one. It's a Yotta banger. And Fracture and Split goes, which means the Decider we actually get to see Haven as well. And that is a bit of an unknown quantity, honestly. It's a map where Jing likes to play Reyna. He likes to just int it down. Fnatic are also a pretty good map, pretty good when it comes to this map. In terms of the meta, they don't play much Fade on it. They play a lot of the Sova and the Breach. They lean into sort of the old meta on it. But I think this entire map pool is setting us up for a bit of a banger series.
Yeah, I mean, we do not see that map number 3 a ton from Paper X, so I'm not sure what to expect. Obviously, like you said, they run the Reyna, but I think that's just they're the best team in their region, and they can afford to have a little bit more fun. What I'm really looking forward to is that Bind, because the Yoru comp, the way that Paper X play that is incredible. Yeah. And it's really quite tough to play against. Obviously, we saw just the other day FPX's Yoru getting pretty decimated, but I think it's a lot better implemented on this map and by this squad.
Oh, man. I'm just even more excited.
You're so giddy.
I'm so pumped.
How much caffeine have you had?
Not a lot, okay? I just enjoyed myself 1 quality Red Bull, and I'm ready to go. And I swear, that was not an ad. Anyway, guys, make sure you stick around, hang out with us. You know you want to, because when we come back, we're going to bring the players out, meet the players, get the Agent Select going, and all that good stuff after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
We're cutting you off from the Red Bull.
Yippee!
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, to VALORANT Masters Copenhagen as we get ready for this epic confrontation between two incredible teams, PaperX versus Fnatic. There's still more to break down before we introduce the players and bring them out. But don't worry, we're doing that very, very soon. You know, I think like you just have this incredible duo, or incredible duelist situation, right, with both of these teams, right, Mimi? And what is exciting is that I feel like even in Alfier's case, like we haven't really seen him, you know, even though his stats are pretty solid. We haven't seen him be fully unlocked yet, and I think that there's even more to come. There's layers to this man.
Yeah, I just want to put the asterisk. Both these teams were qualifying through straight in towards that playoffs bracket, so we don't have a ton of stats on them thus far this tournament, but from what we've seen and what we've seen regionally, they have both been fantastic. I think this map is very heavy on the Rays. I would expect all three of these teams to play it all through maps. I mean, maybe PaperX does something crazy, but all that besides, these two players are massively impactful to their squads. Both Jing and Alpha incredibly aggressive in that early round to create space. The utility usage, especially when it is those fade combos being played, is huge, and they're both relatively young players. Obviously, Jing some more experience on the stage versus Alpha, but it's going to be really exciting to see them face off. And on top of that, we also have kind of the other side of things, where you have Durka versus Forsaken. There are so many just amazing players in this one, Brad.
I mean, it's so easy to talk about. I mean, it is the major keys and takeaways, I think, for this match in particular, looking at that. And it's the most one-dimensional one as well. Listen, some people, they like real thinking man's analysis. That's not a slay of thinking man's analysis. I mean, thinking man Valorant.
It's tough because it's a guy now.
Yes. Now I can't use the term, unfortunately, because it feels like I'm like picking on him. But no, I was just using a term because some people like the more in-depth analysis. Me, I am stupid, simple-minded. I have one singular brain cell.
Right.
When it vibrates really fast, sometimes I can put a coherent thought together. But in this case, sometimes the duelists just battering each other in the series is all it takes for the series to just reach magnitudes that we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, well, we did have an opportunity to speak with Jing before PaperX's win this week, or sorry, excuse me, after PaperX. I mean, kind of like Brent, only one brain cell.
Actually share one.
He actually shared the secret of his team's success. Let's actually go ahead and take a look at what Jing had to say.
I'm feeling really excited, and I'm pretty sure my team also feels really excited. We didn't really expect to win or lose. We just wanted to play our own game. I think we just learned as a team that if we play scared and play like tense, we're not gonna win because we are following the enemy's pace. So I think we just want to play our own game, follow our own pace, and make the pace. And I think this win will give us confidence to play the next few games. So hopefully we carry on the momentum. I think we are just getting our groove.
We push right into Arcade.
No!
The knife is out!
You
The
gotta be
knife is
kidding me!
out!
Jing and Russ both run out of bullets.
Now we are taking it one map at a time. We don't want to put like too high expectations on ourselves. If not, we will feel pressured. So just one game at a time. We definitely feel very happy that there are many people that actually go to the office at, I think it's like 12 midnight or like after midnight, and they are watching and cheering us on. That definitely boosts our morale.
Great to hear from Jing there, Mimi, and yeah, I mean it's very clear. Like, you know, this team, like they want to set the pace, right? They want to just control that, but they're fine if, you know, they can also play against their opponent's shortcomings. Like, they'll find those opportunities. That's the type of team that PaperX is.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, I think the mentality that they bring to these international events is always great. They just set expectations of them as a team, as players, as friends, doing well, having fun, taking it one game at a time, not letting themselves crumble under that pressure, and they never do. Every time they get up on that stage, they are playing well, they are playing to their strengths, and it's really commendable.
Yeah. It's fascinating to see how all this is kind of played out here, Brandon. I do think that there is, you know, a little bit of the, you know, there is an opportunity here for PaperX maybe to kind of get a bit ahead of themselves in game, especially against an opponent like Fnatic that will try and take advantage of it. But it's good to see that they're mental straight. I
mean, they did show that a couple of times. You know, they maybe overextended here and there. Forsaken with his very lurky playstyle, he will try and take advantage of the fact that, you know, people aren't watching extremities and flanks and things like that. But PaperX seem like a team. They've got their heads screwed on properly in terms of their understanding of taking it one map at a time, one series at a time. That is the kind of mentality you want if you're coming into this tournament. You speak to any top team that is competing for that #1 spot in Copenhagen, that is all of them will say the exact same thing.
Yeah, the mentality is everything, and I think it's especially important considering Alpha's going to be on that stage again. He's a young guy. The pressure maybe got to him a little bit in that previous series in map number 1, but he's had some time to warm up. He has some great supportive teammates around him, so I have high hopes that Fnatic will not really be feeling that pressure. Will be, just like PaperX, able to play their own game and come in and put up a great performance today.
All right, now I do want to let everyone know, I know you guys want to jump into the game. Trust me. I do too, okay? I'm jonesing for it. I'm ready to go. I don't have control, not quite yet. They haven't given me that power. It's my first international event.
But there's only pauses when you're here.
It really is.
We had a nice, clean, quick day yesterday.
Maybe it's just because I want the Valorant community to love me.
I think it's just you love the sound of your own voice.
That too, that too. But we are going to take a quick commercial break. I'm so sorry about that. We're getting something sorted out over at the stage. It is going to be resolved, and then when we return, we're going to bring the players out. We're going to get into the matchup. So sorry once again, but don't worry, baby. We got you covered. We'll see you right on the other side of this commercial break.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen, and it is time for our first match of the day between Fnatic and PaperX. A good self bump. A good self bump. Never hurt anyone. Loved it.
Dude, Vinny just stood there, big guy in the full protective gear.
I want him to play with that the whole series. spray it down.
Killed me. That's absolutely killed me.
He's behind him, just getting the stuff up.
Trying to get him out.
Oh
He's
my
trapped.
God, this is hilarious. I love Paper X. I'm a Paper X enjoyer.
Yeah, these players are just so fun to watch. I mean, we were highlighting as well the friendly banter that we got between them, but also I stand by the fact I think these are two of our most favorite teams that we've got coming into this event.
They finally got it off. Mission accomplished. They're ready to play. They're ready to go in this. You love to see the players staying safe.
Yeah, of course, and of course, for those of you guys who may not be aware, you know, 3 of the players had tested positive, so they're playing in isolated locations. So that is the reason why you didn't see them in the walkouts. But you know, this has been something that has kind of followed Paper X throughout this tournament, Mimi. Right? You know, it happened before. Forsaken has yet to be able to play on the stage, but it hasn't really affected his gameplay. He's been nasty.
Yeah, I mean, you may still be at your hotel, but you can see the smiles are there. You're talking to your teammates over TeamSpeak, making sure you're keeping the comms up, keeping the fun up, because that's really just a big part of being on a team, of playing at this level. Just having a good time, staying chill, and Paper X are really stellar at doing so.
Yeah. I think they're a good vibes team, honestly, all around. Both of these teams are. I think they do flourish.
What's a tier list of vibiest
teams? A tier list
in
of
the
the vibiest teams in the tournament. These two teams would be up there.
At least top 3.
These two teams would absolutely
Probably
be
gonna
up
say
there.
Leviathan would be right up there.
Oh, for sure.
They
I mean,
would've
those
been
guys were
chilling.
cool, calm, and collected before their game. They were just hanging around at the hotel lobby.
I
just
know.
chilling.
They were
Yeah.
great. I mean, they were just vibing. It was great to actually see that team come out and celebrate and just be excited about what they accomplished. And, you know, now, I mean, this is a different dynamic, though, Bren, right? Because, you know, and now we're going into Prime Gaming Agency. Let's see what we're going to play. But it is just going to be weird. Like, 2 players on stage, 3 of your teammates just going to be in voice comms.
Yes, it's a bit more of a strange dynamic, but honestly, if you just picture yourself playing online, maybe it'll make Paper X better. I don't know, maybe they can pretend. But let's take a look at the Agent Select, because this is what I'm interested in. Paper X are going to be playing similar comp to what they did before, but there is a switch up. Alfie is going to be playing the Sage, and I think this makes a ton of sense with the way that Paper X love to play Ascent. As a map, Forsaken is one that takes a lot of liberties with lurks. The Sage wall, if it doesn't get broken in time, it impedes that, it stops him from doing so.
It forced that pace to be slowed on down, and for Jing as well, so often these executes are predicated on him double satcheling in. A well-timed slow can separate him off from his team. You isolate Jing, you kill him, then you have a way easier round. I think it's a great pivot for Fnatic. I think it's still an agent where Alpha can find a lot of value as well.
All right, well, with that said, it is now time to send it over to our casters. It's the always ridiculous and 2 of my favorite EMEA casters, Mitchman and Tom. Take it away.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Kalma. Welcome sa VALORANT Masters at syempre ang makakasama nyo para sa ating araw na ito, para sa unang series, mainit na mainit, ang The Mods. Welcome nga pala. Ito nga pala ang Table Tandem at nandito na nga tayo. Bessie, Paper X versus Fnatic.
Sure win.
Magandang laban to.
Sa Paper X. Si Benkay nga, di ba? Yun nga yung gusto ko rin makita yung sa bind kasi hindi ko siya napanood nung ginamit ni Forsaken yung Yoru.
Ay!
Which is
You're missing out.
Sabi nga ni sorry. Sabi nga ni Dubstep na
kasalanan mo to, nag-day off kay.
Hindi, nung matagal na yun, pero grabe yung game sa atin, mga kaibigan, di ba? Rinig natin yung mga
caster
ibang
sa
lahi,
kabila.
di ba? Pero wala tayong pakialam dyan, men. Wala tayong pakialam kung narinig natin sila. Talagang literal na mas malakas pa rin talaga ang boses namin dito.
Totoo. Pero ito, mukhang ma-hunt sila sa loob ng B-main. Merong wall from the Sage right there na kailangan pa rin nilang basagin. And syempre, kailangan nilang i-clear out yung logs. Ang kaso nga lang, Alpha is already changing positions here. Alam niya na meron pa rin nasa B-main kanina, but up until when? Kasi medyo wide swing ang hinahanap dito ni Alpha. This knife is just gonna connect perfectly, pero yung kill, hindi mapupunta pa rin sa kanya. Nabawasan niya lang ang mga players ng Paper X dito, but Bolster was able to pick up on 2. 4v3, and masasaktuhan pa ata yung rotation dito. Benkay, waiting patiently. This is such a good angle for him, but at the same time, hindi pa napaplant yung spike, kaya masastop yung rotations na yan.
medyo malayo pa ang kailangan na takbuhin dito ng Paper X.
Pero maganda pwesto niya.
Merong trademark dun sa may short. Ang ganda ng posisyon ngayon ni Chamber, pero that is Jing just denying that trademark right now. Pero meron din umiikot dito. Pero si Benkei, mga kaibigan, just trying to cut off everyone talaga umiipot dito. Pero si Mystic and si Durkay just doing the job done. We'll take down 2. It's all up to Forsaken. He's super low, and Forsaken will catch one down. Actually, yung ginawa ni Durkay ngayon, literal na nag-rendezvous lang siya para syempre to give time dito kay Mystic for him to take Forsaken down. So totoo lang, ano yun, hindi misclick yun, hindi yun mispindot, mistype, mispress. Ano yun guys, tactics yun for him to give time dito kay Mystic syempre. Pero at least diba, Fnatic popping off already, and syempre, kilang naman natin itong Fnatic mga kaibigan, one of the best teams sa buong mundo, and syempre, ang jowa ni Hinsu na si Boaster.
Ay, oo. Alam naman natin yung lahat. At the same time, merong jowa buff on site mismo, no?
Oo, diba? Oo.
Forsaken, ito na. Very aggressive peak here on B main, but the other remaining members here of PRX is all towards A site. Isa lang siya na may iwan doon, and Fnatic was able to clear out Forsaken's angle as well. Magro-rotate yan, at hyper-rotations nito is all throughout A site dahil nakita na rin yung ilan sa mga players ng PaperX. Boaster using up the paranoia, didn't connect to the players, pero hindi pa rin sila nakakapasok. Here comes the smoke from that Omen. Pinasok nila nang hindi pa sarado.
Medyo naging impatient lang din talaga siguro yung mga players dito ng PaperX. Pero at least, diba? I mean, that one kill, it's really not that enough for you to take down or probably get that advantage para sa inyo, para syempre masira yung ekonomiya ng Fnatic dito. And syempre si Durkay, I mean, wala naman siyang gagawin dito Kung hindi, mag-headhunter lang din best. I mean, kahit 8 bullets yan, ang daming mapupuntahan. Actually, si Durkay, kung ako sa kanya, sabihin kay Boaster, padrop ng Marshall. Pwede sana nilang gawin yun no? Marshall is a Marshall, a one-tap is still a one-tap. So, they can actually use it, pero probably Durkay is gonna use that headhunter din talaga para makabawi dito sa mga games ito. And for the side of PaperX, mga kaibigan, it's just, they need to make the most out of this Vandals. Alam nila na sila yung may lamang, isa rin naka-Vandal dito sa Fnatic, which is si Alpha. So, if ever na din talaga na matalo ang PaperX dito, it will take a huge toll on their economy right now. And kung napapansin nyo, like sinasabi economy, kasi syempre, yun talaga yung pinaka-solid na dahilan para manalo kayo dito. Pero Forsaken, mga kaibigan, getting all the heads of the players dito sa may B. Pero ang problema, na tag ni Fade. Kung nasa ba si Enzo is super low, and Forsaken will take him down best 5v2, and I think it's really hard for Fnatic na makabawi dito sa round na to.
Walang takas kay Forsaken yung mga tao dito from Fnatic side. Aside from that, ang ganda pa ng positioning ni Mindfreak to get a frag here, especially for those people who are trying to rotate. Boaster, siya na lang natitira. He can pick up this Vandal, makakapag-TP out rin siya, but at the same time, he has nothing left to do but to save and probably get the exit frags. Wala na rin naman siya magagawa dito dahil a 4v1 situation na napakalayo mo pa sa site. Save na lang talaga.
Yeah, wala siyang choice ngayon, pero at least si Boaster nakakuha ng mga pick-offs dito, mga kaibigan, at hindi na pwedeng mabantay yung mga players dito.
Bilis mag-smoke?
Ng PRX if ever. I mean, yun nga. I mean, well, ang lapit lang naman ng distance best, literal na nasa harapan lang niya. Pero alam ni Boaster na meron tao dito sa may harapan niya, and now the fight with that pre-shots, pre-fires na ginagawa niya. Nakapatay pa siya ng isa, walang pera. Ay, may pera pala ang Fnatic, so pwede sila makabay dito. So ito na ang tunay na gun round, Besiwap. Lahat sila may rifle, lahat sila may Phantom tsaka Vandal. Who will win this round? Kasi if ever nanalo dito, kung sino man will get that advantage towards the next round for sure. Kasi if ever, kung sino man nanalo dito, sino matalo dito, save next round. So, kung ako sa Final tsaka si PRX, if ever talaga na kailangan nilang gawin na win every round, I mean, they really need to push themselves to the limit. Because medyo malayo-layo na tayo sa tournament. Pero isipin mo, nagsimula tayo sa group stage, and ngayon malapit na tayo mag-grand finals, konting araw na lang.
Yun nga day 8 na pala guys. Akalain nyo yun, malong araw na tayo dito, Bessie. Day 8 na ngayon. Ang bilis, diba? So, itong puyatan moments natin malapit na magtapos, no? So, sana masaya kayong lahat. Day 8 na, 4 na araw na lang, Bessie. Kasi alam ko 12 days to
Oh, 12 days nga.
Bilis.
So magtatapos sa 24, tapos lapit na, miss.
Lapit
Pero yun
na.
Lapit na, malapit na tayong sumaya. And malalaman nyo rin yung kung ano yung sayawan na yun. Pero yung mga kaibigan, less than a minute left on the clock right now. And that is the Prowler being denied by players of Paper X. Pero ito na, Showstopper! And Jing knows it already, but what? Enzo still taking down Jing! Under that engagement, pero ito na yung pagka-wall ngayon ng mga players ng Fnatic. Ang ganda ng wall sa totoo lang para makapasok dito yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic if ever, yung tatlo na to. Pero kailangan nila magbantay dito sa may A because that is Mind Freak though, and Zerkin knows it already, but Mind Freak with a flight and for a second with a kill again. It's all to Alpha. 4v1. Alpha with a pick, with a swing. Pero he's gonna take down Forsaken with a wallbang right now, and Mind Freak from up above heaven. Down below, Mind Freak will finish this round with a 2-2 score. Walang pera ang Fnatic.
Yun na nga, nakuha nila yung first 2 rounds. Obviously, makakapag-ipon sila. At yung pistol round na nakuha nila. And then, of course, yung buy round on the next. Yun yung makukuha at madadampot nilang rounds dito. But unfortunately, Paper Rex was able to pick up on those. 2-2 ang score na meron tayo dito. And so far, na parang kung mapapansin mo, it's not exactly the same playstyle that we keep on seeing here in Asia Pacific. Nakikita natin yung difference talaga when they're playing against Fnatic. Parang hindi mo pa lubos mabasa kung ano yung gagawin talaga nila.
Yeah, ang hirap pa rin talaga malaman yung mga next steps nila dito, partner, no? It's just, they're really trying to prove that every round, they need to be unpredictable, diba? Para syempre hindi mahirapan pa rin yung mga kalaban nila para syempre malaman yung mga strategies na gagawin nila. Pero 5v2 right now, Boaster with a Frenzy and Mystic with the Sheriff. And that is the vibe. Planted the spike already, but Forsaken will get 1 kill. It's all up to Boaster. All the way from outside B, Mind Freak might catch him off guard right now, and Boaster swinging in already. And Mind Freak again ending the round with a win, 3-2. And right now, meron pera ang Fnatic. Once again, this is a map na pinili ngayon ng PRX. And syempre, talagang if ever na
alam ko,
nila
Fnatic
dito,
ata pumili nito.
Oh, Fnatic nga.
Oh, sabi mo
Fnatic
kasi
sabi ko.
Paper Rex.
Ay, hindi. Yun yung next sentence. And syempre, Paper X. Ano ba naman yan, Bez?
Sorry. Nabibigla ako eh.
Maglinis ka kasi ng mata mo.
Oo, hindi
Kaya
ko na naririnig
na maayos eh.
Kaya nga, pasensya ka na. Parang nagpa-park
grabe.
tapos hihinaan mo yung volume para makafocus.
Kung
ganun lang.
hindi mo meron kang hinahanap sa gilid mo eh. Hinaan mo nga kasi hindi ko makita yung mga tipong.
Exactly.
Oh, para si Enzo, 'di ba? Para si Enzo, 'di ba? Nilabas na niya ang Odin ng Europa.
Hindi ko na nadugtukan. Hindi na ako may masabi. Pero mukhang halos kompleto yung utilities na meron dito for Paper Rex. Nagamit na kanina ni Jing yung Showstopper. Hindi nag-connect that time. Pero syempre, etong tatlo meron eh. Gagamitin na nga yung knives o yung ultimate from the KO. So masusupress yung ibang mga players dito from Fnatic side. Jing already pushing in. Nakakuna nga siya ng 2 kill pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. For the 3rd time, this is gonna be a triple kill already on the team of Fnatic. 2 pa ang natitira. That is Derke and Enzo as well. Pero si Derke, mamamaalam na nga rin dito. Makakapag-plant si Defy perfectly. And at the same time, it's a 4v1. Mahihirapan si Enzo makabawi dito o kahit pa paano makakuha ng kill.
Yun nga yun talaga yung malaking problema.
Mahirap yung wala siyang alam. Wala lang siyang info, guys. Sorry.
Actually, yung operator nakadrop sa mid, so pwede actually kunin ni Forsaken yan. Pero sabi ni Benkay, pre, may tao dito sa may B-main. Uy, Odin yan, pre, Enzo! Sinampal ng Odin sa Benkay, mga kaibigan. European Odin it is. Pero Mind Freak, medyo wide swing lang ng konti, will take Enzo down at wala na naman pera ang Fnatic.
Yun lang.
Hoy! Partida, may koko pa yan! Paano pa kaya pag walang nararamdaman yan?
Yun nga eh, meron pang Coco. Oh, get well said pala ito sa mga players ng Paper Rex. Yung unang natamaan dito si Forsaken eh, tapos sumunod si Davai, tapos sumunod na rin si... Sino ba yung isang sumunod pa? Si Jing.
Lahat na.
3 na sa kanila may COVID.
What if kunyari si Benkay lang yung nandyan sa stage eh? Aapiran lang yung sarili niya, nice.
Oo. Sariling sikap na lang tayo dito, men.
Nice. Oh, man. Muna na mag-isa ka na lang dito, pero ikaw pa yung malakas sumigaw.
Walang taga-appear eh. 2 lang yung nag-a-appear sa stage mismo, pero sila pa rin yung lumalamang. Pero ang matindi kasi dito, sa Paper Rex, sanay na yan na wala sa bootcamp. Di ba pag nakikita natin itong Paper Rex, nasa kanilang mga bahay lang?
Oh, nagsasama-sama lang ang Paper Rex, mga kaibigan, sa Masters, sa Champion. Doon lang! Pero if ever may official tournament ng APAC or sa sarili ng region of MOSG, pare, hindi talaga magkakasama yan. Never. Hindi natin sila nakita na nasa isang bootcamp sila. So, pwede nating sabihin na magkasama sila o hindi, parang comfort zone pa rin nila yun.
Exactly. At the same time, alam na natin yung susunod na mapa. Excited talaga ako eh. Sorry Gusto ko na kasi talaga makita. Alam kong hindi nakita ni Vil yung Yoru ni Forsaken last time. So at least, ito na yung chance mo, bes.
Sorry
Baka sakaling gumana against Fnatic. Pero depende. Alam naman natin, pinag-aralan na rin yan ng Fnatic. And ito na. Slow orb.
Slow orb just to slow up the possible push of Paper is here in B. Pero at least merong idea ang Fnatic na for sure may ikot-ikot lang din yung mga players ngayon ng Paper is probably gonna go there in A, or if malay mo, pick off sila ng kill dyan sa mid, then after that they're gonna go there in B. But really up to think, how will they pull it off? Pero at least, diba, Forsaken just literally crouching himself.
Dalawa yan!
Just to, like, syempre hindi makita ng hunt, pero yun nga lang, Enzo, mga kaibigan, dalawa ang katapat mo. Phantom pa ang gamit mo, walang magagawa yan, basta judge ang katapat mo.
Exactly, pero nilabas na nga nila dito yung Cosmic Divide, no? And this is on the hands of, right now, of Paper Rex. That's from Mindfreak. Papasukin nila yung site, but at the same time, they have to clear out B if they wanna take it. And it seems like Paper Rex, they're deciding not to go to B instead. Ang gagawin nila dito, mag-rotate sila all the way to A. Isa lang maiiwan yung KO.
Yeah, yun nga yung problema nila. Kahit KO yan, mga kaibigan, meron pa rin mga utilities yan. So, if ever natin talaga tumama yung mga shots ngayon ni... Sino ba yun? Ni Mystic, that's gonna be really deadly for the side of Paper X pa rin, diba? Pero at least Durkee catching one already with that tour de force all the way from A main. And walang choice ang Paper X kundi lumipat na natin sa B. Pero ang problema, tatlo ang katapat nila dito sa B. And yun nga, best, yun ang malaking problema nila kasi ang tagal ng galaw nila. 8 seconds in, 7 seconds mga kaibigan, 5 seconds. Mas meron silang oras. Pero yun nga lang, meron tao dun sa likod. Mindfreak taking one down. Libreng barrel para sa Fnatic. 3-4 and Fnatic with that win, at least nakabangon sila kahit papano. They can actually buy up everything that they have, and that is a huge thrifty round na ginawa nila, best. Kasi yun nga, di ba, literal na paikot-ikot sila, namatay yung isa sa B, which is Aeon, si Forsaken namatay dito sa B, then pagdating sa A, hala, may KO, hala, andun si Chamber with the tour de force, syempre hindi sila papasok doon. Kasi hindi naman sila magpapaka-dry pick or whatnot. Ang gagawin lang nila, siyempre, talagang literal na pumasok lang.
Sabi ni, sumigaw si Coach eh. Nagalit na si Coach kasi hindi daw makapag-desisyon. Itong mga players, awit daw, Lods.
Hindi nila alam.
Exactly. They had a plan here set in place. Ginamit nila yung Cosmic Divide even para lang mahati yung mundo ng B-site. Akala ata ng Paper Rex mag-hyper-rotate itong mga players ng Fnatic. But hindi sila ganong klaseng team. They will still hold the fort no matter what entries on the other side unless sure na sila na wala nang tao dito. May rest pa si Alpha na pwedeng gamitin. Forsaken, getting the kill here. But Mystic, indirect trade lang din para sa kanila. Itong Stars nakapag-align din and bolster. Low on HP, 30 HP remaining. Nightfall being set in place. May wall ng Sage sa loob mismo. Hindi siya mapapatay dito.
Ang ganda ng mga walls na ginagawa ngayon ng Fnatic talaga, mga kaibigan. I mean, kanina pa natin nakikita kung kano kasolid yung mga wall na ginagawa ngayon ni Alpha, pero it's really not gonna work dito sa ginawa dito sa B because they can actually push in lang. Kasi dito na sila nag-nightfall pa. So they have an idea na meron talagang tao sa may loob. But now, mga kaibigan, this is now the rotation or probably the retake of Fnatic if ever. Pero ang problema si Booster is low Mystic as well. So yun nga lang, for a second, mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Durkee. But now, Mindfreak onto that corner as well. But Mindfreak, let's see if ever he's gonna catch everyone off guard dito lang sa may speedway. But Benkai, siya muna ang first contact. Then after that, biglang lalabas si Mindfreak. But Durkee is just right there, literal na nasa harapan niya. We're gonna get that kill, mga kaibigan. And finally, bumabawi na ang Fnatic dun sa mapang pinili nila. Best like what you've said, this is the day 8 already. So talagang na-funnel out na natin yung mga worthy opponents tsaka worthy teams sa mapupunta dito. So, pwede natin sabihin na medyo mahirap nating makita na maging 2-0 yung mga matches. Kasi wala, if this is the best already, literal na pwede nating sabihin na ang lamang lang nila sa isa, paligo.
Ligo lang pala yung lamang no?
Ligo lang.
Pero alam kong may mga PH team nga, wapali buff ang tawag nila. Baka malay mo, hindi. Diba? Iba buff talaga ang meron doon. Pero si Jing, di niya nakapitalize yung positioning niya doon. Siya ang namatay. And this is now up to the 4 players here of Paper Rex. Pero hindi pa naman ito sang lahat. If Forsaken can get a kill here, ma-open up yung site. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi ganun yung mangyayari. KO has the spec, or rather the spike right now. Ang kaso nga lang, Paper Rex still needs to decide which side to take.
Narinig ngayon ni Mindfreak ito. Well, partner, tulad nga na pag-usapan natin back then, I mean, for EMEA, NA teams, Japan and Korea, textbook plays. Pero ang Asia Pacific, if ever nakapasok na sila, bahala na kung anong mangyari. Ganun na naman ang pinapakita nila ngayon. They're trying to be really aggressive. Then if ever nakapasok sila, pero bahala na. Let's just go in and just take it from there. And ang ginagawa ngayon ng Fnatic is just everyone na talaga they're really trying to contribute talaga for their team, for them to secure that win, for them to get that 1-0 already sa game na to. Pero 1v3, let's see if Benka can actually do it though, but nga, ng Boaster. Pero ito I mean, sa totoo lang, bes.
Ay, umupo.
Si Benkay, ang pwede lang niyang gawin is probably plant the spike. Pero sumilip pa siya eh. Kasi at the end of the day, maririnig naman yun if ever. So feeling ko kung ako kung ako si Benkay, siguro mas okay kung pinilit ko na lang i-plant yung spike kasi kahit anong mangyari, at least plus 300 pa rin talaga. Hindi yung sumilip pa siya.
Well,
you got the site already.
It's a risky play kung yung mga ganong galawan. But sometimes, it actually makes sense. Kapag gusto mo talagang manduhin yung galaw ng kabilang team. Ang kaso nga lang kasi, the thing is, if Paper Rex plays this kind of style in an Asia-Pacific setting, matik may magpupush talaga. Kahit wala siyang naririnig, pwede naman kasing lakarin yung stairs eh. So walang problema kapag sinilip niya yun. And ganun yung ginagawa ng Asia-Pacific teams. But Fnatic is a type of team kung saan walang gagalaw ng baso, literal hanggang kailangan mong gumalaw. That's the thing. Yeah. And that's the thing. They know they were in a 2v1 situation. Alam nila na sila may lamang. So bakit sila pipilit mag-push doon sa nag-iisang nagpa-plant ng spike?
Exactly. All they're gonna do is wait. Mga kaibigan. Talagang in-anticipate nila siguro ng Fnatic na merong mag-maasim dito. Feeling ko pag mamaasim si Benkay, yun yung nasa isip feeling ko ni Booster no? Pero but still, like what you've like what you've said, I mean, ganun naman talaga ang kailangan eh. We all know na tayo yung laman. All we're gonna do is wait.
Risky plays lang talaga.
Oh. Pero yun nga yung problema. High risk, high reward. Pero syempre, if ever napatay ni si Booster, at least mag-grip po siya to a 1v1 and lamang pa si Benkay doon. Pero let's see if ever he will actually do it again. And mga kaibigan, ito na naman ang posisyon ng Paper Rex na wala na naman silang pera if ever matalo sila dito. And for the side of Fnatic, hanggang matapos tong round na to, probably magkakaroon sila ng pera. Pero all the way, dito sa B mga kaibigan natin, sa 9-4 already, pero sa Jing, we're gonna start it off with a showstopper. Pero hopefully, sana meron siya makuha ngayon. Pero wala na naman! Pero nga ng Jing with a flick, catching one.
Ay, ang ganda pang corner.
Kill as well. Pero that is a swing coming in from Jing na naman! With a wall bang, and Benkay will secure that spike again for a V2 right now. Mystic revealing himself. Jing knows na meron tao doon sa may entrance, but Davai just anticipating that Jerker will peak dito sa may mid. For Mystic, wala siyang choice. If ever na talaga magpupush ba siya, if ever na mag-isa-save niya yung operator or probably lalaban siya. Pero wala na siyang choice at all kundi mag-back away na rin talaga. Pero ano si Jing mga kaibigan na unahan si Mystic na makapag-back all the way from market. Will take him down 5-5 and Paper Rex still got that mola in order for them to fire off Fnatic dito sa round na to, and napunta yung curse ng ekonomiya dito sa Fnatic. Wala na silang kaban ng bayan, men. Kailangan nilang magbayad ng mga taxes nila.
Oh!
Wala na kang pera eh. Nababayad
Anyway, very interesting to see actually here is yung mga setup ni Alpha Jer. Alpha Her, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong kung ano tawag sa kanya. Pero si manager na lang tatawag na si Jer. Mainit yung pwestuhan ng Sage dito sa defense. Isipin mo, binablock niya talaga, literal. Winawalan niya yung back end. Tas nasa stuck siya doon. Magpapastuck talaga siya doon para lang may control siya sa site kahit anong mangyari. Hindi ko pa nakita yun, ha? So this is the first time I actually seen that kind of wall that you really box in yourself just to hold in and just to hold the fort on a B site.
Ito kasi yun. Dalawa yung wall na nakita ko na ginawa ngayon ni Sage. Yung isa dun sa may backside, yung isa yung papasok dito sa may yung isa papasok dito sa may B, dun sa entrance, yung pa horizontal.
Basic na
Medyo
yun
nagulat ako dun eh. Yeah, pero at least ito naman ngayon sa side ng Fnatic, they have that advantage right now, and it's just, let's see if ever makakapasok pa ba yung mga players dito ng papers, mga
close.
Enzo nag-ingay, but mind freak onto that corner. Hindi siya nag-ingay muna. Inantay niya muna yung perfect na timing in order for him to go in. But Alpha, we're gonna deny that 0 point, but you can't deny Benkai.
I love how Paper Rex has complete control on the maps that we have right here. Sometimes hindi lang talaga nag-work eh. It seems to be, when you're in a perspective na pag tinitignan mo to, ang weird naman ng rotations na nakikita natin sa Paper Rex. It's sometimes they don't move at all. Sometimes nag-over-rotate sila and then bumabalik na naman sila. But the thing is, they're trying to fight for the control of the map. Kasi kapag hindi nila ginawa yung laban sa control, talagang mamanuin lang sila dito ni Fnatic eh. Kasi yung defense niyan,
Mamamain
pala. Mamamain lang sila sa depensa nitong team na to. Kaya kailangan talaga maghanap sila ng control. Let's see, tignan natin kung itong A-main na gusto nilang gawin, gumagana as the same way they wanna do it. Mind Freak, walang makukuha or walang madedetect with a gravity well right here. Kaya naman open yung side for the plant itself.
Tamang chup-chupad lang dito sa may default, mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, where or the Nightfall, which is Nightfall will be activated here in A already, and everyone is actually revealed right now. Pero si Boaster is, oh my God! Literal na pinilit niya! Pero Boaster with a spray! Nakatakas pa yung isa! And Mystic will capitalize that corner, capitalize that kill. Zavai, mga kaibigan, all the way!
Wow!
From CT, pero at least the trade-offs is real na ginagawa ngayon ng Fnatic.
Ping!
So, solid yung wala, hindi na to, men.
Tama mo yung nagde-defuse, pero hindi talaga eh.
Yun eh,
mahirap.
Hindi nila na ping eh. Wala tayong nakitang ping eh. Pero sa tao lang,
meron.
Meron ba? Ang pinaka-ballsy move, si Boaster. Sobrang ballsy nung ginawa niya. Literal na pumasok siya. I mean, yes, merong smoke doon. And nagulat na rin talaga yung Paper Rex na akala ko ika-cancel niya. Pero talagang hindi pala. And at least nabawasan pa niya si Forsaken. Pero at least, hindi na namatay, oo. Pero ang importante, na-damage pa rin niya kahit papano para sa mga kakampi niya, para mapatay niya. And what a perfect ending onto that first round, mga kaibigan, with a 30, almost 50 to be honest. Pero mukhang namumurdo na talaga yung Fnatic eh, no? Pero ang tanong, ano ba ang sinasabi nila Idol? Direk, alam mo na.
Like Forsaken are able to do, the amount of space that they can take so fast.
Already just having a world caliber game, I think, between both of these teams, because when we saw Paper Rex playing the same kind of manner and stylism that they were going up against, I think it was Guild, the adjustments were coming way too late, but Fnatic are on a different level, even in EMEA. They're on a different tier, and that is manifesting here today.
Yeah, I mean, the adjustments have been fantastic out of Fnatic, but on top of that, Forsaken has just been having a fantastic game. We talked about the lurks, the casters were talking about the lurks, both him and Mind Freak have been finding so many little gaps to give options in the mid-round for this team. Well, Jing is the star on the attacking side. It was Forsaken really taking that cake. But the biggest thing to talk about in this series, I think, thus far, has been Alpha and this Sage pick, because it was an attempt at a direct counter, and we saw some cool ideas. This wall in particular was something new that Alpha was showing us, and initially it was successful, right? You see that round there, where the wall gets set on up, Jing goes into sight, he's isolated, but Paper Rex, they adapted off of it.
Yes, they made these adjustments. As soon as they see this wall being played, they make the play towards mid. But this final clip here that we have of Durka, this is the round 7 adjustments that Fnatic made with their defensive protocol. Durka sets up these angles, anticipating the rotations from Paper Rex. And I love honestly, the battle between both of these teams, because the mid-rounding was a huge element as to why Paper Rex was so good the last time they played Ascent. But Fnatic's calling and their structure are going pound for pound with Benkai. Boaster and Enzo, I think that IGLing presence, when they're up against Benkai, it's manifesting here, and you can see how close it is in this game right now. 6-6. Yeah. Who knows which way this series is going to go?
I mean, the layers of adjustment have been insane between the two IGLs. I think the Sage pick, again, a massive part of that. The question now is, we head in towards the second half, who is on top? Because this composition, it's excellent for the defensive side out of Paper X.
All right, well, let's go ahead and send it right back to our casters. Tied 6-6. It's anyone's ball game here on Ascent. Mitch, Tom, take it away.
Oh, let's see that defensive comp out of
6-6 ang halftime score natin dito. Pantay na pantay actually, and it's still a fight for control so far for both sides of the teams. But a story might be different this time. Kasi Paper Rex naman ngayon, Vil, ang mapupunta sa defense. So tignan natin kung ano yung hinanda ng Paper Rex when it comes to the defense. And remember, this is a map pick by Fnatic.
Yeah, yun nga eh. Pero in terms of Paper Rex, sa totoo lang, mas gusto ko yung composition nila if ever attacking. Pero at least, merong area of effect damage ngayon ng Paper Rex for them to stop the push of Fnatic right now. Pero for the side of Fnatic, I mean, no duelist if ever. I mean, ilang beses na ako nakakita nito dito sa Masters, and medyo 50-50 yung ganitong lineup eh. Minsan nanalo, minsan natalo. Pero yeah, it's all gonna depend on the situation and syempre yung luck na meron din talaga yung mga players. Pero Defy mga kaibigan with the pop flash right now. Meron tao dun sa may likod na. Pero Durkay, oh my god, ang ganda po siya ng Durkay. Pero that is Durkay! We're gonna take down for a second ngayon. Pero Defy mga kaibigan, popping the heads of Fnatic! Benkay, nozzle ready, na si Boster nandito lang sa may catwalk. But Boster, what? So taking down these two players.
Sinalo yung Patience.
Oh my God! Tinamaan ng naliligaw na bomba! At ang sabi ni Jing,
Nopi! Literal eh. Binigyan eh.
Grabe.
Itong, yung Fnatic, no, si Boaster, ipit na siya doon. Pero kung tutuusin, ang ganda ng hunt na nilabas. Ang ganda ng utility play ng Paper Rex dito. Every time na parang naiipit sila sa isang engagement or clash, biglang lumalabas yung hunt. Tapos biglang nadedetect lahat. Kaya nagkakaroon ng space tong Paper Rex to take on the frags as well. So magandang pangitain to for Paper Rex side. This is a buy round. Meron silang hawak na judge. So, alam mo na, sa Q-guard move muna ang galawan dito ni ni Forsaken.
Oo nga, nasan yung ID nyo? Yan ang hinahanap ni Forsaken mga kaibigan. Pero at least lumapit lang sila dito sa may corner para syempre if ever meron nagpipig dito lang sa may gilid mga kaibigan, syempre mapapit nila. Benkay, dahil sa Prowler, meron pa naman natatamaan ngayon but Durkay, at least natama siya ng powder pero meron naman siyang rendezvous out of the way. And ipupush ba ng Fnatic ito? Probably not. If ever pinush nila ito, man, it's just total suicide ang mangyayari dito. Pero syempre ang ginagawa lang nila, it's all about the discipline, man. I mean, wag kayong mag-over-rotate. Oo, meron kayo narinig dito sa B, pero hindi naman yan rason para mag-rotate kayo agad fully onto that site. All you gotta do is wait, which is yun yung ginagawa ngayon ng Paper Rex, but hindi nila alam na naka-judge. Hindi nila alam na naka-judge si Forsaken men. Oo, nilabas niya yung Headhunter, pero wala silang idea at nabobogain nila yung mga utak ng mga players na to. Pero Mind Freaking Defy will get that kill right now. Pero Defy will go back mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, ang dami nila napapatay. Jay went off the way! 6-8 already, and Fnatic, bumawi naman kayo. Sobrang hirap nila makapasok kasi nga wala silang duelist best. Ang kailangan muna nilang ipanalo dito is yung mga aim duels. Then after nila ipanalo yung mga aim duels, they're gonna start it from there.
Ganda ng mga spray down ni Jing doon. At chinat nga ng PRX, sabi nila doon sa all chat na all mid tayo, pre. Lahat lumabas eh. Actually, that play was courtesy of the player who was in A short. Dahil pagka-jump pick niya ng ganon, hindi siya nag-pick na basta-basta. Pagka-jump pick niya, ang dami niyang nakita from Fnatic. So lahat naging mid na. But Jing here, marami na namang nakita with a hunt. The spray down coming in. Jing was able to secure 1 kill. Pero alam niya na lugi siya sa positioning dito. Kaya si Mindfreak nandito na rin para tumulong. The kill on the Bulldog connects. Jing has the patience to throw around. At makakatakas pa rin siya dito. Buhay na buhay pa rin ang 5 miyembro ng PRX right now.
Pero mababa lang ang buhay ni Jing dito, pero but still ang importante buhay pa rin siya. Tulad na sila, sabi mo kanina, Taylor, minamama ng Fnatic ang Paper X, pero ngayon mukhang Paper X ata ang mumamama dito sa side ng Fnatic.
Diba? Hirap sabihin.
Oo, ganun na kami sa Asia Pacific, di ba? Talagang pinapatikim ng Paper Rex ang kung paano yung lasa ng mga plays ng mga Asian boys dito sa Fnatic, mga kaibigan.
Spicy.
This is gonna be their first time na maglalaro din talaga. So kailangan nilang magulat sa mga pwede nating ipakita kasi syempre next round ito ang mapang pinili ng Paper Rex if ever. So all they need to do is win this game for them to have that higher chances of winning. I mean, if ever gagamitin nila si Yoru, so which is that's gonna be really interesting if ever they're gonna use that. Pero Boaster and Alpha will take down 2, 3v2 ngayon, pero si Jing! kahit super low siya, makakapatay pa rin siya. Forsaken, ang kailangan na niyang gawin is kumuha ng baril. Meron pang baril nila sa may market.
Oo, marami siya mapupulot dyan.
Dito sa may logs, may baril sa may logs. Pero mukhang ayaw ata. Ito sa totoo lang, sobrang ganda nung mga walls na ginagawa ni Alpha. Pero Forsaken, mga kaibigan, popping the head of one. Isa pa ang kalaban niya, wala siyang idea kung nasa si Boaster. Both of them are low. If ever matamaan ni Forsaken sa headhunt si Boaster, my guy, you are dead.
Oh, he has a Vandal right now. 17 HP. He might know kung nasaan. Isa na lang ang option niya dito actually. It's gonna be the backside and Boaster swings out and secures the kill instead. Yan ang problema kapag wala kang info kung saan manggagaling itong mga players. It's a 50-50 and just goes to show that Boaster can win duels right here. But it has been a very costly round. Isa lang yung nag-survive doon, si Boaster lang, and all the other teammates right here, mahirapan sila onto buying or rather, na-punish yung economy nila.
Men, tandaan mo, hindi naman magiging Boaster ang pangalan yan kung walang ipagmamayabang yan.
Walang ibo-boast.
Oo, walang ibo-boast, pare. Bars lang, Lods, bars lang. Pero Jing,
sige, push!
Grabe naman talaga. Ito na naman talaga aggressive na sa pinapakita ng mga Asia Pacific boys, mga kaibigan. Sa unrated, magagawa mo yan. Pero sa tournament, medyo malabo yan. But Forsaken, again, I mean, it's fine. Meron naman siya rendezvous out. If ever meron siya mawawasan, edi good for him. If ever wala, edi bamba out na lang siya. That is the thing that he can do. Pop flash on to Mystic. Not gonna catch anyone. Davai pushing in already. Ang init na ginagawa ni Davai. Pero yun nga, natamaan pa ng paranoia. Yang kasi, ang kailangan mo lang is mag-antay, Davai. Pero pasok ka ng pasok. Parang rumaragas ang trend, mga kaibigan. Pero mind freak, tinuhog yung dalawa. With a one step to the head. Jing versus Boaster. Raze versus Omen. Who will win this round? But that is Boaster. We're gonna pass the spike already. And again, si Boaster na naman ang nag-aantay dito. Siya na naman ang mag-isa. But si Jing, ang meron lang siya is that pain shells.
Alam mo, walang... kahit pain shells lang meron siya dito, this is still very much possible. Remember, Boaster is only 30 HP right now. And so far, wala pa siyang smoke na pwede ibaba. And this is the smoke right now kaso si Jing. Tamang ikot-ikot lang din sa loob ng site. He needs to clear hell first. And that's what he did. Ang kaso nga lang, di pa rin niya nakikita. And Boaster is just gonna be on A short. This is right. Planted on A short and A main. Ang ganda ng pagkaka-plant nila dito actually. TP out mula kay Boaster. Pero ginugulo niya lang talaga si Jing. Hindi pa rin nagpipeak. And that is the wide swing from Boaster. Out freaking play.
Yeah, ang ganda ng mga TP na ginagawa ni Boaster, mga kaibigan. Akala niya nasa short, tapos biglang bumalik dun sa may 3. Tapos after dun, nag-TP na naman dun sa may likod ng switch, mga kaibigan. Isipin mo, kahit low na siya, siya pa rin talaga ang nakakuha. Once again, hindi naman Boaster ang pangalan yan. If hindi naman, kung wala naman pagmamayabang yan. And Boaster already popping off dun sa mga rounds na kailangan nila. Men, parang ang sinabi ni Boaster dito kay Jing, pare, I read you like a book, bro. I know kung anong gagawin mo.
Exactly. Lalo na sa mga ganun ng 1v1 positioning. But look at that aggressive pick off from Forsaken right there. One man down immediately and that is one initiator out. That's Enzo. Kaya naman for Fnatic side, kahit pa paano may KO naman sila to get info here and to suppress enemies. But still, a no duel is set up right here. May respa na ginamit. At least nagamit o na push out nila. Na pilitin gamitin itong rest o revive right now. Tsaka ikaw pala sila, ikaw ba sila doon?
Kanina?
O kala-half buy?
Kala-half buy lang. Pero at least, diba, itong for Fnatic, mga kaibigan, itong Sage, medyo hindi na rin talaga siya super ginagamit din dito. Kasi to be honest, sa totoo lang, diba? Tagalog English, diba? If ever nakukuha kayo ng kapalit kay Sage, it's gonna be probably a Sky, a Sova, or a Killjoy. Pero syempre, depende pa rin talaga yun sa mga playstyle nila. And dun sa mga ipapasok nilang mga skills, of course, if ever may sync ba yan. But, Forsaken will catch one already. Ang bilis ng mga nangyari ngayon. And saan pa talaga pupunta to? Nagugulat na lang yung Forsaken na bigla-bigla na lang na may tumatalon dito sa may A. But Boaster gonna push in dito sa may Jenny. But Forsaken with that perfect angle na meron tao na baka may makikita pa yung mga tao doon sa may Jenny, mga kaibigan. 10 seconds in, hindi pa rin napaplant yung spike. Probably gonna plant the spike here and B. At least Enzo and Zerke waiting dito sa may B. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, nagpapatay na naman si Bolster dun sa may Gedli. Bolster, all you need to do is back out. Pahabulin mo na lang yung mga kalaban mo. And syempre, hindi pumapasok dito si Benkay kasi inaantay niya yung mga kakampi niya. Hindi siya papasok mag-isa kasi hindi naman siya bayani ngayon. Pero kailangan nila pumasok agad-agad kasi nga hanggat malayo pa si Bolster, malay mo manalo pa yung mga players dito ng PRX. Pero ang problema, bes, wala silang pera. This is gonna be a 3v3. Si Enzo meron tamaan na isa. Pero Durkee mga kaibigan, went at operator right now. Let's see if ever makakapatid siya. And yes! He's gonna take down Becca right now. Pero kalab 1v3. Medyo kinakaman si Forsaken mga kaibigan. Tamang pot shots na to that wall. Pero he's not gonna catch him down. Pero Forsaken with a swing. O, makakita pa tayo. Pero nga lang, uy! Diyos ko po, tamang quick scope lang. But that is not gonna be enough for you to end the round with a win. And Fnatic all the way from 6-6 now down to 9-8.
The thing is, kahit na si Boaster naipit siya doon sa kaninang pwestuhan niya, hindi niya kailangan mag-back throughout. Kasi it was a 3v4 situation. In a situation like this, for example, nakulang na kayo ng isang player, typically ang ginagawa talaga when it comes to post-plant, may isa talagang bumabanse. Meron nag-a-advance na isa to actually cut off the rotations. And that was exactly what Boaster did on mid. He was able to cut off the rotation of the Vi, if you've seen it doon sa ating kill feed o doon sa ating minimap. Aside from that, if you have control over mid and you know that this is an eco disadvantage, you really have to have one player out and away of the site itself to make a play like that happen. Lalo na nakuha na nila kanina pa yung site and nakapag-set up na sila. So, really good play here coming in from Fnatic. They know what to do. They know which fights to take. They know how to do retakes as well. And they can actually control the map entirely. And the same goes to Paper Rex. Both teams are really good. Kaya sila nandito ngayon, palapit na sa dulo.
Yun nga eh. I mean, for the side of Paper Rex, I mean, they are the only na Asia Pacific team na nandito mga kaibigan. And from 2, we are now down to 1. Pero at least Paper Rex, pinapakita talaga nila na kahit anong region mo pa, meron silang talab talaga dito. Meron silang bawi dito kahit paano. Pero walang choice ngayon ang Fnatic kung hindi mag-half buy lang men. Pero ang Paper Rex, they have the money, they have the firepower. All they're gonna do is win it. But Durkee popping off already, catching one firepower down, one utility down, one AOE damage down already. Pero Diyos ko, that timing na Forsaken, kanina pa nag-aantay doon, pero nung biglang nag-swing si Durkee, biglang nawala.
Salisigang no?
Forsaken, solid yun. Sa totoo lang, ang makakapatay doon, malaking chance na Forsaken makakapatay doon kasi nga, naka-ano na siya no? Nakapwesto na siya. Ang kailangan lang niya is pitikin yung operator. Pero ang problema, si Durkee, well, ganyan talaga, wala tayong magagawa dyan, men. Timing talaga yan sa buhay. But, at least Benkay really proving na talagang kami yung may lamang dito. Pero anong ginagawa mo, Mystic, saan ka galing? Diyos ko po, na Jose Rizal si kaibigan, pre.
Ito exactly yung same perception ng control.
Forsaken.
Literal nasa base siya ng kalaban. That's how you control mid, ladies and gents. Especially when it comes to post-plant and also for taking insights. O kaya naman kapag na-push nyo na talaga yung B-main. Anyway, nasa kala-half buy itong players ng Fnatic no? Na-punish yung eco nila kahit papano nitong Paper Rex. Kasi kahit nasa eco round itong Paper Rex, nakakakuha pa rin talaga sila ng mga impactful kills. Di lang nila nakukuha yung 2 rounds na kay Boaster. Kung nakuha nila yun, wala talagang pera tong Fnatic at all. 12 seconds remaining to plant the spike right now and Benkay was able to pick up 1 kill again. It's up to 2 players here, Durkee and Alpha Jer. Ito na nakikita mo, yung advancement when it comes to post-plant dahil nga lugi sila sa positioning. They have to pick one, at least make it a 2v2 kasi kapag nasa site lang sila, papaulanan lang sila ng utilities dito. Nightfall being set out, but one tap to the head! Hindi tumama yung operator shot na yan. Mapapa-atras si Durkee with a rendezvous. Pero he still has this positioning. Hindi nga lang tumama ulit yung operator. It's all up to the last player here. He gets one more kill. It's still doable, but it's not gonna happen as Mindfreak was able to secure that final blow. 9-9 ang magiging score dito.
if ever mananalo si Alpha doon, that's gonna be really hard for him to do it. Kasi nga walang, malaki pa ang buhay ni Mind Freak dito eh. So, ang goal lang ni Alpha doon is matamaan si Mind Freak sa ulo para one tap. Syempre, hindi na siya makabawi kahit papano. Pero if ever nag-miss si Alpha ng isang tap lang, you are done. Consider yourself dead agad-agad. Pero sobrang sayang lang din talaga dito, Besiwap, kasi nga ang problema, hindi tumatama si Durkee doon sa mga pinaka-importanting shots na kailangan niya makuha. Pero magpapalit muna sila. Medyo half-buy ngayon na gagawin ngayon ng PRX and Fnatic. We're gonna go all in. If ever kung sino mang matalo dito, best sa round na to, walang pera next round. But right now, we're gonna start it off with that nade first, and that is the null command already from that KO. Pushing it already here in B. Pero medyo madedelay pa rin talaga even further because of the chup-chup na ginagawa ngayon ni Astra dito sa papasok. Pero tamang boost lang ang ginagawa ngayon ni Alpha. Might as well catch someone off guard. Pero Benkai, oh my god, hindi niya alam! O ngayon, alam na niya! And Alpha, mga kaibigan, capitalizing that advantage, capitalizing that possession. Alpha with a 2K. Jing with a kill right now. Hindi na pa siya showstopper para siyang papatay doon. Pero Jing, he's gonna go in. And that is the swing again from Dorky right now. Pero Alpha nakatatlo pa. But Forsaken has shot you down. Hindi ka na makakalima. Hindi ka na makakaapat ngayon. Pero nagbabantay lang ang mga players ngayon. And everyone is flashed. Wala silang makita. Naninilaw mga paningin nila. Kasi tama lang yon. Puti muna makikita mo bago ka mamatay.
Divide defusing the spike. It's gonna go on Paper Rex's hands. Kahit na kung ano man mangyari, kahit ang ganda na ng positioning ng post plant ng Fnatic dito, hindi pa rin sila nanalo when it comes to the control. Lalo na doon sa mga players na naka-push out. Look at this KO pop flash that Davai kept on doing since a while ago. Ito mga pop flash niya, siya actually yung umi-entry sa pop flash na yun eh. Memorize na ni Davai dito yung timing when it comes to the flashes itself. And it just goes to show how the people of Paper Rex mastered each and every agent that they have. Look at Mind Freak. He's the one who has the most kills right here alongside with Forsaken with 20 kills, 20 frags.
Mainit, pero yung Jing doing Jing things. Anong tinitignan mo sa taas, Enzo? Oh my God! Anong tinitignan mo dyan, Enzo? Walang ginawa ang PaperX, hindi pumasok lang din talaga. Alam mo, ang ginagawa ng PaperX, fast games lang din, bes eh. Kasi after this, magpapahinga na sila.
Kanina pa kasi actually, ginagawa ni, ni Jing. Yung pagpupush niya, nasaktuhan niya this time around, nasaktuhan niya na mayroong mga tao. Binilisan niya talaga yung control sa mid, lalo na alam niya na eco disadvantage ng mga players. Hindi na sila makaka-play for picks at all. And this is Durkee and Alpha Jer. Forsaken with an operator. Masyadong
hindi man lang nakita.
Napaaga.
Oo. Actually, dapat kita yon, pero yun nga lang, yung na-block ng vision ng gilid ng operator yung position ngayon ni Durkee. But still, a kill is a kill. Medyo malalim kasi. Yes, sige, pasok pa! Pero importante mananalo kayo lang yun. Partida, hindi pa yan magkakasama. Fnatic, na? Durkee, gonna push in with that 24.
Sinilip lang no? Sabay galis.
Oo nga
hello!
Pero nga lang Jing with a swing. Makakita pa tayo ng 4K dito. Wala! Pero yun nga lang Jing through that smoke. With a 4K, 9-11 it is. Paper Rex, they have a lot of money. Oh no, but for Fnatic, okay. Sige, buy lang kayo. Last nyo na yan.
Grabe mag-full capacity tong Paper Rex. Mainit na si Jing, isipin nyo. Tapos yung pa nila, yung controller agent pa nila, mas mainit din. Ang ganda na pagkakasetup dito. When Mind Freak saw, there was one player onto CT or T-spawn side. He just popped the smoke and let Jing do the rest and do the work. Ganun ka-engage itong mga players ng Paper Rex. Alam nila, kaya nila makapag-trade at kaya nilang puwestuhan na maiipit talaga ang Fnatic. Anyway, moving forward, this is round 21.
Dami ng rounds no? 21 rounds, para. Hindi, man. Dapat kanina pa tapos to eh.
Di pa rin sila nakakabuelo. At least dito, buy round na nitong Fnatic right now. And I feel like there's gonna be a Sage.
Tinamaan yung Siko ngayon ni Durkee. Pero but still, that is a trade-off na ginagawa nila. And that is a kill na ginawa ngayon ng Paper Rex dito sa Fnatic. Pero but at least talagang meron pa naman silang revive here, just utilizing every utility that they have. But Alpha all the way from B, they have no choice but to go here in A instead. Jeng, mga kaibigan, with the kill onto one. Pero Jeng, we're gonna use that Roomba dito sa may labas. Pero ang problema, sana dito lang sa may A main. Pero okay lang yan kasi si Jeng, ang importante, he got complete utilities pa rin naman talaga. Yes, except that Roomba. Pero meron siyang damage ngayon. Pero this is showstopper again from Jing.
Na-cancel!
Oo.
Na-cancel ng KO!
Oo, tama na. Tamaan siya nung 0.0 KO. And walang choice ngayon ng paper na lumaban na lang kahit dalawa sila. Alam nila na lamang na ngayon ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. Ayun lang, si Alpha nakapatay pa ng isa. Mindfreak mag-isa. Mindfreak catching one. They're trying to go over the second one right now. Pero dalawa ang kalaban niya. Best winnable pa to. Meron siya pang hati ng mundo. Pero gagamitin man na yun. Meron tayo doon sa may Jenny. Meron din tayo doon sa may baba. Wala na siyang stars at all kahit isa bes.
Exactly. Wala na nga stars. Can really set up the site itself. At the same time, hindi talaga sisilip at all tong Fnatic. They're really waiting for him to go down. He gets the first kill! Walang trade-off na kasama pero nakita niyo na kung saan magagaling si Enzo. Tataguan lang to ni Mindfreak and he might be able to get a kill here. Kaso natamaan siya ng Hunt. Sisilip dito. He still managed to get the kill! Mindfreak! Mindfreak was able to secure the match point!
Mindfreak! Popping off with a 4K into this game mga kaibigan. Walang pera ang Fnatic. Oh no! Kalahapay lang sila men!
I really thought this is going to be on the side of Fnatic. First of all, this entry that they have, actually, Paper Rex had complete control over this already pagdating sa site na to, Vil. Ang problema nga lang nila, after that showstopper was popped out, biglang may null or biglang may suppress from the KO itself. So hindi nila in-expect yun. That's why Jing was put into position kung saan kaya agad siyang patayin. At the same time, yung mga tao sa Heaven anticipated na rin ng Fnatic dahil nga walang makapag-utility dahil dun sa suppress na meron sila. And that just goes to show how Mindfreak is just a crack player at this point.
Yeah, sobrang crack talaga with the double seed sa dulo. Pero ang ginawa na talaga ni Jing dito, I mean, wala siyang choice eh. I mean, yes, na-cancel out siya. And you need to make the most out of it. Probably gonna use all your firepower just to deny the possible push sa kalaban mo. Oo, hindi nga lang niya nagawa. Pero at least, diba, we are really not expecting that would happen. Pero sa totoo lang, nung nakapatay na siyang dalawa, si Mindfreak ngayon, nagkaroon siya ng tsansa. Kasi nga, medyo meron siyang idea kung nasan yung dalawa. Kasi wala silang pupuntahan eh. I mean, for sure, kakapalad ng spike and naririnig niya yung mga footsteps ng mga kalaban niya. Alam niyang nasa hell yung isa. Pero syempre, ito lang din yung malaking problema. Kasi nung na-kill niya si Boaster, sobrang sayang kasi hindi nag-swing si Enzo. Kasi if ever bigla siyang inisiwing ni Enzo, you're gonna be dead.
Millisecond, miscom yun actually.
Oo. 10-11 yun, man.
Nakaabang kasi siya sa may hell eh. Hindi in-expect nung Fade na bigla na nga mamamatay yung kakampi niya, hindi niya na na-tradean. Pero ito na naman.
Oh my God! Kanan mo! Kanan mo, Jing!
Siya rin ang mamamatay dito. Alphager was able to secure the kill pero mayroong isa nasa likod. Hindi na nila ma-outplay itong Fnatic na ginagawa nila kanina pa. And at least nakapag-heal yung Sage, nakapag-heal pa si Alphager. Buhay na buhay pa sila.
Masyado kang matelok ka, pero yun nga lang for a second mga kaibigan, catching one. Wala na silang initiator ngayon. Well, they still have Davai. I mean, sorry, Davai tuloy. They still have Mystic anyway, sorry. Pero but, si Alphager, 3 more ulti orbs for him to get that revive if ever na makakuha ba siya niyan. But the players of Fnatic will go here in A instead. I mean, maganda yung position ngayon ni Davai. Meron pa siyang nade, meron pa siyang flash dito if ever. Pero at least medyo kakaroon talaga sila ng problema ngayon. Pero dahil sa pop flash yung ginagawa ngayon ni Mesic, will take down Davai right now. Pero Forsaken will catch one with a headhunter. Meron pang rendezvous out dito mga kaibigan, Forsaken. If ever nakapatay siya ng isa, mambaw talaga agad. Wala siyang choice kundi ganoon talaga gawin niya. Pero nga, Seas will not gonna catch anyone right now. Pero they have no choice at all but to go here in a commit lang talaga.
Sisilipin niyo pa rin.
Nagkasilipan na nga dito and Alpha will get that information, will get that kill on to Benkai. 1v3, can he still do the same thing that Mindfreak did a while ago? Benkai mga kaibigan, kompleto pa sa HP yung mga lahat ng kalaban niya. Prowler 1 out, isang Prowler na lang ang meron siya. Kailangan niya i-save yan, kailangan niya gamitin yan sa kailangan na day. But Benkai knows na meron tao dito sa may hell. Oh no, tatlo pa ang kalaban niya. Benkai catching one, but Durkay with a swing. 10-12 at buhay pa ang FNC.
Was trying to bait using the Fade utility here, which is the Prowler. Nahanap niya kung saan yung ibang mga players from the gunshots itself. Makikita mo na kung saan magagaling. But at the same time, natuto na ata ang Fnatic sa pagkakamali nila kanina. Sabay-sabay tayong mag-pick. Kung lalaban tayo, sabay-sabay tayong lalaban. Now, 1 by 1, and Fnatic was able to secure this round yet again. Aside from that, na-pick up din kasi nila agad dito si Jing eh. Nasama siya sa flash dun sa mid. Kaya hindi niya napatay yung Sage. Pero kung sakali man, sure kill yun eh. Bulag din kasi yung Sage.
Hindi yung laking problema, kaya nga nakita rin natin na sobrang hirap din silang manalo din doon. Pero oh no! Diyos ko po, buntik na sumabog yung utak ni Bowser dito. Pero Forsaken gonna push in. Forsaken, mga kaibigan, kailangan niyang mag-back out, man, kasi paulit-ulit na lang ginagawa yun. Napasok lang sila ng pasok tulad ng ginagawa ni Jing, tulad ng ginagawa ngayon ni Forsaken. Pero at least sa Forsaken meron siyang rendezvous out. And if ever lang nakapasok si Jing, ang kailangan lang niyang gawin is commit, kasi hindi na siya makakalabas doon pag ginamit niya yung satchels niya. And syempre, pag pumasok siya, kailangan meron siyang mapatay doon. Kasi if ever wala, compromise na ang posisyon ni Raze ngayon. And mukhang babalik ata sila, mukhang fake back ata ang ginagawa ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng Fnatic. But for a second, mga kaibigan, natamaan talaga ngayon ng Tony Prowler. Pero at least meron naman siyang rendezvous out. Davai, mga kaibigan, gonna push in again! Bakit kayo pumapasok? Mag-antay kayo!
Na-excite, Forsaken na pasilip din. And Enzo was able to pick up on the kill. The thing is, they're slacking off. Nagiging overconfident na rito yung Paper Rex. No, alam nilang meron silang advantage and sobrang ina-aggress na nila to. They've seen the hunt being pulled out or the seize, but at the same time, wala pa rin lumalabas. Benkay, alam na nila kung saan magagaling si Benkay dito because of throwing that utility, and this is gonna be the kill itself. May wall pa from the Sage to secure everything else, but Mind Freak is way too far off to actually make a retake here. Kahit na 5v1 to, medyo imposible na to, partner. I really would say at this point 100% not a possibility.
Yeah. Walang pera ang Paper X walang pera ang Paper X next round. So si Mindfreak wala siyang choice kundi mag-save na lang talaga. I mean, sa totoo lang yung ginagawa ni Davai, isipin mo, man, alam mo nang meron tao dyan, namatay na nga si Forsaken, pero ba't gusto mo pang mag-swing? Isa-isa kayo pumapasok, man, dry peaks ang ginagawa nyo. Ano yun? Yung tipong, try natin, baka may mapatay tayo. Pero wala eh. That is a complete suicide. The thing that you're doing. And syempre, dito naman sa Fnatic, man, isipin mo naman, no? Dami nilang pera. Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang. Pero Mind Freak, he's gonna be dead, man. He's a dead man. Probably kung mapuntahan pa siya ng mga kalaban ngayon niya. Pero mukhang hindi na. At least Mind Freak will catch one. But Alpha. Si Alpha, napatay na si Mind Freak, pre. But still, 11-12 it is. And Paper X got no money, no honey. And Benkay, no choice at all. Bigyan na lang niya mga kakampi namin. sayang yung round na yun. Ano ba, hindi ko sabi, hindi sila nag-throw eh. Naging overconfident lang talaga sila sa pagsiswing.
Yun nga lang yung problema. At least, na-secure nila yung match point, no? Kahit pa paano, kahit makuha to ng Fnatic, this is still going to be an overtime. Ang ganda ng positioning ni Jing. He was able to pick up on 2 kills because of that aggression and the hunt as well. That's such a good kill from Paper Rex. Lalo na they want to take control, and especially on the defense itself.
Shadows traveling.
But now, this is Boaster. Jump peak, probably gonna catch someone if ever talagang may nag-push dyan. Pero ngayon, ang Paper X, mga kaibigan, they need to make the most out of all these guns na meron sila.
Kita
Derke
mo?
got that operator.
Merong aggression na hindi gumagana. Kagaya na nakita natin si Jing namatay pati yung isang player. But when it works, it truly works and it truly shines.
Yeah, yun nga. Yun yung sinasabi natin nung maglaro dito ang Asia Pacific, men. Sobrang aggressive nila. If ever meron sila napatay, tuloy-tuloy na, bahala na, let's take it from there. Pero yun nga, ang ginagawa nila talaga Fnatic, syempre, textbook plays, all they gotta do is wait. Then after that, wala silang ginagawa ditong mga any cheeky strategies right now. Talagang all they gonna do lang talaga, syempre, is kumuha dito ng mga impormasyon. Pero Forsaken, hindi ko alam kung ba't hindi pa namatay si Derke doon. I mean, hindi naman alam ni Derke na meron tao dun sa
Rendezvous siya, Bessie.
Oo nga, siguro naramdaman na niya na binabaril siya. So, at least nag-out na siya. Pero sayang kasi hindi siya na one-tap. Pero alam, Benkay! Friends on your face! But Enzo knows what's up. Maganda yung judge ni Mindfreak ni Divine dito. If ever pumasok si Enzo, oh no, you're a dead man. Pero but no, tumatalon! Bakit ka tumatalon? Pero meron pa silang oras for the spike. Forsaken from up top from heaven. turrets above! We're gonna take him down! Oh no! Enzo, hindi ka pwedeng magkamali. Yung kalaban mo si Mindfreak kasi Forsaken pa. Pero Forsaken getting revealed. They know it already. At hindi alam ng Paper Rex kung nasan si Enzo ngayon. Meron pa siyang hunt. But Enzo, medyo wide na yung swing niya. And Mindfreak, nasa iyo ang bola. Kung panalo na kayo o merong isa pa.
Ay, tinuloy. Halfway na ang pag-defuse. Alam niya kung nasaan, no? This is gonna be Jenny play, but it's still gonna be Mindfreak winning the engagement. A 1v1 situation here, and they managed to win game number 1. Hindi pa sila magkakasama niyan.
Dude, ang ganda nung game, diba? Sobrang ganda nung game na pinapakita nila. We never thought who's gonna win that. And the ginagawa...
si Poster.
Hindi ko alam pare, pero...
Naka-shorts lang siya. Tingnan mo yung replay. Ano yun? Buff ba yun?
Naka-shorts nga lang siya, no? Malay mo, mainit dyan, diba?
Mainit yung laban
pero but still
Kailangan mahanginan.
Kailangan nilang mag-usap-usap ngayon kung paano ba nila makakabawi next game, men. Sa totoo lang, sobrang nagwawala na yung mga players ng Paper Rex. Coach, huwag ka na magalit kasi panalo na naman kayo. Pero at least, di ba, ang ginagawa ngayon ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan, it's just they are taking the shots that they need to take. Kasi once again, parang you're gonna miss all the shots that...
You know what I love about this map, about this game 1 right now, is the fact that hindi nagpabully at all ang Paper Rex. They really tried pushing and pushing. Look at this positioning from Jing. He was able to capitalize on that positioning with the help of a smoke from Mindfreak, with the help of a hunt, and then there goes the kill from Jing. Just that certain aggression na kapag gumana na, sobrang punishable talaga for Fnatic's side. Anyway, pagdating sa mapa na to, I'm just gonna say this can be a clean 2-0 VIL. Yung next map natin, Bind yung lalabas, and I really feel like Yoru is gonna pull out the Forsaken. Forsaken is gonna pull out the Yoru here.
I'm actually really gonna be excited if ever nangyari yun because this is gonna be the first time na makikita ko yung mga kaibigan. Ipakita nyo kung paano nyo tinalo ang Team Secret. Medyo masakit sabihin, pero isipin nyo lang Team Secret at tong Fnatic, mga kaibigan. I mean, for the side of Paper Rex right now, nanalo sila dun sa mapang pinili ngayon ng Fnatic, and maglalaro naman sila ngayon dun sa mapang pinili nila. Medyo delikado yun, men. The side ng Fnatic, kailangan nila mag-usap-usap yun because everything is actually not in their favor right now. Yung mga natalo nilang round, man, sobrang awit nun, pero hopefully makakapag-comeback sila dito sa game number 2. First to see a game number 3 na most likely, let's see if ever mangyayari yun. Pero yeah, we're just gonna have a very, very short break, mga kaibigan. After the break, it's gonna be Bind here on VALORANT Masters. Kami nga pala ang Tamods at kami ay babalik.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. obnoxious, acting like feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you have had an opportunity to grab a beverage, take a nap. I don't know, because there's
Take a
no...
nap?
Yeah,
Take a
after
nap?
that game, I needed a nap, okay?
That's called getting old, Golden Boy.
Maybe, but that was an incredible game, and I was genuinely blown away. We have a lot to talk about, so we're just going to go ahead and jump right into this here, because, you know, Mimi... There were just so many plays, so many plays that happened in this game, and we tried to whittle them down, and we just couldn't because there's just too much.
There was so much happening in this map. I mean, Alpha was having a fantastic game. Mindfreak was having a life game, like the casters were saying. But I think the biggest overarching thing was just the back and forth between these callers. This game was going in either direction pretty much every other round. It was PRX controlling that pace with so many forward plays on the defensive side, but then Fnatic finding those answers. But a few of those plays that really shocked us were these ones out of PaperX, and particular in the retake spread.
This was ridiculous. I mean, the tempo of which this entire round was being taken is up to 11. And I think PaperX were not challenged in their previous matchup in this tournament in terms of just teams being able to keep up with the pace. Maybe that's not a fair claim to make, considering that they did go the distance in the other map. But between both of these teams, it has just been non-stop adaptations on either side. I mean, we were going to build a 30-minute post-map segment. We needed to like slow ourselves down and cut stuff back because there was so much to talk about with these teams in terms of how they're playing and the tempo, the pace that gets brought to it. Jing with a lot of these set plays that was occurring as well, and Fnatic with the adjustments over the top of it. And yeah, it's so back and forth. The economy was in dire straits almost the entirety of the second half.
Yeah, it was insanity, and so much credit given to Jing because he was the guy setting that pace. His team sets him up so incredibly well between Mindfreak on the Astra and also the supportive line with the initiators. That the Fade play in particular was so good from PaperX to allow this guy to be fighting forward. I think of that one setup where they're fighting for A main. They go into their own smoke up top the wall, spray through off the haunt. So many creative set plays being brought out, and I think myself and I imagine others too were a little doubtful that they'd be able to keep up that pace versus Fnatic, but they did it, and they won the map off of it.
But you know who's the player that I want to talk about?
Who? There's lots.
Mindfreak.
Okay.
That's right.
Why is that the
Mindfreak?
He was an absolute
Mindfreak, because it is our Horizon high-speed moment, and we are going to just talk, Bren, about the Mindfreak. This guy, just the clutch that he pulled off after a it's just like everything that you think you know, and he throws it out the window, man.
A 1v4 from Mindfreak in this situation, and he plays it with impeccable, impeccable timing.
Utility options.
No utility options really at all. But I really cannot stress how intelligently he played every single moment of this. He doesn't open himself up to these angles. The Haunt comes out here. He waits until it's about to expire, so his positioning is revealed for but a moment, and it's enough to fake out Enzo in terms of where he should be placing with his crosshair placement.
Yeah, and again, you can just see how much it means to the people watching this team. I mean, Mindfreak, what an incredible performance out of him. This is like some Marv stuff. This is some Mako stuff. You don't expect this from Mindfreak, but he is showing up when it mattered the most for PaperX. It wasn't just that clutch, but so many moments where he's just finding the consistency. Jing is the one to create the space to find those early aggressive moments for PaperX, but time after time, it is Mindfreak following up and winning massive rounds when it gets down to the wire.
Some might say that Mindfreak was a magician in that game.
What?
Because of Chris Angel? Come on, maybe.
It's lost.
You
it's
both
lost
suck.
on me.
Anyway, moving on. I know at least 5 30-year-olds knew what I was talking about there. Let's
Are there that many 30-year-olds watching?
That's a target audience for VALORANT GP.
Maybe the people in the green room are watching.
This is the Aim Lab shoot around, and it's Durka with the offensive crosshair. If you want to use this, go ahead and scan the QR code that's on your screen if you too like to play life on the wild side.
Or just download Aim Labs and play with a nice, normal, honest crosshair. Yeah, I mean, Durka, he had a solid map in map number 1, but it wasn't jaw-dropping, and I don't think that's because he was playing badly. I think it's because the style of PaperX is just really tough to counter when you're on the chamber. I think the best time you'd be facing them as a chamber player would be when they're running the Neon, but here, when it's the raised double satchels and the util to follow it up, it's really difficult to op, and we saw Durka struggling with that.
Yeah, well, now we're going to be moving on to map 2. It's going to be PaperX's pick here on Bind. And again, this is another one that was like, what? Like, you know, you have the choice, you have advice. It's just wild that we're going to be going on Bind here against Fnatic.
Yep.
And PaperX chose it.
I love watching Fnatic on this map. They have been innovating. People have been stealing their tech, their Viper Molly lineups to apply pressure this way, that way, and they're up against PaperX, who also have so many different looks on this map. And I really, really, really hope we get to see the Euro from PaperX, because the way they play it on this map, Mimi, you brought it up earlier. There is no team like it in terms of the way they implement Euro into their overall game plan. It's like they play as a hive mind when Forsaken plays the Euro. It is always being supported.
It is absurd as well, because that's not the sole duelist. They run the Yoru plus the Raze on this map, so you get the insanity from Jinx double satcheling in, and that is combined with Forsaken off of a pop flash, normally from the breach of Benkai, TPing in. Normally it's that front truck TP that we see from him so often. Teams know it's happening. Teams know what is coming, but still no one has really been able to counter him out. They're 7-0, the record on this map. Both these teams, I think, are two of the best bind teams in the world, if not the two best in the world, but they have completely polar opposite ideas of how to play the map.
You have to have confidence the size of grapefruits to pick bind against Fnatic. And that is exactly what PaperX did here. We're waiting for the agent select in a moment. We don't know what we're going to be getting here from either team. But, Bren, you're right. I mean, this is... to me, this reads as like a PaperX that is just saying, "Oh yeah, you're good at this map." So are we.
They have so many different. They have two different looks as well that they like to play on this one. So it's a difficult map to prep for if you are Fnatic.
And they've been successful, both of them.
Yes, and I think the thing that I love most so far about this series and what it's delivering is that it's been incredibly close, and it hasn't been due to the downfall of any particular players. And now, are we going to see it? That's the question. I'm going to stop talking because I'm looking at Forsaken. My eyes are glued to that one position. Is he going to be playing the Euros?
All right, well, this is your Prime Gaming Agent Select. Mimi, let's see what we get locked in here.
I think it's happening. This is normally the comp they play around it with Divide on the Fate. Yeah, there it is. They lock it in. I'd expect Jing to go into the secondary duelist of that race, and that he does. So setup is that double duelist duo of Forsaken and Jing. They're going to be insane on the attacking side to take space, but on the defense as well, look for Forsaken with those fast rotations, sending those fake outs through the teleport, making it really difficult for Fnatic to understand where he is in the mid-round.
All right, well, it's now time to jump into the action. We're set for map 2, so let's send it back to young Tomathan of Business and Mitchell E. Mann. That is their God-given name.
At tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa game number 2 sa bind ng Fnatic versus PaperX. Ito nga pala ang VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. At dito naman tayo ngayon sa Copenhagen together with my co-caster right here, ang aking partner na itatago ko na lang sa pangalan na Talyer. Pero yeah.
Talyer? Kahapon terror lang ako, ngayon Talyer na. Ang daming pabago-bago dito sa, ewan ko dito kay Vil. Pero anyway, let's jump in to map number 2. This is gonna be a very intense matchup that we're gonna see. Nakita na nga natin na 1-0 ang PaperX. But moving forward,
si
PaperX, nilabas na nila si Forsaken.
Ito na si Uroy, mga kaibigan. Galit na si Euro, ladies and gentlemen. Marami nagsasabi, anong Euro? Gusto ko Euro eh.
Hulaan ko yung play, Bes.
Ano?
Kapag ang PaperX nanalo sila sa pistol, sa second round, ipupush nila yung TP out dito sa may showers. Tapos iba-blind ni... Sino ba to? Basta merong magba-blind dyan. Tapos huhulihin nila, iipitin nila. Promise, ganyan maglaro ang PaperX. Tignan natin kung gagawin nila this time.
Sige, tignan natin ngayon. Pero ito I mean, this is the first time na mapapanood ko ang ang Euro ni Forsaken. So, galit na sila. So, syempre, makikita natin na if ever talagang pwede gawin. Pero calendar kayo mga kaibigan, that's gonna be a very painful engagement na rin din because Dirk is super low right now. He's literally 1 HP left pero kailangan niyang mag-move away because of the aftershock na papasok lang dito sa may short mga kaibigan. Pero Jeng waiting on that corner, probably mga kapatid pa siya isa. And now that is the swag already from Jeng! We're gonna take down one and Davai will end one as well. And ngayon double pick up pa rin lang gawin dito mga kaibigan. Parang Davai na makita yung isa. Pero Diyos ko po si Davai, mas malaki pa yung crosshair niya kaya sa dreams ko. 5v2. Op, anong ginagawa mo dyan, Enzo? Ba't ka lumalabas dyan sa may huka? Pero nga lang, Boaster lumalabas pa. And Boaster with a 2K. Dahil tatlo pa ang kailangan ng patiin. Boaster is super low. Wala na siyang utilities ngayon. At wala siyang choice kundi pumunta dito sa may A. Meron pa naman siyang oras, however. So, pwede pa talaga niyang ma-plant yung spike sa totoo lang. Pero mapaplant ba? At hindi na!
Grabe naman yung kongkas na yun. Saktong-sakto. Perfect na perfect lang. Para dito sa isang natitirang miyembro ng Fnatic. And it's a clean 1-0 right now. PaperX, syempre, makakabili sila for this next following round. At tignan ko kung tama ako sa hula ako, no? Excited na ako actually eh. Laki ng crosshair pala talaga, no?
Oo, laki ng crosshair niya, men. Mas malaki pa yan kaysa sa dreams ko eh. Diyos ko. Ang sabi nga ni Davai, Vil, nilitan ko na yan.
Oo, nilitan ko na nga yan para sa'yo eh. Actually, full screen yan.
Oh, yan na yung mini version, wag ka mag-alala. Kasi
pahapyaw na lang yan.
Oo, kasi yung Riot nagreklamo, akala daw kasi nila, nagtutrol ako.
Hindi ko sinabi ko, 'di ba? Ito na yung mga TP outplay nila pero hindi nila pinupush ng matindi. 'Yun ang pinagkaiba. Kung Asia Pacific to actually, typical play nila, pinupush talaga nila yung TP out na 'yon.
Oo, talaga literal na papasukin talaga nila yan, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, pumapasok-pasok na naman sila. Pero wala muna makikita sa Forsaken muna. Pero that is a gate crash already from Forsaken. And probably he's gonna go ulit dito sa may short. Pero they need to go in already. Ang ganda ng mga aftershock na nilalabas ni Benkay dito. It's literally sobrang on point. Oh, wala siya nababawasan na isa. Pero grabe yung AUE damage or area of effect na damage siya pwedeng ilabas nun. Booster is low. Pero
he's gonna die.
Kailangan niyang gumalaw dito. And for sure, he is gonna go bye-bye as well. And that is the hunt. Huwag gonna get denied. Pero yun nga lang, Forsaken. Diyos ko po, Sheriff lang ang gamit niya. Nakapatay pa ng isa. Na-flash pa yung lahat ng kalaban niya. Pero Jeng, mga kaibigan, we're gonna edit it. We're at 3K, 2-0 already. Lamang ang Paper Rex. And syempre, makikita natin ngayon kung paano babawiin ng Fnatic to kasi meron na silang mga arep.
Grabe yung Paper Rex, no? Wala silang idle time the entire time na yung buong mapa gumagana or the round time was running. Literal, every single few seconds, may lumalabas na utilities. Once the smoke comes up, nilalabas nila yung smoke as well for a short. Aside from that, the movements of Paper Rex is very active na hindi mo talaga mababasa kung saan sila magagaling at all. Very slow play from Fnatic, obviously because of an eco disadvantage. But this time around, full buy na sila. Ito na yung sinasabi kong push play na ginagawa dito typically. And Forsaken yung lumalabas dyan kasi may pan-TP out siya.
Yeah.
Yun, balik lang kapag walang nahuli. Balik.
But right now, wala silang choice kundi just take all the chances na pwede nilang makuha. If ever na meron silang i-commit na shots, probably gonna do it or probably not. Pero at least Enzo, medyo delikado yun. Binili na yung decoy. What if gagawin kayo na Forsaken, akala niya decoy pero hindi. Bigla-bigla na makikita mo, biglang sumarap sa'yo yung decoy.
Binaril kayo, no?
Oh, you can actually do that though. Pero
malay mo. You never know.
Oh, Diyos ko po, sa Forsaken, mga kaibigan, he's super open. Dito sa may A, Alpha gonna go in already and just trying to use all the utilities na meron siya para makabawi pa rin dito kahit paano. But Enzo, we can plant the spike already. And that is a trailblazer si Pico. Naghahanap ng kalaban na dito and apat pa ang kalaban niya dun sa may city. This is gonna be really hard for him to do that retake kasi nakaset na yung mga polusyon ngayon ng Fnatic and that Prowler will gonna catch one. Pero Jeng gonna push in. Wala siyang pakialam sa nararamdaman nila. And Jeng, pati sakit dito ng aftershock talagang kinain niya. Tatlo pa ang kalaban niya and Jeng gonna push in. Dito naman sa may showers. Tapos na ang short showers naman ng Nyx. Hard not gonna catch anyone right now. Pero Boaster, Diyos ko po, makakuha siya ng kill dito and Davai already knows na meron tao doon sa may showers. But Enzo gonna take one down, 1v2. Hunt will be denied. Davai gonna push in. Hindi na nakita yung isa. Pero walang choice si Davai kung hindi mag-save. 2-1. But sobrang ganda ng ginawa ngayon ng Paper X. Apat ang namatay dito sa apat ang namatay dito sa Paper X pero tatlo naman dito sa Fnatic. So, ang kalaban ngayon ng Fnatic is syempre yung mga full buys na hindi nila makukuha ngayon. Full armors and Vandal or Phantom, hindi nila makukuha ngayon for sure.
Hindi man nila fully na-convert yung bonus round na meron para sa side ng Paper Rex dahil sa Fnatic pa rin napunta yung round. It made them, basically ginawa pa rin nilang sobrang expensive para sa side ng Fnatic, no? So half armors lang for two players here and that is gonna be Boaster as well as Alpha Jer. Benkay already preparing kung ano man yung utility na gagamitin niya kung sakaling mabilisan ang entry meron dito. Kasi maaga-aga yung ginamit na Prowler. But anyway, just a fake out here from Forsaken as well. Kung kanina, masyado silang hyperactive when it comes to pushing, this time they're changing up the pace. Very slow muna tayo. And Paper X is just willing to wait.
They need to wait a bit para syempre hindi sila ma-catch off guard. Pero Alpha will take one down already. Forsaken not gonna live any longer here in this round. kailangan niya makabawi ito rin siguro probably next round. I mean, wala siyang pera ngayon for, next round, if ever. But still, Durkay gonna push in with the pain shells behind that tube. Mind Freak, again, dito lang sa may smoke, nagbabantay lang siya if ever meron pa siya may kill dito na mga hunt if ever. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, meron pa tao doon sa may likod, walang namatay doon sa Showstopper. But still, Davai will get that trade-off right now. Mind Freak catching one, but Boaster again with all the things na kailangan nilang gawin. Boaster with a swing out, catching one. It's all up to Benkai. Meron tao dito sa may taas, pero isa yung natamaan dito sa fault lines. Pero that is a triple peak that Fnatic did. Sobrang ganda nung pagpipeak nila. Literal na sabay-sabay. That is the synergy na meron ng isang team na walang gumagawa ng pang sarili niya lang. If ever na may gagawin yung isa, why not let's do it together?
Natuto na sa pagkakamali kanina eh. Doon sila natalo nung game number 1. Yung mga pick-offs na hindi sila nagkakasabay o nagkakaroon ng miscom or misplay from Fnatic's side. But so far, they're playing it really cleanly. And the scary part about this of both teams, kung gaano kakalmado yung mga tutok ng mga to. Isipin mo, this is the master stage already, but it seems like how they play it out, they just want to make sure every shot will connect and everything is perfect. Kalma lang, kumbaga. But Paper Rex right now, they are on an eco disadvantage. Merong hawak na judge dito si Dirk and they have complete control over lamps already. They might be going in on site, but Forsaken is also in. Pumasok yung flash na yon, kaso nga lang nag-miss yung shot ni Forsaken. This is another chance for the rest of the team. Hindi pa rin napaplant ang spike. There's a Roomba that's coming in on lamps. Merong masaspatan dyan kung sakasakali man. And this is gonna be the race going down with just a stinger. Meron na ring pain shots na ginamit and the Nightfall has been executed. Napatipi out yung mga players dito ng Fnatic. Go B ang sabi nila.
Wala silang choice at all. Kailangan nila mag-blow yung at paano, but at least a Jing. I mean, that is the stinger. That is the best stinger gameplay nakita ko ngayon for the whole Masters. Really working out so well for the players of Paper Rex right now. But Mind Freak, they need to retake side a B already. But Alpha Jer, mga kaibigan, he's revealed already. Pero Boaster tries to take down one. But that is, again, Mind Freak ending the lives of the players of Fnatic. Na kahit stinger lang ang gamit ngayon na Paper Rex, puso pa rin talaga. Nakakapatay pa rin yan. The heads of these players. Literal na thrifty pa nila kanina. Really thought that Fnatic will actually secure that round. Pero but still, nagulat na lang sila na merong isang taong naka-stinger na literal na iniinis sila. Nakakala nila makakakuha sila, but Jing no. Jing says no. He got the utilities. He got all the kills. And literally capitalizing every single shot that he did.
All because of the help of the teammates as well. Walang space si Jing doon kung hindi siya gagawan ng Paper Rex. And they were able to do that. At yung hyper-alertness, hyper-activeness ni Jing dito, ang daming nadadala sa lamesa ng Paper Rex talaga. Kumbaga yung Neon na kulit, si Jing kahit race, kayang-kaya niyang gawin. He's just very much present the entire rounds and the entire maps kahit A or B.
On to the game. Right now, Fnatic, kailangan nilang maghanap dito ng bagong strategiya para syempre makabawi dito kahit papano. Kasi literal na if ever na manalo pa dito ang Paper Rex, sa Fnatic kailangan nilang kabahan ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, that is Mind Freak though. Pero if ever na mag-Nightfall, yun na nga, if ever na mag-Nightfall siya, hindi matatamaan si Mind Freak. So wala silang idea at all. Na merong tao dito sa may smoke. Diyos ko po, nalikuran na nga ng isa. Pero pag sila nakapatay pa rin si Mind Freak, pero nga si Enzo, mga kaibigan. With a swing, will take down one. Pero Davai, winning on that corner right now, wala na silang pang utility ngayon. Meron pa silang Nightfall though by Enzo. Kailangan nila iba to yan sa malapit kasi delikado kasi si Davai nandiyan lang sa Gedli. Pwede pa siyang mag-seize kahit papano. Pero at least may smoke. Ang ganda ng smoke dito. Pero pag kumalaw ka dyan, patay ka. Kita yung paa mo, Davai. Oh no. Nasa nung kalaban mo, Diyos ko. Sa likod mo. And that is Enzo will take down one. And Davai doesn't know kung nasan pa yung tao na yun. Ang ganda sana ng posisyon niya. Pero naikutan siya.
Ang talino din ng Fnatic eh, no? Talagang walk kung walk. Literal, walang magpaparinig kahit nasa loob na ng site, hindi pa rin nila napansin. At the same time, the Cosmic Divide was set up exactly the way they wanted it, na makakapasok sila completely at site. Talagang napunish ang mga players ng Paper Rex, pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Forsaken can still manage to make a play here, but he chooses not to. Kaya magsisave na lang siya ng kanyang barrel. But it seems like gusto pa ata hanapin ng Fnatic kung nasan si Forsaken.
Yeah. Man, mainit yung ginagawa ngayon.
Sayang talaga pwesto ni Davai, no?
Ng Fnatic, man, sobrang sayang talaga kasi literal na naikutan siya. Sa totoo lang, if ever kumano siya ng konti, doon makikita ni Enzo yung paa ni Davai doon sa smoke na yon. Pero at least though, I mean, nakabawi ang Fnatic kahit paano. I mean, that is actually a huge mishap to be honest. Kasi nga, doon sa Nightfall ni Enzo, hindi nila alam na meron pala naglalakad doon sa may bilong kasi nga nakasmoke lang din yon. So, ang ginawa ni Mindfreak literal,
ganda na sana ng
siya
ipit.
doon sa likod ng smoke. Actually, ang mag-a-anchor nun is yung Raze, pero sayang lang din talaga kasi hindi na-capitalize masyado ni Brimstone doon.
Especially how Enzo played this round. If napatay agad to ni Davai, it's not gonna be big of a problem na ganito kalala, no? But Enzo was able to play it out exactly the way that he wanted to. Hindi man niya alam na may tao sa likuran, but in the end, sinuwerte pa rin siya. Dahil, because of the usage of the Haunt, napatago lang talaga rin si Davai. Now, Paper Rex, they are trying to see kung ano magagawa nila dito. They're on a timeout right now. And I feel like yung mga picks nila dito, ang ganda na sana talaga eh. Naipit na nila totally yung players ng Fnatic sa may long B mismo. But it just didn't push through yung plano nila na meron. I feel like the Forsaken Jing combination when it comes to the flashes and the kills from Jing is just a perfect combination to obliterate people who are important for the side of Fnatic. Lalo na pag pinili nila pumunta ng B because hookah is just like a no-go.
Yeah. Well, pwede natin sabihin, partner, this is not the same thing na nangyari nung naglaro ang Paper Rex and Team Secret back then. Probably, siguro ang Fnatic, meron silang idea na baka ito ang labas ngayon ng Paper Rex, itong Yoru na to. Kaya pwede natin sabihin na medyo nabasa nila yung mga pwede nilang gawin ngayon sa mapa na to. Kasi, well, pwede natin sabihin na nagulat ang Team Secret nung nilabas ni Forsaken yung Yoru niya. So, hindi nakapag-prepare masyado ang Team Secret doon. Pero Fnatic, they're well prepared on what's gonna happen dito sa bind na to. Kasi ang bind naman hindi naman masyado pinipili na Fnatic. We can say na isa ito sa pocket na mapa nila. And for sure, if ever pocket nila to, isa lang ang strategy nila dito. Isa lang ang mga agent pick na ginagamit nila dito. Kasi sa isang pocket map, mga kaibigan, hindi ka naman talaga papalit-palit ng agent. Kaya mo nga yan hindi pinipili kasi nga meron kang special na composition dyan. And 5v3 onto this round, partner, I think this round is gonna go in the favor of Fnatic if ever mapatay pa yung isang player dito ng Paper Rex. Meron pang chance ang Paper Rex pero maliit.
They still have a showstopper. You never know. Malay mo, biglang magdikit-dikit to. Etong 3-4 na players sa may A-short. And then si Jing, ang una nilang masaspatan dyan. And ito na nga yung mangyayari, no? I think the showstopper will help out if he managed to get one kill. But it's not the situation right now. Davai was able to pick up on one though. At kahit pa paano, nakakuha pa rin sila ng isang kill dito. But still, hindi pa rin nila na-convert yung round. Honestly, this is just a loss for them.
And now, Benkai.
Inasim kasi nila tong long eh.
Ilang beses na ginawa ng
Steam Beacon, Forsaken, sige push.
Ilang beses na ginawa ng Paper Rex yan though. Pero at least 'di ba, ang meron dito sa Paper Rex best, malakas ang attacking nila. They have the Brimstone and they have the Breach. Kahit sino isama mo basta may Brimstone and Breach, napakalakas talaga ng attacking. Samahan mo pa ng Forsaken plus Jing. Diyos ko po. Ito ang duo delubyo ng Paper Rex, tandaan nyo. Kumbaga, if ever gonna compare that dito sa Pilipinas, para silang si Gian tsaka si Jin. Yan yung ano nila. Yan yung laruan nila dito sa Pilipinas. Pero this is the first time na lamang ang Fnatic Pero makakapitalize pa ba nilang advantage na yan? Makakuha pa sila ng maraming scores or Paper Rex can actually shut them down after this round kasi nga wala silang pera ngayon. Mag-half-buy lang sila ngayon. Wala silang choice. And when we all know Paper Rex na pag wala silang pera, nagugulat na lang tayo na doon sila nanalo. Mataas ang win percentage ng Paper Rex na manalo sa Thrifty. Lalong-lalo na nung last round.
Lalo na defense pa sila.
Oo.
So, ang gagawin nila dito maganda pero mukhang gusto pa rin talaga nilang mag-push, no? Itong Prowler and Forsaken is already here on the TP itself. Typically, it works out, but let's see what they can do with this. Boaster already setting up the smokes. Nakongkas na rin siya dito, or rather, pinul na nga lang niya kung sakali man meron talaga nagpo-push. This is gonna be Forsaken peeking, pero may tulong mula kay Alphager on the corner itself. Masyadong aggressive ang playstyle ng Paper Rex, and napapunish lang sila paulit-ulit. And the thing is, nothing to lose naman pagdating sa round na to, but Benkai has a Vandal here. Sayang naman.
Davai with the Sheriff and Benkai with that Vandal. This is gonna be really hard for him kung talagang papasukin na tong A side. But Davai, mga kaibigan, trying to be really cocky. And might as well, I mean, what if makakuha siya ng shot to mga, what if makakuha siya ng kill doon, and that is a win already for him. I mean, high risk, high reward plays na ginagawa ngayon ng Paper Rex. Well, at the same time, wala naman talaga siyang pera, so he can actually let this round be. Kung ano man mangyari dito, edi let it be. But Fnatic 1v5, this is gonna be a Hail Mary play for the players of Paper Rex if ever na talagang lalaroin nito, ipapanalo to. Pero Benkai committing onto that round, committing onto that engagement. Kahit namatay siya, at least meron siyang napatay na isa. Pero in terms of ekonomiya, Diyos ko, ang Fnatic, napakadaming pera. Pag naglaro to sa game number 3, isipin mo, game 1, baka nakabandal pa. Malay mo.
Di nyo alam. Di ka
Davai
sure.
operator, mga kaibigan. This is interesting, to be honest. And let's see kung ano pwede ilabas si Davai dito. We all know na si Davai, he's really unstoppable with that operator. But can he spot one?
Wala.
Merong chance.
Walang tao sa bilong eh. There's no one in bilong. They're going for an aggressive peek there using the operator, pero lumabas. Si Kuya mo Forsaken, narinig niya yung showstopper, pero hindi pa rin siya patay. Hindi pa tapos ang lahat dahil invulnerable nga siya dito because of the ultimate. Tamang-tama lang yung timing. Dahil napakatalinong gumalaw ni Forsaken. Nabuhay at nag-survive pa siya doon. The flash comes in, and this is gonna be an orbital strike. Forsaken from behind! And it's gonna be a TP out. He's repositioned again on the site itself. Benkai was able to secure one more kill, and Mystic is left alone.
Hindi alam ng Fnatic kung anong nangyayari. Isipin mo, may smoke na, then pagka-flash ni Forsaken, literal na biglang nag-orbital strike si Mindfreak dun sa site na yon, at walang ginawa si Forsaken na pre-fire na lang, potshots na lang, mag-spray through the smoke. Ang ganda, pagka-flash, orbital strike, then after that, spray through that smoke. Ang nakuha niya. Meron siyang informasyon.
First of all, una sa lahat, yung showstopper na yon, sure kill yon. Una sa lahat, pinush niya na yung showers eh. And he spotted some of the players. He stayed for a while. But when the showstopper was pulled out, he used the TP. Bumalik siya doon sa spot niya kanina sa may, kung saan man siya nagtatago sa pocket. So sa tabi lang ng N3. And the thing is, nagamit niya yung dimensional drift bago tumama yung showstopper. Kaya hindi kompleto yung damage na nakuha. Pero tignan mo, grabe naman to.
Na-mitigate yung damage on partner, pero Mindfreak, mga kaibigan, will gonna take one down, pero that is the trade-off na ginawa ngayon ni Durkee. 4v4 Forsaken needs to be really careful na papasok dito kasi wala siyang idea kung nasa ba yung mga kalaban niya. And now Durkee needs to check all the corners, needs to check all the sides, because what if andun si Forsaken? Because now Forsaken, nagsisimula na yung Forsaken na inaantay natin ngayon. Yung Forsaken na kilala natin na maglaro ng Yoru na sobrang explosive, and that is the thing that Paper Rex wants to happen, partner. Kailangan nilang mag-pop up si Forsaken dito para syempre makabayo sila kahit paano. But Davai will gonna go down to the hands of Alpha, but still Jing, delikado siya dito kasi natamaan pa siya ng Seize. Mga kaibigan, he's super low on HP, natamaan pa ng Nightfall. There's no way, medyo mahirap to sa sitwasyon ng Paper Rex, but still 1v2 Forsaken best. This is winnable. This is winnable for the side of Forsaken if ever. Pero oh my God! Men, wala silang idea na nasa likod si Forsaken. Nagulat na lang sila, nabigla silang namatay in just a span of 1 second.
Alam mo kung paano siya nakarating dyan? He was actually able to set up a TP on Kaya siya nakatakas, una sa lahat, kaya siya nakatakas dito sa positioning na to dahil may TP siya all the way to the side of showers. Sa A, kaya nga nakapag-rotate siya eh. And walang tao doon completely, kaya inikot niya na lang all throughout hanggang makarating siya ng long. It was a 1v1 situation because one person was planting the spike. Mas malaki at mas mataas ang tsansa ni Forsaken in that positioning. And he just took the perfect timing, right place, right time for Forsaken. Jason, ang galing mo!
Jason Derulo. May kurot pa sa dulo eh.
Jason Derulo.
Jason Susanto. Pero, I mean, matindi pinapakita ni Forsaken dito. Medyo nagugulat ng mga players ng Fnatic if ever.
Ano yun?
I mean, yung mga plays nila. Kasi that is the number one problem if ever nakalaban mo ang Yoru. And if ever Yoru ka, you really need to play na talagang sobrang unpredictable. Kailangan
sobrang unpredictable niya, men.
Oo. Kasi
yung
hindi
TP
mo
niya
alam
kasi
kung saan siya pumupunta.
Maaga niyang sinesetup yun eh. Simula pa lang ng round, nakasetup na yun sa mga TP.
May
doon
cooldown
sa doon sa mismong teleporter, nakasetup na siya kanina pa. So anytime that he wanted to use it, he could just go TP out of the situation. Ganun lang napakadali. Para kang may rendezvous. Pero buong mapa.
Oo. That is actually the full map control na ginagawa ng side ng PaperX if ever. Pero the Vi, yes, medyo nagka-problema lang siya dun sa unang operator na gamit niya, namatay lang din siya. Pero right now, kailangan na makabawi kahit paano, and slowly and surely bumabawi na rin talaga ang PaperX dito mga kaibigan. If ever matalo dito ang Fnatic, meron pa naman silang konting pera next round, makakabay sila kahit paano. Pero that is the wallbang na ginagawa nga ni Jing ngayon. Jing, catching one, that is huge already. Namatay na yung full map control na meron sila because of that Astra. Pero at least, that is the Viper split na meron si Alpha. Kailangan na muna nilang malaman kung saan pa talaga sila pupuntang side. They can actually go there in A, if ever nagkaroon sila ng space. Go there in B if ever talagang nasira nila yung mga posisyon ng mga players ngayon ng PaperX. Pero ang ganda na posisyon ngayon ni Mindfreak, nasa loob siya ng smoke mga kaibigan, nag-aantay lang naman siya na papasok dito, and Mindfreak already knows. Pero Diyos ko po, kitang kita na huli ni Alpha si Mindfreak na nag-Yu-Gi-Oh! Ko!
Nag-Yu-Gi-Oh eh, no? Nakalabas yung iPad. Iba na kasi generation ngayon, naka-iPad na yung Yu-Gi-Oh eh. Pero Jing secures that kill as well. Hindi nakapag-plant ng spike dahil nga rin sa delay ng aftershock. But anyway, mapupulot pa rin nila dito yung spike. Forsaken already getting a kill. Here may tumalon pa on the TP itself. Alam niya yung pwestuhan ng isang player dito. At the same time, isa na lang yung nawawala. And that is actually Enzo. He's left alone here, Derken, right now. And Derken will just be punished like that. Hindi na kailangan makita ni Forsaken kung nasaan yung kalaban. All he had to do is wait for the hunt from the Vi and secure the kill.
And again, Forsaken, meron na naman siyang ultimate dito, bes. Makakakuha na naman siya ng maraming impormasyon dito para malaman niya kung nasan ba yung mga kalaban niya, and syempre, para syempre makapag-defend pa ng maayos yung mga players ngayon ng PaperX. Pero ang problema ngayon ng PaperX, mga kaibigan, meron pang Viper spit si Viper dito. So, ano ang kailangan gawin ng PaperX kung paano para mapigilan nila yung Viper split? Actually, si Forsaken, pwede nga niya, ito na gagawin niya. Uunahan niya muna.
Walang problema.
With that ultimate, mga kaibigan. Pero the Vi with that operator will catch one. No full map control again na nakita natin, pero Forsaken, palipat-lipat lang. Akala nyo, nasabi ako, hindi pre, nasa A na ako. And now, meron na naman siyang gate crash dito para syempre, literal na mahirapan pa yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic para malaman kung nasan ba siya. But Forsaken, nandun na sa likod niya!
Yes! Forsaken getting a double kill already right from behind Jing! Fighting for his life. Anime battle lang meron dito, Derke. He will go down in the hands of Forsaken. It's still gonna be a Forsaken map. It is the Yoru pick. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa'yo, Vil. Hindi mo pa ito nakikita and you're finally seeing it with your eyes.
Grabe! So your eyes? Di mo sure kung eyes, pero but still, men. Ang akala nila nasa A sila, naugulat na lang sila. Hala pre, nasa likod ka pala! Diyos ko! Si Benkay tuwang-tuwa! Salamat sa buhat, pre! Yan ang sabi niya!
Salamat sa buhat! Sinabi ko naman sa inyo, kaya nga yung ibang mga teams na kinalaban ng PaperX, binaban ang bind, ladies and gentlemen, because of this exact freaking reason that we have right here. tignan natin kung ano sasabihin ng panelists. Kasi ngayon lang nila nakita to, syempre. So, ipasa natin sa ating mga panelists.
Brandy brought that around. You can really tell that he's starting to vibe, feel himself out there. He's getting those TVs off, and it's working out beautifully for him.
He survived the vibe shift. In that first half, he survived it, and he flourished, didn't he? But I mean, honestly, a centerpiece of the reason that those early rounds were so close was because of Jing. I mean, we've decided to do a head-to-head comparison between two players on the same team in the same map, but just to highlight the numbers that these guys are putting up, Mimi. I mean, it's crazy.
It has been absurd. I mean, for a second, I think it was really getting shut down in the early part of that game. Was doing a lot of just kind of forward aggressive plays, and Fnatic absorbed that aggression really well. But the man who was making up for those issues, those opening deaths, was Jing. This guy, I'm gonna say it, he is the most disrespectful player in Valorant. He does not care. He will push his own nade. He will push through your utility. He will run and gun with an SMG. It does not matter. Jing found so many of these just Jing moments to keep this team in it. And then once we got towards the second part of that half, it was a step up from Forsaken as well. You saw in this one, it was a flash through the TP to support his Raze player from Forsaken. And then we just get crazy TP plays at the end. Fnatic, I doubt they've ever played against a composition quite like this, and it's showing.
Yes, even if you prep for this kind of Euro comp, they overload you with so much utility that it becomes incredibly overwhelming, I think, to even get a clear idea and a clear handle of what's happening at a given moment in time. And now we're moving over to the attack side for PaperX, I believe, which is one of those elements now where they are in control of the tempo and pace. They want to take these execs and these hits. You're going to see some honestly insane stuff as well. If they're going to be playing it like they have in the past, they're going to be prioritizing ult orbs on Forsaken, trying to build this ult up, and using him as like this human recon drone to ping out players and basically follow him with stuns and fault lines for them to set up plays.
And on top of that, even when they don't have the ult, it's going to be the TP in towards front site round after round. You see the combination between the two initiators. The Fade in the Breach will parry util, he'll TP in, and Jing will just be satcheling off it. It's really hard to counter. Fnatic's win condition is shutting down this Yoram.
Yeah, well, of course, we do know that PaperX, they have a plan with this composition. Fnatic need a response, and send it back over to your casters.
The upper final with
Going back to the game. 7-5 ang score natin dito ngayon at PaperX. Dalawa lang actually yung pagkakalamang nila dito, no. And during the time na halftime nga pinag-usapan natin how Angel, one of the players here from FPX side, ginamit niya rin yung Yoru sa Breeze but hindi nag-workout dahil inaabangan yung fake out and mabilis masira tong fake out eh, 'di ba? So, with that, syempre nakaka-position na maayos yung ibang mga teams. Pero tutuloy natin yan mamaya because si Jing mainit na naman. Ginaya din ng Fnatic yung gawain nila dito with a TP out pero sila ang mako-compromise. Now with the two players remaining here on the side of Fnatic, it's Derke and Boaster left alone and they are crawling towards A side.
One enemy remaining.
Optic! Oh, kulang na lang si Forsaken eh, sumigaw na gamit ang megaphone, Bessie. Sabihin niya lang, napapaligiran na namin kayo. Ganun lang sasabihin yan, Bessie.
Pwede yun, best. Nice one.
Lumabas na sila, kamo. Ito na naman, yung mga TP out. May kasama pang fake as well. Jing already going in on towards A. At huling-huli na naman sa akto si Derke na nag-aabang dito sa Gedli. Pasok na naman sila at mula sa baba hanggang heaven, prepared na agad si Jing dun sa mga rotations. Ganito kabilis maglaro si Jing. Parang neon.
Napakabilis sa mga nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Nagugulat na lang din tayo kung sila pupunta. And now Jing. Pag na-ace ni Jing yan, mamimigay ako ng RGX sa stream. Pag na sayang, hindi na kuha ni paring G. Mimigay na sana ako eh. Pero but still Boaster getting that advantage, at least Boaster tinry niya na mabuhay pero Benkai will get that kill ngayon dito sa round na to. Or hindi ko.
The thing is, Jing, with how fast he plays, hindi na nakaka-react na mabilis yung Fnatic dito. Pati talaga, especially yung Forsaken side on the defense itself, parang feeling ko wala nang halos magagawa yung Fnatic dito pag hindi nila na-punish si Forsaken. Aside from that, sino pa kailangan may punish? Si Jing na napakatilok. Silang dalawa lang naman yung gumagawa dito ng mga placement at saka yung mga kills. Yung ibang tatlo, literal supporter lang yan, men. Taga-bato ng Hunt, taga-bato ng Flash, taga-bato ng Concuss. Yun na yun.
Wala talaga, men. I mean, ngayon sa Fnatic, mga kaibigan, meron na silang Vandals, meron na silang Phantoms, pero this is now Jing gonna push in already with a double satchel, but Denzel we're gonna catch one down, pero Jing getting that verticality, getting that high angle plays na ginagawa nila, hindi alam na Fnatic kung nasa ba si Jing, literal na nasa taas siya. Jing mga kaibigan going down with the spear and will catch one, trying to go with the second one right now, but that is Darkai! We're gonna get this head 4v3 right now onto this game, and they're gonna go here and B instead. But Mind Freak siya ang naiwan dito, pero sayang. Makakakuha siya ng maraming kills doon, pero naiwan siya doon, namatay siya doon, men. Sobrang sayang na nangyari doon. Pero si Pico, gonna go into sa may hookah, pero he's gonna be denied by the players of Benkai right now, or I mean Paper Rex. Pero 4v2, Tony Prowler, not gonna catch anyone, pero Davai will catch one. Men, sa sobrang laki ng crosshair yan! Baka hindi makapatay yan! Push ito 2v2! Alpha! Is it a tight spot right now? But yun nga lang, Benkai mag-isa! Maganda yung pagka-plant ng spike, ha? Kitang-kitang ini Benkai, pero sayang! Diyos ko, akala natin makukuha ni Benkai yun! Pero 1v1, pero si Alpha biglang nag-swing out! Grabe naman talaga yung score, 6-9! Nice! Grabe!
Magkakasakit talaga ako sa puso kakanood ng BCT.
Best, alam mo kung ano yung nasa isip ng Paper Rex ngayon? Alam mo yung sinasabi nila sa Fnatic?
Ano?
Sumuko na kayo! Napapaligiran na namin kayo! Sumuko na kayo sa amin tong Vibrate!
Sa amin tong mapa na to! Tigil-tigilan nyo yan! Fnatic, Asia Pacific! Supremacy!
Alam mo, sa'yo lang, ha?
Hopium, mga kaibigan. Alam mo, yung matindi nating isa sa mga analyst dito na matindi talaga, si Morgue. Si Tropang Morgue, mamaya, kakausapin natin si Tropang Morgue.
Sige.
Mamaya, si Jing na naman, Diyos ko! An opening kill and the showstopper will definitely connect to the face of Alpha Jer. Now a double kill right here. Tatlo na lang ang players ng Fnatic right now. 4v3 situation, papasok na naman ang Paper Rex on the site itself. Paano mo ipapunish? Paano mo mapipigilan yung bilis na kayang ihatid ng Paper Rex? Sa kapag TP na naman si Forsaken, na flash pa yung iba pero nahuli siya ng hold dito. On the head, he still managed to get the kill. May isa pa nasa CT. It's gonna be Derke and Bolster left alone.
Oh no, 4v2 mga kaibigan, sabi nito, pre, akin na yung spike, ang dami-dami mong ginagawa, tumitimig pa sa harapan mo. Forsaken, the Pinoy Yoru, mga kaibigan.
Amin na to! Kung nasan man si Derke at si Booster, lumabas na kayo, napapaligiran na kayo ng Paper Rex, itigil nyo na yan! Itigil nyo na yan mga kaibigan, 4v2 onto this game right now. Ito na si Booster, he is super low on HP. Pero Forsaken na push in, pero
oh my God, Forsaken was able to secure the kill. Pero masusunod isang natitira sa city, and that's gonna be Derke. Na-stun pa lahat ng utilities. Nagko-connect!
Oh boss, pati banto boss! Napapaligiran na namin kayo! Sumuko na kayo!
I'm getting me going, guys. Paper Rex is just too good.
Kami na lang gumagawa ng paraan para ma-entertain kami, guys.
Actually, I mean, to be honest, sabi nga pala ni kaibigan Morgue Hillman, the plays from Paper is actually on point.
On point, no?
Yeah, also, movies na ako yung star. Yeah, so did that, yeah. Ako si Morgue Hillman, si Morgue Hillman, pwede rin ako maging si Benton Fo. Mga resources kita namin ang malapagpansat ng Paper Rex.
Hindi ako makakatulog nito. Tigil mo yan, oy!
I'm Fnatic.
Hirapan na naman ako makatulog nito. Ang ganda nung kinas ko kagabi. Nakatulog ako alas 5. Guys, kita nyo naman, lang, diba? Lahat ginagawa namin para ma-entertain lang kayo.
Oo, diba? Kaya
hindi kasama sa TF yon. Kasama ba sa TF yon? Oo.
In my TF, Hindi ka sabihan.
Sorry, Morgan, hindi ka nasabihan? Hindi ka nasabihan?
Hindi ko alam na may TF.
Shucks, kasalanan to ni PPGL. Sorry, minsan ka lang naman lumabas, okay lang yan. Anyway, pushing forward, Paper Rex after that timeout, walang pera ang Fnatic dito, Bessie. Alphager just waiting patiently pero mahuhuli rin siya ng Prowler. Ito na nga rin si Jing, paano siya nakapasok doon? Ang bilis naman niya! Meron pang isang nasa looban at mahuhuli pa rin yan. That's gonna be Mystic. May nakita pa ang Hon. Paper Rex is just completely diminishing the players of Fnatic right now.
Ay nako, bayad na bayad yung binudol ko kay Taylor.
Ganang-gana, 250 lifetime!
Shorty! Oh! Kahit anong shorty mo, walang magagawa yan! Mas mahaba yung shorty ni Forsaken!
Babarangay tayo nito, ang ingay natin.
Anong barangay? Anong barangay?
Ikaw yung barangay.
Wala kaming pakit sa barangay, mga kaibigan, kasi tandaan nyo! Ako yung barangay!
Sabi dito ng isa, kaya daw walang nakukuhang Filipino clips, Tagalog casting clips, kasi ito yung nangyayari sa Tagalog broadcast. Alam nyo na yan, guys! Marami kami, ano kami dito, guys, full cast kami. Alam nyo na, tricast. Anong tricast? 4 yung lumalabas dito sa broadcast namin.
Oh, man! Mamaya lalabas si sino ba? Si KO, si KO.
Oo, si KO. Upgraded na yung natin no? Table casting no?
Oo, man.
Ito na naman, dimensional drip. O, sige.
Ito na. Pumunta sa universe ni Forsaken, hinahabol mga kaibigan. Pero hindi mo naman mahabol yan. Pero Diyos ko po, Forsaken finlash yung marami. Pero Forsaken lumabas ngayon ng dimension mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, wala siyang idea tol na si Boster nasa likod niya. Diyos ko, hinabol ni Boster no? Napakabilis ni Forsaken pero wala siyang pake. Kasi mas mabilis naman yung bala kaysa kay Forsaken dito.
Viper's Pit being set here by Fnatic. Tingnan natin kung makakapitalize ba nila. Kasi so far, hirap na hirap talaga silang i-punish itong mga players ng Paper Rex dun sa mga entry na nilalabas nila. No? Jing just waiting patiently outside of that Viper's Pit. Aside from that, parang gusto pa rin talaga ng Paper Rex. B-site ang hit.
Ay, no.
Saya nyo na naman.
Saya nyo na naman.
Ang saya nyo naman. Baka naman makaramdam kami. Oo, pamilti naman kayo, guys.
Ito nga pala yung Gcash ko. Pero yung si Enzo, mga kaibigan, Diyos ko, nakakatsup-tsup pa na nga dito sa may hookah, mga kaibigan. But Mystic will get that kill. 2v4 onto this game in favor of Fnatic right now. Pero Mystic, maganda yung position niya. Meron pa siyang pecha na pwede ilabas ngayon. Pero yun nga wala siyang gagawin kundi talaga mag-spray and pray for them to take down to 7-11, mga kaibigan. Ang score still in favor of the Asia Pacific boys. Anong naman gagawin, men? Ito tandaan mo, walang gagawin ang mga EU team sa APAC.
APAC, ganun. Yun na lang masasabi nila, Bes, Kasi at this point, Paper Rex is just literally on fire when it comes to doing everything that they can do. And Fnatic, if kaya nilang mapunish to ng completely at tuloy-tuloy, kung ma-realize nila kung ano yung play na ginagawa dito ni Jing, Forsaken, and the rest of the team, malaki ang potential ng Fnatic. Kasi hindi pa naman ganun kalayo talaga Posible pa.
Meron pang chance yung mga players dito ng Fnatic. I mean, kung tuloy-tuloy yung ginagawa nila pero ito lang kalapag ng papag, mga kaibigan, all the way from MOSG with Club, meron pa syempre dito Orbital Sec for them to back it up. Pero wala siya matatama ngayon kahit isa, pero ito yung sagot ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng Fnatic, mga kaibigan, with that Nightfall right now. Pero doon kung we're gonna catch on with the showstopper, napakadami din sila lumalabas din mga kaibigan for second. Let's see if ever makakapatay siya. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, napatay na Alphager. Parang ginagawa natin siguro ng bait yung gate crash ni Yoro. Dito po siya 2v5 right now. Oh no, napakadami lang nilabas sa ultimate pero wala silang napapatay kahit isa. Pero nga lang Davide talagang nakaharap nila yung kalaban niya. Pero Mind Freak, mga kaibigan, siya na mag-isa. Pero that is Alpha defusing the spike already. But Mystic will gonna go down into the hands of Mind Freak right now. Pero ang problema, 4 pa ang kalaban niya. And Alpha Joe, wala siya magagawa. Kung hindi, wag pigilan yung pag-defuse ng spike. Pero sabi ni Alpha, sige, there case, sa'yo na.
Partida na, kumbaga. Yan na lang masasabi dito para sa side ng Paper Rex. But so far, the hyper-awareness, hyper-activeness that we are seeing a while ago, syempre, nababasa na rin ng Fnatic kung paano ba yung ginagawa ng Paper Rex yan. Aside from that, they also had the showstopper, which obviously, kahit hindi mo nakikita yung kalaban, has a big range and also will connect to the players if you have the game sense enough to know kung nasaan ba ang mga players ng Paper Rex. And they knew that. They got 1 kill over that showstopper and the rest was history.
Nasa YouTube ako, guys. Hello sa inyo.
Nasa YouTube ka?
I mean, ito, nasa YouTube na stream. Lahat
Sabi,
ng nanonood sa Facebook, Twitch, at sa YouTube at kung saan-saan man. Yung mga nag-watch party sa Discord, hello!
Alauna na! Sama-sama pa rin tayo dito. Ano masasabi ni Ben? Sa mga kaganapan dito. Ni Tropang Borge.
Well, at least makikita ko talagang sobrang naulog sila. Sa bitag, wala silang nagawa.
Nahulog sa bitag?
Kita nila yung pagkakamali ng kalaban nila at wala silang nagawa kundi i-capitalize lahat ng mga manis na ginawa ng Fnatic.
Thank you so much, Ben. Ayun na nga, sabi nga ni Ben, nahuli sa bitag. Ito mga players ng Paper Rex, lalo na sa Fnatic side. And kung mapapansin nyo, unti-unti nakaka-adjust ang Fnatic. It's from the previous 2 rounds that we've seen, they finally got those rounds in. And kung makukuha nila yung momentum dito, it's still a very much possible comeback right now. Jing, already pushing in. Gamit yung Roomba. Alam nilang merong nag-aantay dyan. Nightfall being used out, punishing the players with the pain shells. Pero wala rin naman. Hindi sila makakalabas so far because Forsaken wasn't able to pick up the kill onto Derke. Bolster instead killed them off. Mind Freak though, nakakuha ng isa. Ito na yung mga Prowler. Nagkakangert-ngerte na pero ang daming smoke sa loob ng site.
Oo nga, Diyos ko po, kinakat ng 7 lives yung mga players ngayon. Pero nga, Lebeco ng Phantom Spike already. Naitanim na ang kamote mga kaibigan dito sa may A. Pero Jing, nagbabatay lang dito si Tony Proud mga kaibigan. Kasama pa yung mga Chinese Sky. Ang daming lumilipad ngayon. Jing, nagbabatay lang dito sa may close, dito sa may short. Pero that is Jing! And Byron, we're gonna take down 2. 3v2 mga kaibigan ng Enzo. Nakachamba pa ng 2 kill. But it's all up to Benkay mga kaibigan. Nakakuha pa ng RGX Vandal para syempre maganda yung skin niya. Pero the clock is ticking already. Ang ganda ng fault lines ngayon. Pero makakakuha ba siya ng kill ngayon? Pero at least meron pa siyang aftershock, Bes, ha? Meron pa siyang aftershock. Delikado ngayon mga kaibigan sa aftershock already. Delikado kasi hindi talaga sila makakapag-defuse. Natap nila pero hanggang dun lang yun. Benkay 25 seconds in pero Enzo
abot pa.
Will finally gets his head. Aabot yan, pre.
Ang lahat na ng delay nilabas ni Benkay. Unfortunately, stuck talaga sa positioning na yun eh. He didn't have a choice but to stay on laps, use up the utilities, the aftershock, and the fault line as well. Unfortunately nga lang, hindi siya nakaikot, no? Doon sa kabilang side, kahit pa paano, at least mababaluhan niya yung ibang mga players from the other side of Lamps right here. Pero nga lang, na-stuck na talaga siya. No choice, kumbaga, kundi silipin yung mga nagde-defuse ng spike and just to delay the hell out of them until he can. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Now, eco disadvantage ngayon ang Paper Rex.
Mainit na mainit ang pinapakita ngayon ng Fnatic and syempre, no? Nga, biglang dumami. Akala namin wala pang gising eh. Oo nga, yung pala tahimik lang pala kayo dyan. Silent watcher kumbaga. Nag-aantay lang kayo ng mga
alam ko,
katatawanan na marinig dito eh.
Meron din diyang mga meron din diyang mga silent talaga viewer. Since pistol round naman, obviously this can go on the side of Fnatic anyway. Pero si Divine na lang natitira dito. Anyway, maraming silent viewer talaga dyan, Bessie Wap. Yung mga hindi nagko-comment sa PPGL o kaya sa YouTube o kaya sa Twitch, alam ko maraming sumusuporta ng VCT. Lalo na dito sa Tagalog cast. Maraming salamat sa inyo, guys.
Maraming salamat, Samnita, sa inyong lahat. Salamat, thanks. Peshekula, thank you.
Kamsamnida. Salamat, thanks. Dankeschön.
Maraming salamat sa nanonood.
Walang naman, Ben. Ben Tumbling.
Will C. Taylor.
Will C. Taylor.
Ayun.
11-10. Magkakadikit na naman yung score natin. Kung kanina natapos tayo sa 13-11, this can go the same way as well. Pero hindi pa natin alam kung kaninong side. Paper Rex or Fnatic. Mukhang nasa-shutdown na rin kasi nila. Si Forsaken, pati yung Jing Blaze.
Pero natin sabihin na gano'n na yung nangyayari. Alam nila kung saan pupunta si Forsaken dito. Kasi syempre, kailangan din talaga mag-adjust ang ginagawa ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. Pero kung napapansin nyo, sobrang dikit ng laban ngayon. Syempre, if ever hindi naman mangyari, if ever manalo ang Fnatic dito, sa Haven tayo magkikita, hindi nila alam, mapa pa rin ng Pinoy yun.
Forsaken time, Borkum time.
Borkum time,
Pinagsasabi
walang
nyo.
Forsaken time.
Wala ka
Ano ka ba?
bias.
Ano ka ba?
Ito ang patience.
Sila
Best.
magka-champion dito.
Ito na yung play. Satchel
Ito na,
in,
kalapag ng papa.
showstopper. Bag. Tumama yung showstopper. Pasok si Jing, pero mapapatay rin siya ni Bolster. Meron pa isa nasa corner. That's gonna be Bolster na corner. The Vi. Able to secure one. 3v2 situation. Lawang ang Paper Rex ng isang tao. Huwag ka munang tumawa. Nagkakasawa ng play-by-play.
That's the first time na sinabi mo yun, Bes. Kasi sanay ako na ako yung nagsasabi nun.
Hindi kasi ako
Pero I'm
nakahagaw
so
ng
proud
joke.
of you.
Ngayon lang.
Okay, meron na akong kilala. Pero ito si Forsaken, mga kaibigan. Taking one down. It's all up to Enzo. Enzo Ferrari, ladies and gentlemen. Pero Diyos ko po, kailangan mo tumingin sa long. May huka, may long. Enzo, 3 bala. Kala mo naman talaga kaya. Kahit ilabas mo yung haunt mo hanggang buhay, patay ka. 12-10, Paper Rex, isa na lang. At champion na tayo.
Woo! Galing nyo talaga, Team Secret.
Last talaga, grabe. Grabe.
Ang ganda naman ang haunt na yun.
Muntik na. Grabe.
Di ko na kaya, tapusin nyo na. Nababalaw na kami ni Bill.
Tapusin nila guys, marami na nagreklamo.
Marami na nagre-reklamo ang barangay dito. Ang ingay namin, tapusin nyo na, please. Ay, bagong round na pala to. Akala ko replay pa rin, pero match point na nga ang Paper Rex. Nabasag agad yung ating Roomba. Derke, waiting patiently on the corner right here. Z's not connecting to anyone, but Jin swings out. Derke was able to get the kill instead. Tatlong players tong mag-swing. Kaso nga lumabas yung flash! Hindi nga lang umabot. Lumabas yung flash, tapos wala siyang pambaril. Besi Wap, 4v3 situation. Nightfall being set out right here. Becca waiting patiently on the corner, pero syempre detected pa rin siya dito.
Alam nila kung nasa si Benkay, mga kaibigan, na train na nilabas ngayon ng Hon, pero 4v3, winnable pa rin ito sa side ng Paper Rex kahit papano. If matalo ang Paper Rex dito, best walang pera sila next round. Pero ang Fnatic, manalo o matalo, syempre, pag natalo sila dito, it's over. Pero pag nanalo sila dito, meron pa naman silang pera. So pwede talagang maging 12-12 to if ever. This is like just the same thing na nangyari kanina. Sobrang dikit ng laban. Is this gonna be a map pick curse dito sa dalawang
sure win
teams
na to, Bes. Feeling ko Paper Rex makakakuha ng round na to. Makakabuelo sila ng maganda-ganda pagdating sa entry. Mamamatay kasi itong nasa heaven. Nakita ko na to sa replay, guys eh.
Tapos na to, guys eh.
Tapos na. May smoke pa, 3. Tandaan mo yan, Bessie Wap. Ito na yung smoke.
Ito na yung smoke. Daming ecoms, mga kaibigan. Literal na
suchup-chupin sa niya. No? Ayan na.
Chup-chup. Ginamang bulalo. Pero ito si Mindfreak, mga kaibigan. We're gonna plant the spike up. So wala at makikita si Tony Prowler ngayon. Pero tamang season din talaga kay Mindfreak. Hindi siya pwede lumabas. Pero meron naman siyang orbital strike dito. Kung ako sa'yo, Mindfreak, ilabas mo na yung orbital strike mo. Baka malakas pa ng iba yan. Ito na si Mindfreak, mga kaibigan. Pero ayaw na ng orbital strike. Kasi gusto na mag-ecoms muna, pre. Para syempre, literal na nakangiti siya pagkatapos ito, pre. Pero ito na orbital strike. Oh, dahil kayo lumabas ka dyan. Mamamatay ka dyan, pre. Pero super low on HP. Mindfreak ka. Mindfreak ka.
Hindi tapos ang laban. Pero lumabas at nag-swing out sa Derke. It's gonna be over really soon and Naces! Paper Rex!
Ang hirap mag-play-by-play tapos bigla ako na-mute ko yung sarili ko sa Discord! 2-0 already! Score naman kayo kahit isa! Ang sabi ng panel, malakas na yung Fnatic, pre! Parang di naman!
2-0! Tandaan nyo yan! Asia Pacific!
Booster, kahit magubag ka, hindi ka mananalo!
2-0 ang score natin. Tandaan nyo yan against Fnatic na sabi nila, pinakamalakas na team daw.
You are powerless! Wala sila nagawa, pare. Ano masabi mo, Morgan?
Nasira na yung up ko.
Easy game.
Easy game? Si Omen, pre, may gusto ding sabihin. Sabi niya dito, easy.
Sabi naman. Sorry.
Congratulations, Paper Rex, for winning this match away. Alam na natin, nakita na natin. Kasi nung nakuha nila yung game number 1, sure naman talaga itong bind na to eh. Ito yung strongest map nila, Vil. Kaya wala talagang makakatibag. Bumangga, gibak.
Oo. Wala eh. Literal na sinagasan! Sinagasan sila mga kaibigan. Walang nagawa yung mga players ngayon na Fnatic.
Na-shot sila, guys.
Partida 2v5.
Oh, 2v5 ang sitwasyon pero sila pa rin ang nalaig.
2v5. Then 2v5 partida yung tatlo di pa nila kasama. Grabe! Tino mo si Benkay, kinuha na lang niya yung kaduo niya.
69 pala ang number ni Benkay, no? Nice.
Nice! You know, kaduo nila guys. Edit
Too
na lang,
easy
edit na lang.
for Paper Rex, ladies and gents. That's finally it. A 2-0, a clean 2-0. Pasok pa rin sila dito, obviously, pagdating sa brackets natin. And they still have the chance, again, to win Masters. Baka ito na talaga ang panahon na Asia Pacific ang mananalo sa Masters.
Diyos ko po, yan ang makikita natin ngayon. Asia Pacific ang mananalo sa Masters at Pinoy ang mananalo sa LCQ at Pinoy ang mananalo sa Champions. Malapit na malapit ang LCQ mga kaibigan sa August 1 and August 7. Pero syempre before that, tapusin muna natin tong Masters and kitang-kita naman natin Besiwag na talagang literal na sumaabog yung mga utak. Pow! Gumanon yung mga utak ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. Nagulat na lang sila na akala nila nandito si Forsaken. Yung pala nandito. Hindi nila makita kung nasan siya. Literal na unpredictable siya.
Anyway, it was a very, very fun game. The first map that we saw, the second map, it was just complete dominance control that Paper Rex can bring to the table. Labanan ng control and Paper Rex just basically won it in each single map that we played right here. At gusto ko lang sabihin na pasensya na kayo kung medyo makulit kami sa gabing ito. Pero napakatindi talaga nung match na yon. And congratulations of course sa ating representative from Asia Pacific, which is Paper Rex. And excited na ako malaman kung ano sasabihin ng panelist mamaya.
Yeah, syempre, sabihin na naman
Fnatic best team daw.
That is phenomenal. Mga ganun sa mga sabihin nila for sure. Eh, no?
That's bloody lovely. Mga ganon.
Oo nga, lahat na ng bloody sasabihin talaga nila, men. Pero at least, diba, nakita na natin kung paano makalakas. Syempre, nanalo ang Paper Rex dun sa pocket map nila, which is syempre ang bind. Well, apparently, dito lang sa Fnatic, they're gonna go down dito sa lower bracket, mga kaibigan. Once again, you are watching VALORANT Masters. Game number 1 pa lang to. Meron pa naman tayong game number 2. Once again, we are cast for today. My name is Phil alongside me, Telestrator. See you again bukas. Pero, kita-kits tayo sa susunod pang laban. Yeah, bye-bye.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
And lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
Jump up, shake it, and get down, get down. Shake it. And get down. Shake it. Get down, get down, get down. Jump up, get down, jump up, shake it, and get down. 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 Jump up, jump up, jump it down. Jump up. Shake it and get down, get down. Yeah.
cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
I think it's time for the main course. 2 upper bracket matches, 4 of the world's best teams. VALORANT Masters Copenhagen starts right now.
Paranoia online anyways, so he doesn't mind about being powerless. What a timing from MindFreak.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Let's go!
One enemy remaining.
And once again, MindFreak is going to win it. Paper X, they have taken map 1.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
What? Forsaken is there again.
The upper final within their reach, grand finals within their sights. Paper X close to reaching new heights.
One enemy remaining.
The shots land and Divide delivers. Paper X are going to the upper final.
History has been made, excuse me, for Paper X as they are making the top 3. But I also think it's safe to say that Bind probably should never be played again if you are going to face off against Paper X.
I thought you meant just generally.
That statement, I thought you were just going to end it there.
I
thought this was your new call to action.
I think
Bring back Split.
I think you just know.
No,
like,
I mean,
against Paper X?
Against Paper X, because they have so many different looks at it, and they look so good at it, and they will force you to play to their own tempo as well. I mean, this is the thing that you always got to be scared of, I think, when you go up against a team like this.
I mean, you saw it in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. It's just the fun that this team is having. Even in these high-pressure matches, they're just chilling out. They're vibing. They're having a good time. And it shows through in their gameplay. The pure confidence, particularly from Jing and Forsaken, was wild.
Yeah, and here are the stats here for our MVP breakdown. Jing, again, was a tyrant out there. But to Mitch and Tom's credit, right, they were talking about Alfier and the performance that he had. And also, by the way, it's not done for Fnatic yet. They still have a lower bracket run, and they're going to terrorize that for sure.
I think Fnatic did have a good grasp in terms of what they wanted to do to shut down this kind of composition. Forsaken was first steps a lot early on in this map, but he ended up turning it around for them. But they definitely had a semblance of an idea of how they wanted to slow down, because the Euro is the centerpiece. This entire composition is how the plays are made. Unfortunately, you have to be more than on top of your game. You need to be just on top of the world to stop Forsaken when he's playing like this.
And I think Fnatic was on top of their game in that second half in particular. I think Buster had a great understanding of what Forsaken was doing.
Absolutely.
There was quite a few rounds where it was maybe a little bit of overheating, a couple rounds where the TPs were getting denied, anti-flash being set up from Fnatic and it not being allowed. But still, despite those issues, despite Fnatic having the right game plan, Forsaken and Jing just kept doing what they were doing. That's what makes them different than any other duelist duo. They run into a brick wall and they just knock it down. They just keep on going. It does not matter to them.
Yeah, if Forsaken had a banger of a matchup, exactly what you want to see. And, look, I mean, everyone from Paper X, they all contributed equally to this victory, right? It's not just one player.
Sure.
But you really got to appreciate the way that these set pieces play out for them, Bren.
They have so many different looks.
Yeah, and it's like every single round, and there were times I even said, I was like, it's like exhausting to watch them play. I can't even imagine playing against them.
You can pull from so many different rounds for their own set plays. I mean, how Jing and threads the needle there, I'm not too sure. But they're so clean in terms of their execute as well, the positioning and how they want to use their utility to go for these wholesale pushes into the sites.
Yeah, and I mean, we say set play, but I think these are setups that are being called on the fly. It's the flexibility that their star duelists give them in this one, right? You realize there's a heavier presence towards long. Ult there. Have your showstopper ult on through. Yeah, it's excellent. And
I feel like this is a bit of redemption for you, GB. No?
Yeah.
Is this
Someone understands.
This is a boomer reference, right?
This is it. We have made it. Sean Gares, we made it, Poppy. We got the Chris Angel reference on the stream. I'm flanked by Zoomers who just do not get me.
All I know is that MindFreak, he was a magician that game. That person certainly
he looked like
a magician, right?
He was following the magician tropes. He had doves.
Or maybe MindFreak just really likes being well-dressed and having pigeons.
Yeah.
Doves? Birds?
I mean, doves are pigeons.
This is too much.
Yeah.
Before the break, though, we asked you guys to cast your vote for the in-zone player of the match. Now, remember, guys, it's not a popularity contest. The votes are in, and Jing wins. Jing is not, and I think that's justified. I think it's justified. He was a force to be reckoned with in this series.
Although I think MindFreak may have been marginally robbed in this one. I feel like his performance in map number 1 is how they were able to close out with a 2-0. Ascent really did come down to some super close situations, and it was that guy's clutches coming through.
I would have loved to have seen like a timeline graph of like the amount of votes coming in for Forsaken over the course of the series, because it must have been just going, oh, like, I mean, if you could vote for it over the course of the series, because he had so many ups and downs over the course of it, but at the end of the day, you could give it to any of those players. Jing deserves it, though.
Yeah. Now, we did make a call to action earlier for my man Durka.
Did we hit it?
Because I'm trying to get him to 100,000 followers because he deserves it. He was actually fantastic in that series. So here it is right now.
That's a good increase.
This is a great increase.
Wait, what was it before?
I think it was like around 85,000. So this is the drive for Durka to help him get 100,000 followers, Mimi.
I feel like you're trying to like peddle Girl Scout cookies to me. You have like one of those thermometers filled up with like the money raised and just fundraising.
I will buy samosas for everyone if they...
In the world?
Maybe not.
All 86.4 thousand people?
I will buy a box of samosas and give it to one lucky fan who can prove to me that they follow Durka and that they too have followed on the Durka hype train to try and get him 100,000 followers. That's my promise.
Incredibly generous of you.
Okay, guys, I care that much.
It's going to be a tax write-off in this one. He's writing off his clout that he's given to Durka.
I'm not saying it's a tax write-off, but it probably, Anyway, for more on the match we just saw, let's actually go ahead and send it over to Yinsu, who's over at our Verizon post-match interview area. She's standing by with Mind Freak.
Thank you very much there, Golden Boy. I think we should get Mind Freak to 100K followers as well. I'm down for that drive. Thank you for joining me, Mind Freak. Welcome to Masters. I know you've wanted to play against Fnatic for a long time. How much did it mean to you to face them today and also to be able to beat them 2-0?
Obviously the team is pretty happy against like the results today, and yeah, we come a long way. Like even before this event, like everyone asking on my stream or whoever stream who you wanted to meet, then we said like I always said personally like I always want to say Fnatic, because like I feel they are on top of the Kings. I mean like on top of the EMEA right now. Like they are the first place of the EMEA, right? So like personally I want to test my limit. Is it like am I far away or like I'm a bit there? So yeah, I'm pretty happy actually today.
Well, you've tested your limit because you're not just a little bit there, you're above that right now. So how does that feel?
I mean, I'm feeling great, but it's a competitive anyway. So you win today, but you might lose tomorrow. It's like, so yeah, you gotta keep learning and be humble, I guess.
Of course, today you were only playing next to Benkai on stage. 3 of your teammates were back at the hotel. How has that affected you guys? What was that like? And how has it affected your preparation as well?
Not really personally for me, but it's just funny. Like 2 hours before the match, we found out that Alex and Jing got COVID. So we were like, oh, okay. Then we found out that we only play in the stage only 2 people. It's kind of weird, but yeah, I don't know, I just play anyway. So
you guys had a lot of energy given there was just the 2 of you. I could hear you screaming from the room I was sitting in today. So I can see how it didn't affect your personal performance. And when it comes to your personal performance, you've been at international events a few times now, and we've never seen you hit the level and the consistency you have here. What's been different? How have you managed to perform like this?
Honestly, I don't really know. Like, I don't know what's the answer, but when I came to this tournament, I feel like I keep talking to myself, like I just want to be like chill and don't expect anything and just like play, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, you've been popping off. Now, Benkai said in the past that he thought if it was any team that was going to leave Bind open for you to pick, it was going to be Fnatic. But were you surprised at all that they actually did leave that open for you today?
Yeah, actually we kind of like prepare Breeze a bit, because like Fnatic always perma-ban Breeze, right? So we thought that they're gonna ban the Bind, but it's not. So we just pick it anyway. So yeah, we're kind of happy that they leave the Bind.
Yeah, I don't think any team is gonna leave that open for you from now on. And lastly, before I let you go, you're in the upper bracket final now. This is the furthest you've ever been. DRX, they're still in the tournament, and it's always that matchup we see. You always play them somehow. Do you think they're gonna beat Optic today? Are they gonna be your next opponent?
I'm not sure, but I really wanna meet Optic, because like I've been met DRX a few times, right? Yeah. So it's kind of boring for me. I just wanna play against Optic, because I never played against Optic before. So yeah.
That will be an incredible matchup. But thank you so much for joining me, Mind Freak, and we'll see you in a few days in front of a live audience.
Yeah. Thank you.
That is all from us here. We're going to go to a break, but do not go anywhere because Optic will be taking on DRX right after this.
I knew it was true. Please remind me of what I said. Thick smoke trailing through. Now look at me when I look at you. Cause I knew it was true. It was true. Cause I knew it was true. Please remind me of what I said. Cause I knew. Cause I knew it was true. Thick smoke trailing through. Please Smoke is trailing through.
Imagination, exploration, inspiration, elevation, invocation, affirmation, destination, transmutation, revelation, devastation, simulation, termination, activation, illumination, irradiate with a high vibration. High vibration. Get down with the high vibration. Hallucination, modulation, devastation. Radiate with the high vibration. Imagination, exploration, inspiration, elevation, simulation, termination, revelation, devastation. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. We're in the back half of the day. One more match to go, and here to humor me when I make my boomer references, it's Jess. Hello, how are you?
Thank you for introducing me as a boomer. I thought my baby face would, do a bit of
No,
trickery.
I just think you humor me.
I
You know,
do,
whereas
I
like
do.
I just get shut down by Bren because he just, we go way back, me and Bren. So
That's all right.
he's been
Bren's
shutting me
just
down
cruel.
for years.
Yeah.
It really is. And don't even. Okay, you shut me down too. All right, enough of you. But in any
Yeah,
case,
we're really going hard on this. I just got here. I'm getting whiplash
Jess,
already.
real quick, thoughts
Yo.
on that Paper X match?
I was sitting in the back room, and I have never screamed at a television the way that I probably screamed at that television then. And the makeup ladies were like, Jess,
calm down.
And I was like, I apologize, but that match was unreal from start to finish. So
Oh.
honestly, I'm going to go back and watch it tonight.
It was amazing. It was awesome. Of course, go back and watch the VOD if you haven't had a chance to do so. But let's focus on our match right now because this last match is going to be pitting Korea's DRX against North America's Optic, which is an incredible rematch from Masters Reykjavik, Jess.
It's the only time they've ever gone head-to-head. I can't believe we say this, how out of all of the events these teams have been able to go to in different iterations, at least for Optic as well, that was the first time they went head-to-head, and it was such a close affair.
Yeah, I mean, it really was. I mean, map number 1 being picked up by the side of DRX. It looked like they were going to be closing out, but then Optic rallied in the second 2 on split. It was 13-11 where they closed out. Some great adaptation in towards the later part of the game, and once we got to Icebox as well, that one going in towards overtime, finding really, really close game after close game. But this was old DRX. This was a different DRX. This is DRX when RB was kind of choking a little bit on land, having a slower game where this team was struggling quite a bit. I think they have leveled up since then.
look at the map the round differential on those maps. That's as close as it gets. Look at the last map on Split.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking about that, rallying back, that's like OT to the nth degree.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy that they managed to pull through in that one. So for DRX, we even heard this in that kind of like little pre-show thing when we heard from Optic.
Yeah.
DRX is going to have a chip on their shoulder in this one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And I'm actually glad you mentioned that because our first team that we're going to discuss is DRX. Despite being the #1 seed from Korea, they didn't get a bye. So they've been grinding it out in the groups here since day one of the tournament. Northeption, FPX, Leviathan, 3 straight Jess. These guys have been through the blender.
This is what I wanted to see from DRX, though. I didn't want them to continually just be the APAC slayers. They had to prove themselves against other regions. They had to make it beyond the quarterfinals, get themselves into a top 4 position where I can respectably say a team that is undefeated and constantly coming to events like this needs to be.
Yeah, I mean, the step up has been massive for DRX, and I think that's despite the fact that they're not getting the greatest of practice back home in Korea, but they come to these international events and they really step up. The consistency between the team has been huge.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to bring this up. I brought up the other teams to give you a little reference as to why DRX specifically has been playing at peak performance, not just individually, but as a team. That 50 ACS you saw on that was how the differential between the ACS is right now after all those games.
Yeah, pretty much the best of all the teams that had to play through the groups, but it's not just the consistency between the players, it's a synergy between them as well.
Yeah,
there's a few rounds we had to take a look at here. One of them was just this beautiful retake on Haven. You can see how well coordinated they are. I imagine that's a play that they're calling on the fly. This is an eco round, but it's just so well coordinated. Leviathan just had no answer. It also is the same on their set plays, on their executes when they're fighting forward on sites. This team has always been a structured one. It's always been one with great synergy, but when you have your Jet in RB finding such a good tournament, such an improvement from previous events, and on top of that, your initiator players are popping off, and I mean, beyond that even, I'm just talking about every single player because they're all so good. But
you just list them all,
yeah. But Mako as well. He's been insane in the assists, in the individual play department, in the clutches. He has kept up his form he was showing us in Korea.
Yeah, and that is exactly what they're going to want and need to have here if they want to take out their opponent, because we're going to be moving on to Optic Gaming. They had a bit of a scare at the beginning of the tournament, you know.
They always do.
You know, it feels like deja vu, facing elimination a little bit early on than they would have liked. But ever since then, Jess, this team has looked so good that you have jumped on the Optic hype train.
I did. I ripped up the near airport definition. I rang the, the Webster dictionary, and I said, yeah, remove it from the dictionary because it doesn't count anymore unless you're, of course, speaking about BCJ chicken that we, said goodbye to. So,
chicken.
Yeah, great chicken. But for Optic, that's a completely other story, and they themselves are in what I would consider to be the best form.
Yeah, I mean, if BCJ's chicken, these guys are fine dining. They're continuing to define the meta, and their map was a big part of it. They improved it in such a big way coming towards this tournament.
I mean, look at the picks and bans and what they've been able to ban thus far. Obviously, you can see throughout this tournament, they didn't like the breeze. There's been that few times that they actually switched over to the icebox, which I found surprising, something they didn't like at the beginning of the tournament, and they decided from then on, we're just going to get rid of it. Split was dabbled in there as well. I did a couple of simulations, but I found that the map between both of these teams, because it's incredibly broad, will actually be a tipping point for me. I think if the veto goes the way that I think it might, Optic will have a slight advantage in the map veto, given that they can ban strong maps of DRX, and conversely, DRX would like to ban weak maps of Optics. That actually bodes really well for Optic moving forward.
And it continues to be hard to find that distinct weakness in what Optic shows because they're so willing to counter ban against opponents. And on top of that, they are so flexible in the way they play. There is a few setups I want to take a look at from them as well. And they're all kind of talking about Victor and the Neon and the executes that this team has off of him. You can see, very similar to DRX, it's very well synergized executes. These teams at their current position, I think, are incredibly similar in their style of play. Slow, early in the mid-round, into these really fiery set play executes. And that wasn't necessarily as much the case for Optic in towards this previous event. I think they've leveled up, and the meta shift has been a big part of that, trying to integrate the Fade into some of their compositions, really sticking by this race, but also being able to define their own stuff with those Neon plays I was talking about.
My worry is that you said that Optic have leveled up. I think that DRX have leveled up. Sure. If they're both leveled up from what they've been before. Okay, maybe Optic has a slight edge because they were champions sort of moving in from, you know, Reykjavik. My worry is that this game comes down to micro mistakes. Like, we are going to have to put a microscope on the screen to break down what goes wrong, and if the trades are as tight as DRX keep doing game and match after match, it is going to be really, really long rounds.
It will have to come to those very small, very minute moments, and in that, I think it does come down to some of the individual players. We talked about Mako earlier, but Marv on top of that is continuing to have world-class form. I mean, the setup between those two players on the controller is going to be crazy in this
I
one.
like that you guys said, like, who leveled up more. It's like,
Yeah.
like who's Super Saiyan 2 and who's Super Saiyan 3. You know, that's what we're trying to figure out. But now let's go ahead and see where we're going to be playing for this game. Map select is underway. So let's see.
This is important.
Yeah.
This one's important because
I'm excited.
I don't think Optic should commit to banning Icebox because I actually think that's something DRX would like to get rid of.
Yeah.
That's something like, if they commit to that, then okay. I think that for them, it wouldn't have mattered what their opponents necessarily were going to pick or ban. They themselves didn't want to take that risk because they were first banned. I was wondering who would be first banned, and because Optic was, they couldn't take the risk that maybe their opponents wouldn't.
Yeah, I almost see that as a bit of confidence as well, being willing to float that map on through, expecting DRX to not have something, or expecting them to maybe even have something prepped against that map, supposing that Optic would have played that game of chicken. But with those vetoes through, we do get Optic selecting Fracture. This has been an excellent map for them. I talked about Victor. This is where his Neon really shines. DRX go in for the Breeze, which has been probably their best map this tournament.
Yeah, I was worried. I actually put down in my notes, does Optic get rid of Breeze? If they don't, why don't they? Is that because they're scared of the Icebox? That map will be where I am watching, like with a fine-tooth comb for Optic.
Yeah, and in that one as well, it is where Optic makes big changes to the way they play. It's kind of Ye taking a bit of a backseat, more of a primary role for Victor, playing towards the Jet. It's something that, similar to their Icebox, they only just integrated towards the end of regional competition in Stage 2, and with DRX being so good, I'm a little worried about them on that map, but Bind is our third.
Wow. I'm not sure what to expect of these map vetoes because, as everyone knows, I love to run simulations and everything, and not knowing who was going to ban first, I kind of took a little bit of the gamble that they would get rid of the Breeze instead of the Icebox, and that actually shakes things up considerably for how I view the advantage of map veto now going forward.
Well, you're not the only one that likes to run simulations, because I looked, well, I mean, I didn't really run a simulation. I don't know where the segue was, but this is actually the first time that DRX are going to play an NA team on Bind. So it's actually quite fascinating.
So you're supposing it goes to map 3?
I would really like to see that, and I'm sure everyone at home would like to as well. But first, we are going to have to chill out for a little bit. We got to pay some bills, all right? We broke down the maps. We know where we're going to be playing. All that's left is to just make the walk happen, and then we have some agent select. So that's going to be coming up right after this, folks. Don't go anywhere.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for our last match of the day. It's DRX versus Optic Gaming. Let's meet the players. You can feel the tension with these two teams. Yes, there was some wholesomeness there from Ye. Yes, there was some you know, you got the Mako, you know, hands behind the back, but you can feel it. Everyone knows what's on the line here. This is a big rematch, Mimi.
You know the tension is rising when there's no more dinosaur suits on the walkout.
There's no shenanigans.
It's getting serious here at Masters.
I'm all about the shenanigans, but when you don't have any, that's how you know we're in for a treat. Jess, this is going to be a fantastic matchup, just as we alluded to in the pre-show of this game. Both of these teams have just grown so much. DRX, they've only continued to become better and better and just dominate their region. But Optic Gaming, they have shown us so many layers to what this team can bring to the table.
I am very conflicted on this matchup, especially when it came to predictions. I think I've ended up predicting Optic just ever so slightly, because I think when both teams had leveled up and DRX was able to, you know, sort of grab a map in the last one, I was like, that's close, but it's not close enough. In my books, Optic has taken 2 steps and DRX has taken 1. They're trying to catch up to Optic and they're just not there just yet.
Yeah, and for DRX, we already talked about, there's a chip on their shoulder to win out in this rematch, but for Optic, it's about keeping things clean, defending your title, and I think this map is going to be proof for them that they are the best at the way they play and can continue to be the best in the world, because both these teams run the exact same composition on Fracture. They run very similar styles, heavy on that Neon, and it'll be RB facing off against Victor in a very critical match here, and kind of defensive. Who plays the same style better?
Yeah, that also is just so fascinating, Mimi, because as you're right, they play the same style. We might see some mirror comps with some slight adjustments on a different agent, 1 or 2 here and there. But where do you think that this game is, like, quote unquote, decided? Like, what happens if DRX wins Fracture, for example?
Then it's done.
I don't know. I'm not going to say it's done, but I think it does tip quite heavily in towards DRX's favor if they do win out here. This is the big map. This is the one that is excellent for Optic, that they really should be winning out. And DRX, they are, I think, again, probably the best Breeze team at this tournament thus far. It's a tough map to get right. They have been doing so.
Even more than Guild?
I don't know. I would say.
Sheesh. All right, damn.
Here we go. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what the choices are going to be here for both of these teams. Mimi, what are we going with?
Yeah, it wouldn't expect any changes coming on through. Like I said, both these teams, same composition, just a bit of a different flavor. But wait a second. We go actually over to the Fade choice for DRX. That's a little bit different. They've toyed with a few different comps on this map between the more traditional Optic one and that Fade, which they've ran more recently. So that will be the pick they commit to.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, look, against Darm 1, that was such a good win, but then really solidified in my mind that composition works for them when they were able to dismantle FPX. So, you know, they've done it against a couple of teams. I think it works for them.
Still, I'm not as big of a fan of the Fade when you compare that to having the option of that Breach when you are playing the Neon instead of the Raze. I think Fade is excellent when you do combine it with the Raze on this map, but I think you might just get more value out of the Breach here when you are playing with Neon. It's been great for them thus far.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of people say if you don't bring the Breach, you're trolling. So we'll see if they're trolling or not.
All right, we will see. We're ready to go. So let's send it over to our casters. They have a real point guard and power forward energy. It's Tug and Bala.
Hello guys! Good morning sa inyong lahat. At nandito na nga kayo sa VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. Kami ang mag-atid sa inyo ng Tagalog broadcast. Ako si Riri, kasama ko si Asaray. At ang second series nga natin will be DRX together. At first was Optic. Sabi kasi si Asaray. May sinabi kasing joke bago mag-start.
Hindi, sinasabi kasi namin guys, na surfers tayo, APAC enthusiast tayo, kaya big supporters tayo ng DRX. Iniisip natin kung feel natin na, sabi ni Ray, feel niya na kaya ng DRX na maka 2-0 against Optic. And I feel that it's the same thing din naman. Optic, gotta say, has been somewhat hot and cold. They've won so many of their series, pero it wasn't as decisive as I think you would like it to be. Anyway, si RB, ito talaga, malakas ang kanyang right side. Any case, Victor, magkakaroon sila ng trade dito ngayon. Optic really fighting for this B main agad, Ray, but it seems like it's equalized just a teeny tiny bit as DRX is now looking to go charging onto the B site as the smokes do get dispensed already by the Brimstone and Stax is already coming in onto tower.
Grabe si Stax. Hindi natatakot. Kaso nga lang, kahit hindi siya takot, alam nga na may manggagaling na hindi pa rin nila na-destroy kagad si FNS. May chance pa rin sa side ng DRX para makapag-plant. Pero naghihintay sila kung meron silang malelesen na isa. Pero to, pipilit na nga ni Stax. They just have the control all over heaven side. Pero nga lang, as Marv still tries to make it work, may mga pang post plant para hindi makapag-retake ang tropa natin mula sa Optic, and it's all up to him to make it work. Pero dalawa ang nakatingin sa kanya, pero yan na, masakit ang frenzy, but still hits the shot. Okay, sabi ni Zes, hindi na worth it i-contest pa on the other side at nilalaro-laro na lang na ngayon. Mututututut, sige, maglaban kayo, 1v1, mututututut. Zes gets Marv at 4 na kills mula sa kanyang fade. 1-0. DRX, let's go! Alam nyo guys, please lang DRX versus PaperX yung gusto ko. Bakit? Siyempre, Ipak Supremacy. Talunin natin yung mga EU na yan. Mga EU teams. Tsaka NA teams.
Exactly that. 4 kills para dito sa kay Zest. Grabe. Yan talaga. Ginigrate nga talaga niya ang mga kalaban niya. Equal is, Zest. That's how you get Zest. Ginigrate mo yung balat ng prutas.
Gusto ko talaga masapak ng kaibigan talaga. Di porket birthday ko ngayon, ganyan ka.
Ayaw nga pala guys. Please send sa chat. Happy birthday kay Ray Ray. Gano'n ka na kabata? Pag babae guys, always ask how young are you. Oh my goodness. Never ask again guys how young are you.
Oh my goodness, never ask once again. Napakasama mong tao. Ikaw ba, Asray? Ilang taon ka na? Sa July 20. So, 2 days from now, ay birthday ni Asray.
Hindi totoo yan, guys. Tapos na birthday ko.
In-announce ko na ako na mag-announce. Hindi niya sabihin eh. Oy, gusto mga ngert-ngert, pero buti na lang. Naka-back off ka, so hinabol lang naman pala ni Mako. Walang makakapigil sa APAC plus W yan. Tignan mo, di ba? Hindi nga mabilis maglaro ang mga taga-NA at EU minsan.
Ay! Mahilig sila sa slow burn. Tayo mga APAC, gusto natin hot and spicy. Kaya nga, yun ang paborito flavor ng Chicken Joy. Crashies and Marv na lang matitira dito. But they only got the pistols, Ray. Napakaliit na mga water guns yan gamit sa mga napalaki na SMG ng DRX dito ngayon. Crashies, kin to his name, will definitely be crashing into the side with about 24 HP. There's nothing much left that he can do na lang, DRA dito. I think saving utility is also going to be pivotal. He's actually going to throw out the blade. Never mind. Okay, alam ko mag-throw siya ng flash, but no, not really. That's going to be DRX 2 swift rounds in Fracture. It's always the case pag sa Fracture dito ngayon, and this is going to be the first challenge para sa DRX. How do they deal with these plethora of rifles that Optic are able to purchase?
Sir, itong lineup ng DRX na may fade, anong team to sa PH na ganito? Alam ko na, Oasis. KO sila, tsaka Fade.
So, pala sa Oasis, pag nanonood sila dito na naghahanap ng gym, guys, alam niyo na. Maki-gym na kayo sa akin para may kasama ko. Let's get healthy together.
Wow. Gusto ko nga yung braso ni Asaray eh. Ang ganda na nga eh.
Salamat.
Pero may mas isang paborito niya yan. So yun. Oh, Marv takes on buzz. There's the trade. Ang kalat, hindi ko alam bakit. Basta ganun yung nangyayari. Hey, pero si Mako, alam na kung nasaan siya. But he will be able to get the shot pa. Pwede pa itong maging winnable sa side ng DRX.
Victor flank.
And thus now, ayun lang, may flank. Kaso may spot siya ngayon. Victor takes down Mako. It's all up to Stax. Ay, si Stax to, idol ko to eh. Idol ko to eh. Mapapamahal na ako dito. Ay, Diyos ko po, Stax. Wag! Naku po. Siya pa rin to. Mananalo pa rin siya. Mananalo pa rin si Stax. Clutch. Oh my goodness, sabi sa inyo, it's the APAC ko eh. Alam ko na eh. Pag si Stacks, kaya mahal ko yan eh. Siya yung crush ko sa DRX. 3-0. Ay, Diyos ko po. Sabi dito, di updated yung mubot, nasa English class pa rin si Asaray.
Ay, sorry. Wala eh. Nahihirapan ako mag-transition to Tagalog. Pagpasensyahan nyo na ako, guys. Ako ang import ng Tagalog broadcast. Nanggaling ako sa English broadcast. But anyways, loving that flick. Ay, sabi mo na nga, expected na nga ni Stacks. He was just online.
Oh, man.
Everybody from DRX is absolutely online right now. DRX, my goodness. Getting the picks that they need. They've already gotten 2 on A. But tignan mo kung gaano sila ka-slow dito sa pace nila. They know they have the time. They know they can chill out a little bit. Marv, as always, doing the El Clasico phase style of the Smeeg. Overly aggressing. I think DRX was actually betting for that fact. And now that they found klase dito si Marv, they can now figure out they can now start to move into the site, and they're starting to work their magic onto it. This is good because, again, 1 minute to the clock, plenty of time. If nakamali sila onto sa A, they can always go back, but they still have so much utility, especially with this fade. Now they can clear at so many angles. I think there still also is a dash, the slide, left for RB. So Ye should not be able to punish him, and he will get taken down. Yep, exactly that. So crash na lang matitira. Full utilities though with the Sheriff, but in a 4 versus 1, medyo mahirap to even for Crashies.
Alam mo yung sobrang bilis ng DRX maglaro. Nalilito na rin yung spectator. Hindi mo pa napansin.
Yes, queen. Ganun ang ganun ang fracture. Tanda mo, parang, sabihin ko na parang ganun lang yung nangyayari din pag nagkakas talaga tayo ng fracture. Kasi lalo na pag may fade sa kanyon, sobrang dami nangyayari.
At saka feel ko, sanay ata yung mga spectator na mabagal maglaro yung mga teams katulad ng NA nga tsaka EU. Dito sa APAC, ay nako, dapat mabilis ang mata ng mga observer nyo. Hotel lang nyo kami, bakit? Siyempre, sanay na yung mga observer dito sa APAC na mabilis maglaro tong mga to eh. Kaso, sayang lang hindi ko nakikita yung mga highlight plays, pero sige, ito na yung next na biging problema ngayon ng mga taga-DRX. And that is Ye with the operator. Pero nga lang, ano ba mga katatakutan ng mga taga-DRX kung confident naman sila parati sa mga execution nila. And si Mako still will be planting. 4v4 is on a retake. Alam na nga nila saan manggagaling si Victor magtanggol. Sinabayan na nga ng banig na yon, pero makakaya nga ba ni Buzz to get a win?
Mako!
Stocks! Pero si Mako, nagulat tayo. Biglang nakuha siya ng kill. It's gonna be 2v2. It's gonna be a 1v1 Buzz. Nasa sayo ang baso. Alam na ni Marv saan siya manggagaling. Eh, kaso nga na timing. It's perfect for Buzz once again. DRX takes this. On a map pick to ng mga taga-Optic 5-0. Hello!
Solid ng ginawa doon ng DRX. I love how they played that one. Yes, nakuha nga dito si RB, pero because they forced a shot agad kay Ye dito, and he was forced to TP out because of the null command, wala na sila magagawa. Hindi actually to just give up the site. And Mako, he gave up his life so he can pick up that 2K, and that was pivotal para maswing heavily sa favor naman ng DRX. But again, this is how Koreans play. Nakita na natin to para sila maglaro sa Valorant, obviously with DRX and overall in the Korea region, but this is how they played in the other Riot game, yung League of Legends, na sobrang calculated ng mga traits nila na hindi ka mamamatay para lang sa wala. Ganyan ka efficient maglaro mga Koreans. Speaking of which, RB medyo aggressive nga naman siya, but look at how Mako follows up. Sobrang ganda ng ginawa niya dito. And again, Crashes na lang natitira kasi siya yung siya yung taga-suporta na walang magagawa ngayon. See his teammates fall all around him. And that's gonna be Buzz to finish off the round once again. 6-0, Ray. Mukhang gusto nila na matulog ka na maaga sa iyong napaka-special na araw.
Wala nga akong gagawin sa birthday ko.
Wala mong nag-i-invite. Like, Ray, labas tayo. Hang out.
Grabe, pero I think nung pinakita pa lang ni Direk yung map dito, alam ko na saan nakahihinat ng neto Biriuin mo, ang map dito natin, Fracture. 90% ang win rate dito ng DRX kahit 4 lang yung official map nila na nilalabas tuwing DCT. Tapos second, Breeze. 93% sila sa Breeze. Diyos ko po, yun yung madami silang laban. Yung Bind, I think they kind of work well also on this map. Pero all in all, it's a DRX sided pagdating sa mapa. At ito marami akong kilalang teams sa PH na nakakapag-scrims against DRX. And so far sa mga teams na yon, parating naglalaro ang DRX sa Fracture. Oh, di ba? Alam ko hanggang dun. Pwede na mag-manager sa ibang teams.
Okay. I mean, kompleto mo na ang mga Philippine teams ata eh. Kaya need na pumunta sa ibang bansa. Pero yay! Sabi niya, stay in your own lane, RB. Ako pa rin ang dakilang operator ng NA. El Diablo shuts down the very zesty RB. This will definitely hit DRX's offense. Mako, alam niya ba? Ramdam niya ba? Absolutely not. Victor magtanggol. Siya ang mananalo sa hindi naman engagement niya, pero yung sneakiness. Sneaky-peaky-like. Marv, another shot. Mukhang nangyayari na dito sa Optic. Wala lang. Cut of noise, hanap ng off angle, and mukhang sila ang mag-apply ng offlosion dito.
Ay, hindi pa tapos. Ako, hindi pa tapos sa mga 2v4 na to. Pag DRX, si Buzz Lightyear. Knowing na low pa si Marv kaso ang layo pa nila eh. And, they go with the info first. Meron naman, alam na nga nila kung nasaan. There's just a spray coming in kay Buzz. Nalaman nga nila nasan ngayon si Marv. At 3-2. Pwede pa talagang ma-turn ng tables ngayon ng DRX. Ang kailangan ng nila gawin dito ay hindi sila magmamadali. Although wala silang flash, wala silang ecoms, there's the operator coming in from Ye. Sa iba siya nakatingin ngayon. At sana matimingan sila ng mga taga-DRX. Pero wala na, ipit na to. Ay! Ayun lang! Walang nag-hit! Oh my goodness! Still DRX! Takes it well! And may pang-retake si FNS pero wala naman dyan, di naman nag-plant dyan sa default eh. At ngayon, ang hirap nito, nakapag-earn pa kagad si Buzz ng kanyang 2d4s and DRX takes this. My goodness. Diba? Sa sobrang angas ng laro ng DRX, pati yung mga observers, nag-aalangan na sila. Hindi na. Basta the fact na hindi na kuha ni Ye, alam mo na eh. Yay! Hindi kasi may cut na nag-Ye. Ito, alam mo yun? Wait lang
Sige. Teka lang muna. Mukhang magkakaroon tayo ng engagement na naman sa B main. RB finally finds Victor na nag-overcommit sa site. Look at that spray transfer. 1, 2, and 3. Galing naman mag-count the RB. And that is going to be, again, B site overwhelmed, overtaken by DRX. My kaibigan, as it's left down to Ye. El Diablo, the Devil. As he finds stacks, that will be the denial sa pag-plant ng spike. Alam na nila kung nasa stacks dito. Another try at another go para sa shot dito kay RB, but he has to back away as kinain siya. Nabulag siya ng Prowler. It's a 4 versus 1. 7 bullets and a dream para kay Ye dito. Now knows that Zest is gonna be planting the spike dun sa dice. There's the haunt. Beautiful tap on the shot. They gotta respect yung lethality ng aim dito ngayon ni Ye. And look at how they wrap all around. He has to go to the pedestal of that dice angle. Si Zest ang mauna makakita, and that's gonna be Ye. Drop down. As DRX, hindi pa rin sila nag-drop ng ni isang round. Hindi nila bibigyan ng kahit anong leeway, ng kahit anong space dito Optic para makakuha.
Sunay, ayan na po na. Sinad ko na sa yung video ng cat. Ang cute kasi. Sorry, akin. At ang daming pera ng DRX. Hanggang round 12 may pera to. Sige, go lang. Destroy nyo lang tong Optic, di makakapag-reset to. Thank you sa mga bumati sa atin. Kay Ibon ni Sky, kay Chevin, at kay Clarence. Maraming salamat sa mga bumabati sa amin dyan. At ingat kayo parati. Sana mabuhay pa kayo ng mas mahaba. Nakita mo na? Cute, di ba? Yeah! Sorry. Sisilip to. 100%. Pag ito hindi sumilip, di ako magkakajowa. O, di ba sumilip siya, so magkakajowa. Naku, uy! Manifesting! At ngayon, see you sa Conquest, guys. O nga pala.
Whoa. Bilis
Ginagawa nga nalang
Uy,
taking
yay!
spot yung Conquest, pero buti na lang. Nakuha na niya si Mako this time around. At medyo, hinintay pa kasi nila kagad si RB tsaka si Zest papunta sa may arcade para lang sabay-sabay sila. Kaso nga lang, the fact na wala si Mako ngayon, medyo mahirapan ng DRX around na to.
Medyo nahihirapan nga. Oh, wow. Nag-180 siya. Oh, no. I don't think Ye knows. Stacks, timing. Oh, that's perfect.
Buti na lang.
Okay, hindi niya alam na nakasingit si RB. Nahihirapan siya dito. Yup. There it is. Marv nakaktivate ng orbital strike pero may 30 seconds pa para makapag-rotate if ever man. Pero Victor is coming in for the big flank already. So they need to plant the spike here and now. Ray, 3 versus 4. Stacks might actually be caught. He's gonna be sacrificial lamb. He has to be. He's way out into the open. RB's going through underground. He's gonna be flanking the flanker. Pero ang problema dito is I think he's gonna be too late about this. Although, nag-grab all the way around si Victor. This could still be a really good catch para kay Stacks. He's gotten it. What could have been a really good position para sa Optic has gone all to the wayside. Nagkakaproblema na sila. 1 versus 1. Marv and Buzz, and he hits the shot. Oh, wow. Optic botched that. Hindi pinahirapan nila sarili. Nag-rotate pa sila kung nung okay na sana yung flank ni Victor. What? Optic? Oh, no. Optic. Ano yun?
Saray, how many rounds already na itong isa-isang membro ng DRX ay nakakapag-clutch? Una, si Stacks. Himako. Si Buzz. Hindi na lang ata si RB tsaka si... Ay, di. Si RB na lang ata yung hindi. My gosh. The clutch potential. But I think ang messed up ng retake na yon, it could have been sa kanila. But... ang precise ng DRX, Saray. Grabe, ano to? Parang alam mo yung kapag na yung quirk ni All Might, pag para siya one for all. Parang ganun eh. Parang naka-super saiyan yung mga miyembro ng DRX.
Agree naman ako dun. Pero
13-0
Sige, go! I don't know, that last round... Okay, again gets. Hindi alam ng Optic kung nasa nakapwesto ang DRX. Pero it seems like they're very indecisive now because they've lost so many rounds, right? They've gotten to the point where they're trying to do everything all at the same time. And this is not really good when DRX are so decisive. Optic has to commit to one play and commit to that one play alone kung gusto nila sanang i-make chance to fight against DRX, but it's not gonna work out right now. This is the Zerg Swarm ng DRX. Siyempre, pag Korean, magaling mag-StarCraft. Kaya Zerg Swarm pa rin tayo kahit sa Valorant na, diba? And speaking of which, Mako overwhelms with the orbital strike. Maalateran. It's gonna be Crashes again, and Ye. Hindi na ako nagsasawa. Natawagin ng pangalan ni Crashes. Palagi na siya natitira dito. Ye will be alongside him this time, but again, it's always the numbers disadvantage when it's the post-plant na para sa DRX. Or sa Optic pala.
Napansin ko tong DRX, hindi naman sa pinapunish nila si Ye para hindi siya mag-work eh. It's just that they have the better setup always and they're ready for those close or clutch plays, di ba? Kaso ngayon, saan kayo nakatingin? Saan kayo nakatingin, guys? Huwag kayo titingin sa mga maling angulo. Nandiyan na ngayon para sa inyo, hindi niya pa makuha. Pero finally, may iba tayo mga friends na kuha na nila sa wakas. Medyo tumagal eh. Nakaka-bad trip eh, binabawi pa. At ngayon, 3 na lang sa DRX. Sige, go 12-0 dyan na to. Shutdown yung Optic. Tignan mo naman. 8. I mean, hindi naman sa frags eh. Kasi ginagawa naman ng Optic. Sadyang, ba't nyo hinahayaan yung DRX sa mga oportunidad na dapat para sa kanila na. But anyway, na-deny yung breach comp dito. Usually, di ba, kita natin may breach talaga dito. Very vital siya.
Yes,
Kaso, with that consistency coming from your fade, kung may fade kang Zest, Bakit ka pa mag-aalinlangan, di ba?
Tama naman. Tamang-tama nga naman. This is DRX in absolute motion. Who was their last opponent? That was Leviathan?
No.
Leviathan, tomato, guys. I actually don't know how to pronounce
Ang huling nakalaban ng DRX ay ang last
diba?
kahapon kasi lower bracket sila. Tinalo nila yung XSET.
Pero sabihin ko nga lang, ang difference kasi nga again is you have to respect how LATAM and Brazil as those particular regions are incredibly talented with their players and aggressive plays. And I think that's what made DRX kind of wonky a little bit. Optic, they like to play all about that controlled style, and somehow it's working in this round. So because they're not really good with the big firefights, especially against these top teams, even though you'd think that should be for Optic, but they at least found themselves around 4K para kay Yay dito with the Bulldog. Kailangan pala niya ng aso. Bark? No, bite is better than the bark. Woof, woof.
Ano to?
Spike down A.
May sinaset pa si Derek sa atin na Leviathan. Kaso, Leviathan. Bala sila, Pinoy tayo. Okay na yan.
Walang
pero
H yung Leviathan eh. So Leviathan, hindi ba?
Diba? Okay na yan. Pinoy tayo eh. Hindi naman dapat tayo, tawag dito. Basta yun, hindi ko alam yung term. Pero to, FNS final takes a shot. But then, there's the trade. Mula kay Zest. Buti na lang. At, yay? Itatry ba niya i-contest? So, naku, through the smoke. Hindi man lang siya mag-hit. Matitrade off pa siya. And it's up to Marv to make the clutch work. Kaso nakaabang na rin kagad si Mako kung saan siya manggagaling. Kaso buti na lumayo na lang din siya. There's just Buzz taking him. 11-1. DRX is just so crazy, Asinay. I think, katulad lang ng ginawa ng Paper X kanina, mabilis ang plays against Fnatic. Ganito din, nang babalagbag ang mga tropa natin. At ngayon sa second half, ano naman ang magiging sagot ng Optic sa attacking side nila? Dahil sa tingin ko, yung fade na yan, mas maganda pa sa defending kesa sa attacking.
I will say though, final muna tayo. Yan na yung sabihin ko pala.
It is now their home. They have established this, Mimi, as the NA representatives, because honestly, at the end of the day, we just want to see some banger Valorant games. You have to admit, this is just rough for Optic.
I mean, it has been an incredible game thus far out of DRX. I think they came in with such a great understanding of how Optic sets up. And on top of that, I mean, Optic were starting strong, right? Think about how many early rounds. Yay is getting an opening kill. Yay is starting things off right. And then it's just a clutch in the late round.
I mean, it's just unreal that we can have Yay have such a positive game, and then I can only put one round to his name. Speaking of Yay, there's also two other players in the server we want to highlight. Marco has gone nuclear. Now, that's something you've heard me say before, so that's not a surprise by any means. However, on the other side of the coin, guess who's not doing so well? A guy I called one of the best players in the world, and that's Marv.
Yeah, and it is wild to see that performance out of Mako. It's pretty much expected at this point, but he was a guy in so many of these clutches. Buzz as well, just dipping. Yeah, I mean, he was having a solid game, but Buzz on that chamber had a really great time. I was actually really doubtful of this composition from DRX coming in. I like their look a lot better when they play the Breach. I think the Breach is generally a better pick, but the way that they were leveraging the Fade here and the way that Zest was performing, he followed up off his own path so incredibly well in so many of these rounds to get that early space. And then again, it's just that X factor, the little clutches, and they got big results.
Clutches?
Big results.
Big results, you're right. And for those who want to know, it was, at least what I have noted down, 4 rounds of clutches came into the hands of DRX. They won all of them. So they have a 100% clutch win rate on that half. And in the second half, the only redeeming factor I have for Optic is that they're an attacking-sided team on this map.
I mean, they are. Victor tends to be even better on this half with the Neon. They have some really nice executes. But again, I think DRX have the right preparation. I think it would take a monumental throw to let this one slip away from them. This should be over.
Optic Gaming is playing at a massive deficit, 11-1. They have to find a way to come back into this. Doug and Bala, back to you.
Thank you so much, GB. Yeah, for DRX, they...
Ay, grabe talaga. Ginulat na naman knocking ng DRX ang mga panel natin. Siyempre, parati na lang naman talagang mga taga-APAC. Ginugulat yung panel. Diba? Pero feel ko pag si Aso rin nag-panel dun sa Masters, maraming input yan, basta APAC. Diba? I do believe in APAC supremacy. Tignan mo naman ang nangyayari ngayon.
Sasabihin ko lang, Ray, itong araw na to, sabi mo nga APAC supremacy, diba? Ano ba pag tinagalog mo ang pronunciation ng APAC? APAC. Anong English ng APAC? Stomp. Yan.
Apakan mo ako.
Oh, senpai.
Kanino ka lang.
Shoutout nga pala dyan sa mga punta ng anime convention na nagpapatapak sa mga cosplayer doon. Guys, I saw the videos. Good for you.
Player standing.
Saka masaya. Uy, ano nangyari sa Optic? Nagskwentuhan lang tayo tapos na yung round. And hello, match point.
Yeah.
Ito yung time check
Ito yung obvious na difficulties na maglalaro sa isang 111. May nagda sa 9-3 curse. May nagda sa 2-10 curse din. Pero never pa tayo nakaka-express masyado ng 1-11, 11-1. Kasi wala rin ako maisip na pwedeng i-rhyme doon. Pero ang gusto kong sabihin doon is, again, yung obvious na discrepancy niya na pag natalo ka sa pistol na to, the pressure is definitely on. There's going to have to be a force buy for Optic dito. Right? And that's terrible para sa nila. Because obviously DRX are gonna be expecting it now. Look at how they've kind of enforced yung buy ng DRX ngayon. Speaking of DRX, 3-man push outside of B main. Na-zoom na si RB dito, especially with that stim beacon. Nakahanap na sila ng isa. They're chasing for the kill kay Ye. And Ye is alone in no man's land. Somehow gets the kill with a classic. Absolutely beautiful para sa Optic dito as the rest of them, 4 people, drop down sa drop. Gets the A side. RB, flash, capitalizes 1 for 1. Susunod, pero pumapalag na onti dito ang Optic. They still take it down. And Zest is a 1 versus 3.
Ay, most likely naman pag ganito diba? Pag finors na lang kalaban mo, mananalo pa rin sila. They just risk it all. And it worked. Exit frag siguro kay Zest. Pero pag to na-clutch ni Zest, papadalahan ko ng kape si Asoray. Pero wala nang oras So, hindi na mapapadala ng kape. Huwag ka mag-alala, padadala na lang ito ng ibang bagay. Gotcha, fam. Oof. Okay. Ayan. Nanguhuli na lang siya ngayon. Nangangagat na lang yung kanyang bulldog. And good. Mula sa Optic, meron pa silang 10 rounds para lang 12 to 12 to. But I think that is gonna take a lot of work. Pressure nga is on, Asaray. And DRX, they're just manifesting how powerful they are this time. Diba? Ang dami na nalang pinagdaanan. Ang dami na nalang talo. Parate. At ngayon sa Masters 2, parang nagising na talaga sila na kailangan na natin umabot sa finals ngayon. Hindi lang tayo dapat pang lower bracket. Diba? Hindi lang tayo pang semis. Pang finals tayo with Paper Rex.
Pang endgame na, no?
Ay, sana all may endgame.
Okay, back to the ball game. Marv, makikipag-swing. Oof. Big oofs. Very big oofs. 3K already. Oh, Marv. Grabe. Palitan mo ang D, gawin mong L, Marvel. And I'm marveling how Marv has gotten that 4K. Very much anticipating yung aggression ng DRX dito, and maybe they give away the ace to Marv para lang sweeten the deal para sa Optic dito. Maybe they can scrounge up a couple more rounds. Yedo's already looking to flank. Buzz wrapping all the way around. I wonder what's going on in his head dito, Ray. And he's just running on the other side. I mean, he'd always just like go to the event horizon later on na lang para mamatay siya sa explosion rather than give a kill. You know, creds, Sarge, sa and other players ng Optic dito. I think that's what he's doing as of now. He's activating everything. I love it. But Ye's already on the swing. There he is. Whee!
Saya mo Lumilipad ka na naman Lumilipad na naman ang isip ko.
That works.
Alam mo, hinihintay ko na lang manalo tong tong DRX Ang galing ni Marv. kung kailan disadvantage yung DRX sa barrel, makaka 4K siya. Nice. Okay. Impressive.
Shouts nga pala dyan sa mga natututong mag-gitara ngayon.
Ayun.
Yun. Never too late, guys, to learn a new skill. Yan. Or, a hobby. Dami kong tinry na hobby.
Pero ngayon,
pero pa rin. Wala naman nagbabago eh.
Ayun, maano nga pala si Acer. Adventurous! Ay, oo, grabe. Dami ko narinig na adventure mula kay Acer. Ay, talagang isa siyang mahilig na mag-explore na tipo ng lalaki. Pero ngayon, alam niyo kung sino mas magaling mag-explore? Si FNS. Tignan mo, may maka-cutdown siya. And now he finally takes 1-2. And now, si Victor nga lang, makuha na rin si Stax. Buzz na lang together with RB. Anong ibig sabihin ng RB? Next time ko na sasabihin pag hindi tayo nagbo-broadcast. Kaso ngayon, si RB, he tries to pick off at this one, pero nga lang, I think it won't work anymore. He can just go once again sa mga gustong pumunta sa kanyang harapan. Oh, GG na siya dito. Pick off siya dito. Oh, di ba pala? Pero okay. Buzz na lang saving that Phantom. Uy hindi pa tapos. Posible pa to sa Optic, pero ikaw, Asar, sa tingin mo, posible pa to sa kanila? Or pwede gawin ngayon ng DRX is just take a good read, use the rounds to kinda know how Optic is under attacking?
Optic are just doing the same thing that they've been doing naman. Again, I think it's because then of how the composition, I don't want to call it as meta, pero yung trending na agent selection ngayon, where you have the Neon, the double initiator with the primarily yung Breach, makes it very lethal yung offense ng any team that actually has that lineup para sa kanila, right? DRX, if they try to do the same thing, that they'd stay onto the site, as you can see, they get exceedingly destroyed, and I think, as you mentioned, they're having a tough time, and more particularly, they're having a tough time trying to get value through the smokes ni Marv dito ngayon. Not sure if Ye is gonna be able to escape this one, pero mukhang hindi. Stacks into the corner. Could actually have a pinch play dito ngayon kasi Victor's not looking at him. Victor, though, slides, but Stacks, nakapag-aim lab siya na maayos. Wow, they actually commit the ultimate against Stacks. That is some bit of commitment right there. Pero Ray, sabihin ko na lang sa'yo, 12 rounds sa hirapan ng DRX, pero mukhang kagaya ko sila, magaling na makaabot ng 13 rounds. 1 versus 1 with Zest, and he wins the fight against Crashies. That's going to be it. 13-4, and game number 1 goes into the hands of DRX.
Na-thrifty pa. 12-1 stop. Binigyan lang ng konting rounds. Pero pagdating sa mga 1v1s, buhay ang mga taga-DRX. Remember, this is a map pick by Optic. We've seen them pop off sa mga matches nila all throughout Masters Copenhagen. They've been magically going up against a lot of teams here. Close match nga rin sila against isang LATAM team last time na may nakalaban sila. Pero nung nakalaban nilang crew, di ba? Tsaka ang loud. Nakita natin kung gaano sila naging magaling here in Fracture. Pero dito ngayon, going up against DRX, pinahirapan nga sila sa Fracture. What a great start din sa DRX eh. Imagine, when it comes to this team, tapos they are on a spree, nakita natin na unstoppable na sila eh once they get the momentum. Mga 8-0 na yan, na leading ang mga taga DRX. It's really dangerous. Pero as we're gonna go in sa next map, which is nga sa Breeze, kita naman natin na it's a weak map ng Optic. 50%, my goodness, compare mo naman sa 93% ng DRX. So, tignan natin, Azuray, kung anong mangyayari ngayon kung clean 2-0. Early shift nga. Early, tulog mula sa mga prod team ngayon sa Pilipinas at sa ating dalawa. Pero, we're gonna go on a short break, guys. When we come back, let's see if it's just all about PaperX and DRX sa upcoming upper bracket finals, or kaya ang mga tropa natin mula sa Optic ay gustong bumawi pa sa may Breeze. Okay, ako nga pala si Riri, kasama ko si Azuray, guys, and see you right after the panel.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk here. DRX just trounced Optic on their first map, on their map pick of Fracture. DRX look outstanding, Mimi. This is them in their top form. I said Super Saiyan 3.
Yeah.
I take it back. They're Super Saiyan 4, not even canon.
How many Super Saiyans are there?
There's quite a few. There's Super Saiyan. There's God tier Super Saiyan. There's like a red one. There's a
All right,
blue
it's
one.
Valorant time. Let's talk about Valorant because DRX are damn
I'll get
good
you
at
watching
it.
Dragon
That
Ball
was
eventually.
such an incredible map that they just played there. And the thing is, Optic started so many of those rounds strong. In so many rounds, they got the opening kill. They started things in the right direction, but DRX traded their way to victory. This team is one of the best at just scaling after finding that initial loss and being able to win things out. The clutch potential in the first half impeccable, and while Optic managed to steal away a few rounds in the second, it was over after DRX already hit that double-digit mark in the first half.
I don't know another match where I've sat on the desk and said that a team had 100% 1v1 clutch win rate on a map, number one. Number two, I don't think I've also said that a round diff has gone so strongly one way.
Yeah, it is insane. This was one round where it was just an utter shutdown, right? Optic try and make a play. They try and go for a north side crunch in this one. They have the stun forward, but because of RB on that Neon, they are just instantly past it. Rounds like these just show that, sure, Optic played a good game on this map, but DRX came prepared. They countered. They know that those aggressive north and south side crunches are kind of the key to these set pieces when Optic is playing the Neon, because, let's be honest, DRX, they play a very similar style in that way, and DRX did a great job of countering it.
Yeah, this has been just genuinely awesome to watch for DRX, Jess. Like, you couldn't have asked for them. You could see that they're vibing, they're communicating, they're doing everything right, and they're just clicking. And now we're going to Breeze.
You're saying that. I did have a point. One statistical anomaly was that they walked away with -5 first kill to death ratio, which means that they lost pretty much every opening engagement that should have gone in their way, and they stomped so heavy. So if you're saying it's impeccable, I would say it's a stomping. But if there was a little area maybe that they could improve upon, it's that their first kill rate goes in the positive. But the fact that they can win from behind is maybe even more impressive.
Yay.
Yeah. No, it's better than yay. It's obviously better than yay.
Better
he
than
lost.
Yay?
Yeah.
No one's better than Yay, except maybe Buzz in this matchup, who was very much incredible here. But yeah, I mean, you said it. Breeze is map number 2 in this series, and this is one that Optic does play, but I don't know if I have faith. DRX has looked so solid on this map. This might just be DRX continuing through.
Well, look, we all know the good comms win games, and they'll help you get out of silver. Most importantly, help you get out of silver, or so I'm told.
Yeah, that's why you don't communicate, I bet.
Here's what it sounds like when you're on Optic, when you're listening to Optic, and they're pushing site with our in-zone open mic. Let's actually go ahead and check this out.
Walk up C, walk up C. I'm gonna throw one flash for you. Jake, take a line, see?
Yeah, look mid later, no?
No, come with us. Flashing, Jake?
Wait.
Flashing.
I think both way. They'll be in the cubby.
Run into the garage, Jake.
I don't think so, Jimmy.
Run in the garage, I'm flashing for you.
Omen's there. Yeah, Omen was here.
Staying outside.
Flash right side, wait,
I'm staying outside. You're alone.
One more C. CT in the smoke. Give me, someone plant. Let me.
He's flanking. I know.
Where? Nice. Good job. We're about to run these kids.
I mean, look, that's Optic being confident. That's Optic feeling like, you know, the Optic that we know, the Optic that we have seen dominate the North American scene, Jess. But right now, that's the Optic that this team on that stage needs to find.
I wonder if Stack said after that map, we're going to run these kids. Like, that's it. He's like, yeah, we're going to run these kids the same way we saw Crashy sort of say it before. I think that the confidence and the dynamic has shifted considerably now after that.
Yeah, well, look, before we head to map 2, it's time for a little crosshair check in our aim lab shoot around that we're going to be looking at today. We got ourselves Yay. Oh, always nice to see Yay. If anything, Mimi, this was one of the players that, you know, was having impact in the beginning portion of those rounds. It just, there was no follow-up there.
Yeah, absolutely. DRX did a great job at punishing in the late round, and even earlier on, RB was running the gauntlet against Yay. It was really well set up off those KO flashes to counter, which, like I said before, can be a little bit tough when you're playing against that breach. But I do appreciate in this one that not only does Yay have a nice, honest crosshair, but he's also playing an honest scenario. Everyone's been showing us grid chat. I can shoot really fast. That's not how you get the Yay aim. You gotta go small, be precise, and
accuracy number 1.
When I do this, it looks like I'm clicking on an Excel doc, you know, just slowly, just like click. It's I tell you what, Yay, an absolute beast. He's going to need to bring it. They all are for this next game here, because we're going to go to Breeze. This is DRX map pick. Now, your eyes do not deceive you on this graphic, okay? Optic pick Fracture, but DRX just bodied him on this map, 13-4. Now, we're going to DRX's pick, Jess, Breeze. I just feel good about DRX here.
I said this in the very beginning, way before Fracture. I said if Optic do get really stubborn and continue to ban the Icebox, which I don't think they needed to against DRX, they actually could have let DRX, you know, pivot that into their own ban somewhere, somehow, and they get rid of the Breeze instead. This might be a map veto, you know, advantage for them. They don't. They become stubborn, so they need to have an answer on a map that we've seen DRX lose once in their entire career, and that was against Cloud9 in 2021. We're talking about a team here that knows this map, lives and breathes it, lays out the lawn chair, lays down, takes in the sun, got the best vitamin D level of any team here.
Lives and breathes it.
That was actually all right. I will give you that one. That wasn't bad.
Come on, give me one. Give me
you
one.
needed some high frame hanging fruit, like coconut on Breeze. That's another Breeze reference.
Oh,
Another Breeze
wow,
joke,
well done.
guys.
That actually
Please
was great.
laugh. I'm begging. Beyond that, though.
Lulz in the chat.
No, let's please, guys, let's talk about the game at hand, because, like you said, Jess, this is an incredibly comfortable one for the side of DRX, and for Optic, they have actually been really good on it. Like I mentioned, they started playing it towards the end of Stage 2 in North America. They pivoted Victor towards the Jet here. They're playing the bog standard Sova, plus the KO, plus the Jet that pretty much everyone plays on this map, except for DRX, who does commit to that Sky as their second initiator.
All right, well, let's see. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Do we get exactly as it's laid out here? You know, the Sky is the one differential between these two teams. Whether or not we get that, of course, Marv going with the KO, and we are getting the Sky locked in here, Jess. So basically everything is about going as we expected.
Yeah, I didn't expect any change, especially when you've got a map that you are both comfortable on for DRX and Optic, that you know that you have to win to keep yourself in this upper bracket. It's just so much on the line.
Yeah, I mean, DRX has been incredible. I would expect them to win on this map, but I will sell 1 ounce of hopium to the Optic fans. Marv is an incredible player. He's been setting up this tournament. He's on the KO roll, one in which he is very enabled. Him and Victor as a duo have been great in the past.
All right, well, we got some copium here, some hopium rather, from Mimi, but they are certainly going to need a lot more than that if they want to force a map 3. Let's find out if this series can go the distance and send it back to my boys Dougie Esports and Balla Balla as they drop their latest album. Take it away.
Indeed, a happy morning to us APAC fans dahil itong DRX versus Optic Gaming ay baka maging conclusion na kagad with a 2-0 in favor of DRX. My name is Ray. Kasama ko nga ngayon si Azure at kami ang maghatid sa inyo ng mabilisang mapa na naman katulad lang dito sa Fracture. Pero ato Azure, kasi parang mas nagustuhan ko na yung KO dito sa mapang to. Pero anong advantage pa rin ang meron kang Sky, syempre.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh, bumabawi. Asuray, ang Optic. 50% win rate denied. Win rate lang yan. Optic kami, sabi nila. Pero ako, pwedeng DRX, pa-chillax lang. Pero sana hindi sila no? Ma-chillax. Anong term dito? Hindi, sa Tagalog eh. Hindi complacent. Sa Tagalog iniisip ko eh. Pero sige, yung complacent siguro yung mas magandang term. Kaso, there's just a flash. Advantage nga rin nila yung barrel. Default play lang. FNS, manggagaling sa may hall side. He tries to contest. Okay, sige, try mo pa. Oo, may mangyayari sa classic niya. Okay lang daw. Kaso dito, FNS is kind of expecting also someone, but Marv on the other side, pick off na nga isa mga miyembro ng DRX. Buzz, at least he'll be able to get one. At it's just a clean round sa side ng mga taga-Optic, syempre. Zoomer pa. Alam mo, dahil kilala na kita, sorry, alam ko na kung anong tumatakbo sa isip mo eh. Kaya, alam ko na eh. Pero uy, ayan na nga, ang DRX. Pag full buy nyo lang, sobrang compatible at comfortable naman sila ngayon. Good crossfire to, wala sa kanila. But there's the intel na kinukuha ng Optic against them si RB. Medyo naghihinala. Oops, hindi na naman tatama. Kaso nga lang, the Spectre is kind of working. Marv takes down Zest. It's up to the 3 members na lang kagad ngayon ng mga taga-DRX. Uy, wala awit. Yun lang. Pero kasi, I don't know, sir, but do you agree that this map is really for attackers?
Spike planted.
Sabi na eh. Sabi na eh. Pero alam mo kung ano totoo dun sa sinabi mo? Ay, ako naranasan ko maging ano? Pinagpalit sa malayo? Oo. Okay. Nalit yung ayon. Saray. Alam mo ko nung based sa chinat mo sa akin, alam mo ko ano masasabi ko dyan? Proven and tested. Ay, thank you nga pala kay Patricio. Happy birthday daw sa akin. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Ako lang to. Kaso talo yung Dior. Ba to Diyos ko po. Optic. kapag to 4-0, pag ito 5-0, mag-aalangan na ako sa side ng DRX. Sabi ko sa inyo eh, huwag kayong masyadong magpapaka. Nasa dila ako na nawala na naman eh. Pero yeah, don't get too comfortable I think, but there's just stacks. Taking down crashes, maybe start of something new. 350 nila itong mga tropa natin mula sa Optic. If that works well, then you know na this might be the comeback na nga muli na hinihintay natin mula sa team na to. Ang galing mo talaga, Asaray.
Toxin screen down.
Wala ka daw, Asaray. Nakamute ka daw. Oo.
Oh my
Nakamute yung
goodness.
isang shoutcaster, sabi nila.
Kanina ba ako nakamute? Oh my God!
Ako lang pala mag-isa. Iniiwan ako mag-isa ni Asaray.
Okay lang yan. Alam mo...
Ato, kampante. Thank you, guys. Thank you sa mga nagsasabi na kamute si Asaray. At tignan mo ang cute nila ng mga viewers natin kapag tayo nagkakast. Tahimik lang sila, pero pag may something wrong, nagka-comment sila. Akala ko talagang na mute na sila eh. I mean, wala lang, ayaw nila tayo kausap. Pero dito na nga, Buzz na lang going up against the 3 member of Optic na naman muli. Pero if Optic starts to pop off, what a great reset mula sa kanila. Even that fracture map, really, downer yun eh. Dahil map-pick nila yun. Pride nila din kahit papano. Kasi marami nga silang teams na nakalaban sa fracture and yet, kahit dikit yung laban sila ang nananalo. But that's just it. Sa side na naman ngayon ng DRX. It's not working anymore for them so far. 4-0 Optic still takes this round. And ano na nga ba gusto ng DRX? Magta-time out na nga ba sila ngayon? Or talagang they will try to come up with something new na naman? Pero sayang.
There's 2 things, or a couple of things na mangyayari sa next round to. Aside for that possible timeout na pwedeng tawagan ng DRX, the reason why Optic have been charging out for A for the longest time is just the most effective. Now the thing is, Buzz, okay. So I was wondering kung mag-op siya or mag-tour de force in this round. He wants to go for the tour de force or for the op because meron si Marv na null command. So if he is going to get detained, might as well na ma-detain siya when he still has a sniper that does not get removed by that utility ni Marv dito ngayon. That being said though, Buzz is still going to be committing the back of the site. Oh, he's going to go back to his position. 10 seconds. If Optic wait long enough, actually kahit na mag-wait long enough sila, if they still have the null command from Marv, he can't TP out, so he has to back away. Oh, he gets tagged. He might get actually chased hard dito by Victor if he's not careful. Already looking at the angle, but Victor's too fast. Oh my God, DRX are not reading the situation correctly. This is not looking too good. Hinayaan nila masyado si Buzz na maglaro by himself. Where is the response? As the 4 players of DRX are slowly trickling into the site. Victor magtanggol. Lumamit ng onting updraft just to get a little bit of that info. RB's going to be charging right in, but the flash is not really connecting as the null command and the blade again detains or disables the utility dito na meron the DRX and Optic are playing this absolutely beautifully. 3 versus 3 will be what is happening. But the post plant is strong. The flank coming in once again from double doors and hindi alam ng DRX how to deal with this one. Although, Zest! Oh, Optic! Yay comes out for the swing, hits the shot. The headshot to save the round and 5-0 na ang Optic ngayon.
Sayang! You're just a second away, I think.
Yep.
Napasigaw ako doon. Nakala ko, okay ni. Okay. Hindi makita. Kaso puti na lang, napawall mo. Sabi siguro, ay! Sayang. Kaso ngayon, anong plano? Okay, time out na. Dito sila nag 4-0 time. Nag 5-0 na sila. Sabi siguro ng coach nila, relax lang guys, masyado kayo nagmamadali. Medyo na parami ata ang pag-inom nyo ng tubig. Gaya nga ng ginagawa ngayon ng mga taga si Kocho, ng mga taga Optic. Alam mo, ang formal talaga ng mga Japanese and Korean teams pag suot ng coach nila. Diba? Pansin mo ba?
Hoy!
Oh. Hoy!
Bakit na pa yun?
Hoy! Manok na naman ang ulam, sabi ni Gerald dito. Bakit? Pero yung master, kanina nagseto na gastos lang. Pero nakita mo yung sinabi ko sa'yo. Ayan. Diba? Proven and test.
Speaking of manok, grabe. Ano nga ba yun? 15 na ang isang itlog sa palengke na... Yeah, sa palengke malapit sa amin, 15 na daw ang isang itlog. Di ba nga kasi may chicken shortage? So guys, pag bumili kayo ng chicken kahit saan man, wag nyong itira yung buto sa taas ng drumstick. You know what I'm talking about, yung tendon na yun. Kainin nyo lahat. Tira nyo lang yung buto. Or kahit gusto nyo, putulin nyo yung buto, sipsipin nyo yung marrow. Na lang. Ganon kasi ako kumain ng chicken.
Ng chicken.
Shout nga pala dyan sa mga mahilig mang ubos ng simutin talaga yung chicken. Walang tinitira-tira. Alam mo yung... Kasi naka-break tayo, sorry guys. Naka-tech pause naman kasi. Alam mo yung pag nanonood ka ng mga eating competition sa America, pag chicken wings, kinakain na sa gitna, tapos hindi lahat. Hindi counted dapat yun. Tayo, ginagawa natin yung buong chicken.
Malinis
parang
magtrabaho.
Tama.
Tingnan mo yung sinabi ko sa'yo.
Tama.
Yan.
Tama.
Supremacy. Kaya pala may mga nahuhulog eh. Nababaliw. Asa ngayon, 13-4. Ay, hindi ko alam. Sa mga nandyan, guys, sa mga nagko-comment, baka naman, di ba? So, baka naman, napayuda naman kayo.
Oh, grabe yung soulmate mo, si Victor.
Oo nga eh, kulit na yun eh. Di ko siya cash ngayon. Single ako kasi yung DRX nandito ang laban nila eh. Bias ako sa DRX. Sorry sa inyo, pero DRX talaga yung gusto ko manalo. Gusto sila makita sila ng PPX maglaro. Kaya, gusto ko nga silang dalawa eh, para sa Masters Finals. Kasi kahit ano man ang mangyari, APAC pa rin. Kasi technically guys, ang Japan tsaka Korea, APAC naman talaga sila eh. Part pa rin sila ng APAC eh. Pero may sarili kasi silang VCT doon.
Tama.
Kaya di sila sa atin kasama. Thank you kay Super Team.
Dati sumama sila. Nung last, ano ba? Earlier
sa
this year.
LCQ ba kasama sila? Hindi, di ba?
What you talking about?
So, sino kasama sa LCQ? Si North... Ay, hindi. Si ano na pala.
Japan sa Korea kasama na last time nung
No.
Kami sa English broadcast kasama namin si Paperton saka si Achilles.
No. I mean, this year. Kasama ba sila?
No. I don't think so.
So, ang makakapasok sa region nila ay DRX tsaka hindi pala North FIL. Sila Laz. Zeta Division pa rin, guys. So, yeah.
Ray APAC region. Sabi ko kanina, APAC, Stomp. Pero may isa pang reverse yan. Ang APAC, pag binaligtad mo, kapa. So medyo nangangapa ngayon ang DRX.
Sorry, kaya naman inisip yung ano na yun. Ngayon.
Ngayong araw lang.
Sabi na Alam ko ang jokes na, Soray, kapag bago lang tsaka hindi. Diba? Sobrang single brain cell namin. At ito pa, guys, halos lahat ng araw this week, kami dalawa yung magkakast. Kaya, may iba kami bang-bang sa Wednesday.
Isang beses ko nga lang nakaka-civil ngayong, alam mo, taon na hindi kami nag-cast civil. Taon. Tapos isang beses ko siya nakaka-cast this lang. Ayan lang. Just lang, pointing out.
Nag-cast kayo ng either Masters last year or
last year. So, isabihin mag-iisang taon, almost 1 year na. Diba? Parang isang beses lang din yun. Pero teka lang muna, nag-welcome to my world. A whole new world. Pero it seems like hindi nagbabago ang mundo dito ng Optic. As A-site pa rin ang tinitignan nila. Grabe, hindi nila magusto mag-change ng scenery. Diba? Stick to the status quo. Wow.
Ay, High School Musical yan
Ay, buti alam mo.
Siyempre, ako pa. Okay. Kapag nanalo pa si Stacks dito, Miraglo. 6-0 in favor of Optic. Alam mo, sorry, kung gusto nilang mag-bind map, okay lang. Basta mabilis sila maglaro sa mga maps. Pero, I still do believe that DRX can still manage. Ay, sa league yan, di ba? Yung crab na yan. Yeah, okay.
Si
Okay. Di wala akong alam sa liga, no? Pero, alam mo paano ko nalaman na taga League of Legends yan?
Paano?
Sinabi lang ni Vil sa akin. Di nga ako naglalaro ng League. Si Asoy, big fan siya ng League of Legends eh.
Dati, dyan nagsimula ang aking career. Pero ngayon, hindi na. Kasi FPS supremacy. Kaya nga, first person supremacy.
Sabi ni Jasper, akala ko ba walang bias? Hindi counted pag letter J. Ako, hindi. Pag APAC talaga, pag PaperX, DRX, ganyan, Northception, or kaya yung Sersha na hindi nakapasok, bias ako. Kasi mas gusto ko silang mabigyan pa ng recognition. Although nabibigyan naman sila, pero mas kailangan pa nila ng recognition talaga. To say that APAC players are really good, pero caught off guard. Pero buti na lang si FNS. Ginulat na naman si RB kagad. 4v4. Magpupush to nga ba siya kung nasaan ngayon si Zest? Pero mukhang aware na rin si Zest na may mga nakatingin sa kanya. But hopefully, makuha na nga niya to. Kaso waiting pa siya. Galing sa backup ng kanyang mga teammates.
Kamali siya ng hula kung nasaan. Tumingin siya masyado pataas. Still though, Mako has a really good position countering into the corner. FNS though, gandang lason sana. 1 versus 1. Marv picking up the operator. Sniper in hand. Is his flick as fast as his aggression? Not this time. 149 kay Stacks. Pistol in hand. Marv, all he really had to do was just alternate fire at Classic, and it's all down. Optic. Medyo deja vu but in reverse. Optic ang nakakuha ngayon ng flawless rounds against DRX. Struggling against the NA Titans.
NA Titans nga versus Titans din naman ng Korea. Pero ngayon, na-shutdown lang sila sa Fracture. Pero dito sa Breeze, map pickers ata it is. And mapapa-timeout na nga din. Sino nag-timeout ngayon? Hindi pa nagta-timeout. Akala ko timeout ng timeout ng
Optic. Hindi pa sila nag-timeout.
Nagta-timeout din DRX. Ngayon lang sila Kung ito 7-5 Azuray, sunod-sunod na 5 rounds mananalo ang mga taga DRX, malaki pa yung posibilidad na mananalo sila. Pero if 9-3, medyo pero I still do believe once we change sides, baka mag-iba rin yung tempo ng DRX ngayon. Kasi ngayon parang ang bagal nila. 'Di ba? Hindi mo makita yung mas concise na trades nila compared sa kaninang mapa. Like, they started real good sa kanilang attacking side. So, medyo na mahinga talaga yung pag-iinit ng DRX.
And they've been forced to go for these pistol rounds for such a long time. RB, mukhang nakasingit siya na onto dito, being able to dodge away, but he's pushing forward onto A main. No more reduced map control. He dashed right into the embracing hands, but Stacks! He got the stag onto Marv, although Victor can always just pick up his teammate dito ngayon. Trying to bring it back up. Changes, no counter down because FNS is here to supplement their teammates. So 4 versus 4 pa rin. As we do continue this particular round, Ray, DRX, they're on the delay game. Big flank though from Zest. This could be massive. There is no trap that will spot him out. The timing is gonna be so crucial. May titingin ba sa likod nila? Is the Spiders and the Stingling para dito sa Optic? Oh my God! Jay spots the shot! That's not good. That's not good. Hindi pa tatapos dito ang Optic. They're starting to scramble into the sites, dismantling the defense, and down once again to Buzz. Gipit sa gipit. Siya na lang matitira in the 1 versus 4 as he's coming through the spawn. He has a plethora of options kung saan siya titingin ngayon. Through the door, it's open. Through spawn, it's open. Pero it's a 1 versus 4 as I would like to remind the viewers. And Buzz is not in a good spot at all. He could possibly find the first frag, but Ye is just too fast. 3K. And Optic still unstoppable, unbeatable in the rounds.
Gising na ang Optic. Kanina pala nag-warm up lang. Kaya pala ganito. Kaso big shoutouts nga pala kay Miguel. Ilang match pa. Kung nanalo yung ano dito, Optic guys, magta-third map tayo sa bind. Pero ako, kung ganito lang naman pala kabilis yung first 2 maps, okay lang sa akin mag-map 3. I think I kinda expected it also in a way. Pero hindi ko lang in-expect na ganito yung pag-iinit ng Optic sa second map. I all thought it's just gonna be like a 4-4, ganon. Parang mag-rally lang sa volleyball. Kaso, DRX, kailan na kaya silang magigising ngayon? Buti na lang, hindi na din natamaan kagad si RB. Pero mukhang may konting pagbabawas naman kay Buzz. And there's just Victor na nag-push through na nga din kagad. Pero sabi niya, oops, late yung mga teammates ko. Magbe-bail out ako.
Oops, I did it again.
Oh, oops, I did it again. Pero I think ang ganda ng ng desisyon ng Optic na si Victor yung ipag-jet nila. Okay din naman. Kaso, okay din na hindi natamaan ni RB. Yun lang. Okay. Ang daming tries ni Optic. Ang daming options, di ba? Parang ano lang yan, talking stage. Option 1, option 2, at nandito tayo sa option 3. Go B naman sila ngayon. Sa bakas, nag-B na sila.
Daming options, guys. Sometimes you gotta go for the beat. One chance. Ooh, those ultimates not connecting against the planter. Yay. Oh my god, Optic is just honed in sa breeze. They're not missing a beat anymore. In tamang-tama asa sinabi mo, Ray. They've awoken something in this NA beast, in this NA juggernaut of a team. And DRX are, well, they're being hit with the repercussions. Sobrang solid ngayon na pinapakita ng Optic. They're not dropping any form of control whatsoever. And it seems like all the fights that they're taking, DRX are just losing. Unfortunately, baka nga tama ka nga, Ray. We could be looking at a straight-up bind. Zest, kanina, ang ganda ng clutches niya, ang ganda ng shots niya. He was able to win the 1 versus 2s, the crucial clutch rounds. Pero this time, DRX are just not having it. They're stale in the water.
They found my trap.
Oh my. 9-0. Very different stats here. And the fact na 93%, this is the best map that DRX has, yet ganito sila i-destroy ng mga taga-Optic. But see, so much din naman talaga kasi. They're the previous Masters champions. And you kinda understand also that in these moments na nag-aalinlangan sila, especially sa previous map, mas magugulat ako pag ang Optic hindi na sila nakapag-reset eh. Compared sa ngayon na ganito sila kainit. Kaso kasi yung next map din, dikit din, but Stacks was really quite lucky to get the perfect timing. He gets a 3. At dalawa na lang kagad sa isang iglap. Ang meron sa Optic, ganun lang naman pala ang kailangan nilang gawin. Natamaan nga lang dito ng konti, pero mas mahalaga ngayon ay walang nauubos, walang napipick off sa mga taga-DRX. And that's just CA once again, takes down the kill. Medyo masyado nang maasim si Stacks, pero may gustong sumunod sa kanya. Hindi na siya pinabayaan ni Buzz. At si FNS na lang, who is gonna be trying, takes down a Buzz. 3 na lang kagad natitira sa side ng DRX, but this is already a big round where they can win at kailangan nga nila mag-ingat. Pero Mako on towards the flank, 9-1, 9-3 curse siguro, or talagang pwede lang ma-mess up ang mga taga-Optic doon dahil biglang inagre na ni Stacks. I'll risk this out. Hindi na pwedeng masyado tayong defensive. Kailangan natin minsan mag-take ng risk. Diba, Asaray?
Tama. Sometimes you just gotta go for the plunge. And it seems like the dive para dito sa DRX got them a 10-10 score from the judges, at least for that one round. You can't still give them the big credits kasi it took them 9 grueling, crucifying rounds para sa DRX to actually get something. And even with that, Optic have so much resources to boot that DRX will have very big difficulties. Ye is slow clearing, but backs away. Not sure if he's actually going to be able to face Buzz here. The timing for Stacks. He's about to hit the shot onto Ye. Oh, that was beautiful mid-control si Simon Array. Hindi nila sometimes they just have to go for the aggressive take, and that was it on mid. The dash in from Victor, pero naubos siya sa HP bar niya as he just went into the meat grinder, everything, all the flashes and stacks. He's really going to be stacking the pressure as DRX. They've had enough. Hindi namin kahayaan magkaroon ng free reign. We're gonna challenge you where it hurts. And baby, tell me where it hurts now. Tell me.
Nice.
Ay, natagpa siya. Oh.
Kala ko, tutuloy mo kasi yung kanta eh.
Chill lang tayo. Chill lang. Chill.
Okay. Tatay na lang ni Marvin contest pero wala na oras. Pang, kita na siya ngayon. Ay, tamaan pa niya. Oy!
Ay! Oy! 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 Oy!
10 seconds left.
Onting lang. Ngayon tatawag natin naglalagay lang ng paminta. Tinatatak mo na ng onti para may paminta. Peppering.
Last round in the half.
The shots.
Good. Bumabawi na. I think medyo naging malamig lang ang DRX. Pero mukha ngayon, si Stax, alam mo may problema yung DRX when he starts to be like this. But at least it works, di ba? And as expected kay Stax, guys, na more of a support player siya. Pero ngayon na ganito yung ginagawa niya, I think it will really give a lot of hope na naman sa DRX. Dahil ako, malulungkot ako natalo sila, TVH. I want them to really win. Aside from, they're one of my bet teams ngayon. Gusto ko manalo. I still want them talaga to achieve something going up against Western teams. Pero ngayon, Buzz together with Stax na lang ang natitira na naman. Mukhang 2-10 ata tayo ngayon, Asoray.
Possibility is high.
Player standing.
Yep, okay, yeah, okay. It's not high, it's a sure thing now. Unless Buzz, hindi na. Natamaan na siya sa likod. Aray! Down to 28. Tapos yun, hinabol na siya ng Optic. So tama ka nga, Ray. It is the 2 sa 10.
2 sa 10. Alam mo, salamat. May idea na ako next time pag magsasabi na scoreline sa... ano tawag dito? Sa Tagalog.
Pero alam mo, pa rin mahina pa rin ako sa... Hindi siya Tagalog, I think yung Espanyol, yung 18, mga gano'n. Hindi ko alam ibig sabihin nun. Ang tanda-tanda ko na, hindi ko alam ibig sabihin nun.
18? Pero guys, ngayon, sobrang palong-palunga ng Optic. Let's see kung anong masasabi naman ng panel ngayon para sa second half.
I got really strong.
You're not supposed to actually pinch him.
Yeah,
That's
no, was an aggressive pitch there.
No, I needed to jump into reality with you. I was like sitting here like, imagine being forced to take the very medicine that you just dished out to your opponents in such a heavy force, and then Optic turns around and says, we want you to try the very same thing because it tastes very sour or sweet depending on your dislikes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got some plays to talk about here, Mimi, but it's very clear that Optic, they're stealing the coconuts of DRX here.
They sure are, and recentering myself, we're recentering ourselves. Marv versus Stax was a really big head-to-head throughout this matchup, and it shows the stylistic differences between these teams when they're playing on Breeze. For the side of Optic, they play the Bog standard composition, bringing in that KO as the secondary initiator along with the Sova. For the other side, Stax was running with the Sky on DRX, and I think that in this half, that KO was finding a lot more value on this map. Those knives, the pop flashes are really, really strong. I think it is easier to dodge out on those Sky flashes, and it's a lot tougher to fight back through smokes to make those plays on the retake, which was necessary because Optic were so good on these sight hits round after round, and DRX were never really able to get back in and break that post plant.
What frustrates me is, one, I don't feel the value from the Sky to begin with. I can't believe that's the first time I'm letting down my Australian girl of Sky. So one, I don't feel the value. I feel like a KO would be way better 2, they let them onto site with no retake plan. And number 3, when they did finally decide to change the pace, I spoke about feeding them their own medicine. Optic brought that same pace and threw it straight back at them. DRX had no answer.
Still, there was a couple rounds of hope, exactly 2, in which they did change up that pass. They fought faster in towards mid. They took that space early. That's what the Sky is good at. So maybe there's still hope to at least claim some more rounds in the second half.
Yeah, well, you know, just like I said last time, right? You know, I said Optic needed to find answers. Well, this time around, DRX needs to find answers. Will they be able to, as it is 10-2, advantage Optic? Let's send it back over to Dala.
Thank you.
At sabi nga nila dito, Sir Ay, mas may kita mo daw yung value ng KO pagdating sa Breeze map. Although ako kasi, pagdating sa, ewan ko sa APAC talaga, ang mga teams, normal na nga yung Sky na yan eh. SB, ganyan yung comp, dinanalo naman sila. Pero kapag binibisa natin sa VCTPH, diba, mas okay sila kaysa sa may KO sila. So, depende lang din talaga eh. At, pero yung ilang rounds yung Optic na A-site, never nabasa ng DRX, diba?
Tama. Alam mo, ang problema pag, alam mo yung tawag pag hindi gumagana ang Sky? Skyflakes.
Birthday ko ngayon, hindi ako magagalit kaya sila, hindi ako magagalit kaya sila, nakakailang jokes na yung...
Di ba balik na dapat?
Hindi ako magagalit sa'yo, mabait ako.
Pero, alam mo mukhang sino ang galit? DRX? Mukhang flawless pistol round ito para sa just diretsong sugod sa B. Kanina, puro A, nasawa na sila. Gusto nila change of scenery, change of pace, change of situation. It's now just down to Yay. Pero mukhang the hip hooray will be turned into an A. As again, the 1 versus 5 will just not work for him. He's waiting for something to happen, but he's not being given that satisfaction by DRX. If they do not get the kill onto Ye, that's actually perfect because again, they don't want to give the shots off. The thing is, what's good about this one para kay Ye is he'll be able to save up yung bullets no Headhunter na yun coming into the next round, and that's always going to be a good thing for a Chamber player.
I think, Saray, hindi imposibleng bawing-bawi tong bawing-bawi tong DRX, At ito pa, sabi mo nga, mas magandang makita yung value ng flash kapag nasa attacking side ka din at the same time.
Yes,
and if yes, queen.
Ay, gusto mo gawin ngayon ako, yung aking
sige.
Yes, queen. Alright. You go! That's so right! Char, gonna push into the A site na. Oh my goodness, it's such a nice little shot, but you know, Optic, they're gonna get overwhelmed. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Alright, Marv, he stops him dead in the tracks. This is not looking too good. See Victor though, grabe. Snake bite, sorry. Walang bike na may snake.
Alang na taman. Okay, si Mako, press W lang, Crashies. Okay, alam na nila kung nasaan siya ngayon. And DRX takes the win 4-10 against Optic. Is this the start of something new para sa side ng DRX? Kailangan lang nilang mag-adjust ng onte and magiging malaki nga to na advantage mula sa kanila. Kaso ngayon naman, ang Optic, pwede lang silang nalugi sa kanilang, nawala silang barrel. Pero I think it's, once it's gonna be a 5-10, ang laki talaga ng posibilidad that DRX can take this. Di na ako magulat kami overtime, tapos mananalo ang DRX bigla-biglaan. Kailangan lang nila makakuha ng malaking control. Ito, shutdown ang mga anchor usually ng sides. Pero na nga lang, Cardi wants to contest this time around. There's the beautiful flash. But then si Ye, anong ginawa nyo? Bakit hindi naman nila na-pick off ngayon si Ye? And as Mako tries to contest this mid, may dalawang miyembro na nga kagad ng kanyang teammates na nasa site na mismo. Kailangan niyang humabol ngayon before the guys will be able to take him off. Pero sabi niya, kailangan ko muna samahan ng mga teammates ko. Oh no, Victor spots him. Okay.
That's a pretty shot from Victor. 4 versus 2. Although Ye and Marv are low, That's a crossfire setup by Ye though. Alongside Crashy's guy. I think problema dun ng onti fire flash out. Like Cloudburst actually good at separating. Zest na lang matitira ngayon! The fly swatter, but the swift retribution from FNS. Oh my goodness. It is the start of something new, but it does not feel alright to be here with you. As Optic is now leading 7 rounds against DRX. 2 more, and they'll be pushing us to bind dito ngayon, Ray.
Talagang gusto pang mag-map 3 ng Optic. Kahit pagdating sa win percentage, mas magaling pa rin yung DRX. Pero tingin ko lang talaga, it didn't really start great sa DRX. Siguro kung nag-attack sila sa unang half, this might be a DRX favored map once again. Pero ang lamig kasi ng first half nila, yun lang talaga yung naging pagkakamali nila. No good reads mula sa kanila. Pero ngayon, lang Optic palong-palo, unstoppable na nga sila. Unless there might be a great combo play or maybe some step up mula sa DRX para lang talagang matay nilang score ngayon. Nako po, nag-whiff na si RB. Watch me whiff. Nakuha ni Ye. Ang miyembro na naman ng DRX. Back to 4 guys na naman sila.
Buzz, makakanap pa siya ng opening dito on the A side as he's kind of alone. He does have the pinch from Zest, pero yep, that Viper smoke is gonna force him out or dissuade him from pushing even further. Victor's timing is gonna be crucial, or excuse me, not Victor, but Buzz's timing. Sobrang crucial ngayon. Ray, if he pushes out right now, he's not gonna find anything on the A side, but what's good about that is he's gonna be able to find the lurk. Zest! Oh no, he's on an island. He's gonna try to repick this and maybe try to get a trade or something. Trying to readdress yung angle. The smoke separates. There needs to be something right now, Zest. Trigger discipline. Hintay muna. He knows it's not the right target, but he got one. He needs to get a second one. Dash onto Victor. Nakikipag-cha-cha siya, but cha-cha-cha. Victor wins the fight. Fly swatter from Mako, but he's all alone. Does have the spike. 1 versus 3 coming in from the flank. Will be FNS. Ma-plant naman nito. He's not gonna have time. Or even the... Yeah, no way. Match point. It's looking dreadful para sa DRX. And again, we're already looking at that bind. Handang-handa na ako na pumunta sa Morocco.
Saan?
Di ba kasi bind sa Morocco yun? Kasi taga Morocco si si
sino?
Cypher.
Taga Morocco pala si Cypher?
Yes.
30 seconds left.
Oh, sorry, ang ine-expect
I like my Valorant lore.
Sa Morocco pala yung bind. Sorry, hindi siya mukhang Morocco. Or
I will double check though. I will double check.
Pero, saan kaya yung, saan ulit yung icebox? I forgot. Basta to.
Sa Niebe.
Oh my God, Asurite. That's like the 5th time.
I've got your trail.
Kung ako Optic, tinapos ko na to. Kung ako din yung DRX, next map na lang. Huwag na natin ipilit yung mga bagay-bagay. Ay, tapos mag-fade na lang sila sa bind. Give me that fade vibes. Destroyed na sila ngayon eh. Buzz stacks na lang together with Zest. Such one-sided maps. Least I expect na it's gonna be like this. But okay, there might be a little bit of a hope lang for DRX to actually tie this against Optic. Pero ngayon wala na. With this one, oh no, there's just Buzz.
Oh no.
It's all up to Stacks to make it work. Kaso layo niya. Ay.
Oh, that's smart.
Oh, okay, pwede lang. Okay, pwede. Oh, okay, wala na. Okay, that's just it. 13 forkers. Unang mapa, it happened like that in favor of DRX. 13-4 din. Itong mga taga-Optic Gaming. And looks like we're gonna see the glimpse of Buzz here in Bind.
I like the idea for the flash come out of B main. Possibly kung may mag-push doon, they're gonna expect na, baka mag-B main swing siya, but he was already positioning for the window, pero hindi pa rin kinaya. Alright. Yung panel, they mentioned how they didn't really like the Sky pick too much, but I will disagree on that fact. I think it's a good pick, but the problema para sa DRX dito is they never really tried to fight yung pushes ng Optic. I think hinayaan lang nila. For the most part, yun lang talaga. There were some rounds like this one from Stacks na nagbago, but again, too far and few in between. And DRX has never really recuperated for some reason. Di ko lang kung inubos nila lahat ng diwa nila dun sa first map natin sa Fracture. But Breeze just is not their strong suit. Now, all that being said, hey, it is going to be bind.
And speaking of, ano kaya ang next surprise mula sa Optic together with DRX? Ito na naman ba ang reverse sweep ng Optic? That they usually just give out the first map and then makakabawi sila. Or talagang DRX, hindi lang natin in-expect na ganito sila kalamig sa unang half. Pero ngayon guys, we're just gonna go on a short break. When we come back, we're going into map D. My name is Ray. Alongside me here is Atsurai, guys. And see you right after the panel.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
And Optic told DRX, anything you can do, we can do too, as they win 13-4 on DRX's pick of Breeze. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy alongside with Jess, as well as Mimi, as we break this game down. And you know what? I think we'll just start off first and foremost with the fact that when your IGL is feeling themselves, you know, things go pretty well for you.
Things do tend to go quite well for you. And in this matchup, FNS was feeling himself. We don't often see these games where FNS really finds that big step up, but here he did. And I mean, before we even get fully in towards that one, just talking about this overall, this was the resurgence for Ye. We were waiting to see one of these big Ye games where he takes over the server, and we got it on Breeze.
It's unbelievable the kind of impact rating he had on that map. Like, it's like we can speak about all the other players on the side of Optic, but the impact rating that I have listed here, his econ rating, his double kills, his triple kills, his ability to be able to make impact. Mind you, yet again, a little bit strangely, we have the teams that are winning dominantly negative in opening kills. Not sure what the correlation is, but I'll look into it later.
Yeah, and I mean, back to that point around FNS, this was one of his games where he had the big impact. Playing on the Viper on this attacking side, he was finding some of those big kills in towards the late round, and that gives credit over to Victory. Did a great job at creating space on the Jet. Maybe wasn't quite the standout player in this one, but gave room for players like Ye, players like FNS to find that consistency. And like we talked about earlier, I'm still not sold on the comp that DRX was showing us in this one. I just think that the KO finds so much more value, especially on the defensive side with the pop flashes on through. I mean, you saw how well it worked for this Optic gaming squad. You had excellent flashes to support out of Marv, which allowed those players that we already mentioned to have such big performances.
Yeah.
I mean, whilst we got FNS sort of on the screen there, it's not just his stats. I mean, they weren't like overwhelmingly, wow, look, this is FNS at his best, at least from a statistical standpoint. Often what we spoke about, especially at the last, Masters, was that he had calling ability that outdid anyone else. I liked the fact that he continuously decided to make calls that almost always had a very prime win condition for Optic, and he knew that. And he's like, it's predictable, but I know it works for us and it has a huge win condition, so I'm going to keep allowing us to do that.
He had one crazy call on the attacking side.
Oh, God, I
and
know
it was
where you're
go
going
to the
with this.
same site every single round. It was excellent because it just somehow kept working for Optic. I believe we have a heat map of everywhere that they were planting because Optic was just going to A every single round. It wasn't always the same hit. Normally, it was pressure and cave in the early round, leave one player out towards mid, and you either pinch in the late round or you just execute straight on through. And that's not just saying that Optic was great at executes. They were, but it's DRX being so incredibly slow to adapt. They only got 2 rounds in that first half. That is a complete 180 from how well they were adjusting in map number 1.
It's funny because G2 in the EMEA region on Icebox is known for only planting on A. And when I say only, I mean like 99.99%. We had a ridiculous stat. So the fact that Optic were like, win condition for us 9 times out of 10 in a post plant is setting up around A. We don't like B. It doesn't hit, strike us as being a good place. So we're just like, fine, we'll just play with half the map. I'm fine with that if it works.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you are playing with this guy, instead of that KO, it's a lot more difficult to find those retakes, especially when in the early round, is finding those big kills. You're playing from, not always the man advantage, it's oftentimes actually from the deficit from the side of Optic, like you mentioned, but still, the post plants were stellar from them.
Yeah, well, that is going to put a nice, pretty bow on Breeze. It's safe to say that, yes, Optic stole all of the pineapples and coconuts from DRX. Unfortunate, and then I'm guessing DRX stole Optic's metal, whatever they're forging over there, fracture. I have no idea what kind of facility fracture is. I'm just rolling with it. It's a joke. Anyway, we move on.
Pipes.
Go ahead and put cringe in the chat. I don't care. Anyway, here it is. Your eyes don't deceive you. 13-4. 13-4.
Probably Radiant Knight.
Oh,
it took Radiant Knight quite a while.
So
to figure
Breeze
that one out.
is the coconuts and then fractures to Radiant Knight.
I'm a bit of a lore expert. Know a thing or two about lore, and well, Bind's lore is that it has teleporters. I'm moving on from this little subsect, because this is a pretty interesting map to see come through in the pool, because it has been an excellent one for the side of DRX. They don't play it too often, but last time we saw them here, it was a 13-1 victory over Northeption, completely dominant out of that squad.
That was a dominance, but I can say that the form that we've seen, at least from Optic on this map in recent, yes, I'm getting on the recency bias train, I'm strapped in, I'm not getting off, and I will say that Optic against XSET looks pretty damn good as well, no?
Yeah, I agree. I think it did look really good, and I think regionally they did a little bit of trolling, a smidgen on this map. They played the Neon.
Were unwell as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to put on top of that.
Sure.
I've never been a fan of the Neon comp. They went back, played something a lot more standard, pulling out the Raze and that Sky pick. I think it worked really well for them, going back to the double controller as well. I think it's just a functional comp. It's nothing crazy, but it works for them, and you're right, in that game versus XSET, it was quite one-sided. I think they're really good on that attacking side when Victor is playing the Raze. Well, it's not as crowning as when he's on that Neon. It's still great to find space in those sites.
I'm worried. I'm worried for the DRX sort of, setup that they gave us in map number 1, because when Optic is in form, it's scary to be able to start to pull that away from them. Momentum is like, one of those cringy keywords we throw on the desk. When I apply it to Optic, either in a match or in just a tournament overall, I truly think it does fit with them and it does flow over for them.
But I do think, though, like, momentum, yes, but coming out of Fracture, one would have thought that all of the momentum was on DRX's side. They were
I
going
think
to
it works better with Optic than it does with DRX, because I think DRX is so set playish, like, they're sort of robotic in the way that they do things, and for them, it's just follow the set play, execute the set play, do the set play. Optic is like that, but, like, I heard them yelling before, I heard them talking about it, so I don't know, I feel like it fits them better emotionally.
All right, here's your Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see What we end up getting here, for the most part, mirror comps from both teams. So don't expect much of a divergence from it unless they want to bust out that XSET Grand Finals comp with the Neon and Astra. But we're not getting that.
Yeah, I really hope we don't. I wouldn't expect either of these teams to make changes in towards their composition. Like I mentioned before, Double Controller is really excellent here, especially on that defensive side when you have both the utility from the Brimstone in that Molly, in that Orbital Strike to play with, to buy time, and also with the Mollies out from your Viper. It's great in the post plant, and it's great in holding on defense. And both teams do stick with their guns here, playing that exact same comp. And in this one, I'm looking towards the head-to-head between Ye and Buzz. It's the basic stuff, but Buzz, he was having an insane match in the first one, fell off a little bit on Breeze. That's where Ye came alive.
Well, you're looking towards those two players. I'm looking to answer my questions. Is it Crashies? Is it Stacks? Who is the initiating god? And
It's BCJ.
Given the last time we saw Optic play on this map, Crashies went absolutely nuclear, so you can see where I'm trending so far.
All right, well, this is it. Last match of the day, last map. One team moves on to the big stage. The other has to fight to get out of the losers bracket. Let's go ahead and send it right back over to Doug and Balla for this thrilling third game.
Hello guys, what's up? Na-miss daw ako ni Azuray, pero mas mamimiss ko ang match-up between Optic together with DRX. My name is Ray. Join me syempre si Frederick. At may kita nga natin ang bind map na mirror matchup pa. So hindi ko in-expect na mirror matchup siya. But it's okay. I think everything is going well naman to the both of the teams, but hopefully nakapag-reset na nga din ang mga taga-DRX. So.
Salamat, Anne. Yun lang.
Salamat.
Anyways. Moment of truth. Sabi na ng panel din, 13-4, 13-4. It's been quite dominant performance on either side when we did go for those two particular maps. It was kind of interesting that, again, pick ng Breeze, or Breeze was picked by DRX and it didn't go their way. But you know what? It happens. It is what it is. Any case, now this time it is going to be DRX first on the offense. RB, kailangan mo nang makatakas dito. Down to 32. I don't think there's going to be any heals from Stacks. And this is just going to be Victor just absolutely treading the needle, able to hit those two shots. Marv follows up. Now it's all down to Mako. He's not going to be able to do it. He's not strong enough in that 1 versus 5.
Talagang nagulat ang DRX dun Ang linis. Masyadong malinis itong mga taga-Optic. Kaso nga lang itong DRX. Talagang ano pa ba ang pwede nilang gawin ngayon. But I think it's just a start, you know, chill lang. Pero feel ko baka ito na naman sila sa reverse sweep. Usually, sakit nila to Nakita ko din to last time Ang one-sided ng first map nila, palong-palo sila. Tapos biglang, nawala na yung, di tumatagal yung pagiging consistent nila. Pero uy.
Yep. He's hitting on the smoke. I think they know. They have to know this, right? It's kind of obvious that that smoke is too off-angled. But it's a double up. Crashies has the slow dito. So if DRX are not going to be quick enough to actually go for the punish on Crashies, he's going to line up so many players that are going to be hella slow. So they need to time this perfectly. There it is. They're triple peeking him. And they still somehow manage to do it with 3 players fighting down onto Crashies. The jump out from RB, a man possessed. Mako follows up. He uses his teammate as some sort of bait. It's taking breath damage naman dito from Victor's paint shells. Stacks and Mako, sobrang baba ng HP dito, Ray. As the rest of Optics just slowly creeping in. The plant on the spike is what all they want to do. If they can get more kills, this is going to be beautiful. They're not going to know they're already on the side. Hello. One more. Isa pa. Inside the smoke. Victor finds it, and that's going to be a retake para sa Optic.
Talagang Optic goes for it. And kung tuloy-tuloy ito, mataas na ang probabilidad ng Optic na may chance ang manalo nga against DRX. Pero yun yung meron pag may double controller, pag mirror matchup, ang dami talagang pangangapa. But as usual, sino na lang ba ang mas magaling gumamit ng kanilang agent? Better strats, better executions is what we have. Kaso nga lang, ang DRX, di na dapat nila pinapatagal na ganito ang ginagawa sa kanila ng Optic Gaming. Pero here it goes. DRX tries lang naman na magpaka-slow play. Sige, tignan natin kung may mag-aagra sa atin para talagang makuha natin sila. Pero sige pala, nag-ipon na ng pang-operator kagad para sa full buy ng DRX. Ano lang, puro headhunter lang eh. Instant 150 eh.
I think headhunters, to be more specific, 159 pag headshot damage at all ranges. If I'm mistaken. Just, you know, wala lang. Sayang yung ano ka PhD ko sa Valorant eh. Flex lang na konti. Onting flex lang. Ye has an operator and you're still gonna fight this. They need to use this Trailblazer to flush him out first. Oh, he hasn't TP'd out. They're gonna use everything. Yep. That's huge. That's good. But the thing is, they've committed so much utility in FNS. Ano naman tayo? The pocket of the wall. Gonna back away. Ye has time to reposition. RB hasn't cleared out the left side. This could be fatal. Does get in the pick. Oh, the space transfer. That's beautiful. Stacks Alpha follows up. 2 more bullets. Flashes is penetrating the back of the site. It's turned into a bit of a cluster dito, Ray. 3 versus 2. Crashies. Oh, the smoke dissipates. Hindi niya nabilang na maayos. And now it's down to Marv. All the way through hookah. Okay, medyo nabaliw na onting observer natin dito. That nade is beautiful. It will delay Marv just a tiny bit, but not tag him big enough that it's gonna dissuade him from pushing out of hookah. He's waiting for somebody to get the antsy. Maybe a smoke para makatalon siya. Oh, I like that. That's gonna at least stop the Octa player from peeking out and spotting anything. But other than that, they should know it's gonna be already at hookah. All eyes set on this teeny tiny window. Marv. Ooh, peek. Peek me. Hanapin mo ako. Ah. No. This worst case scenario. Okay, you get the trade. That's good, but way too expensive. More than they were probably expecting.
Ay, sabi dito, musta daw ang series ng PaperX. It was a 2-0. It was a good run sa kanila. Compared ngayon sa nangyayari sa DRX. Ayoko silang mag-lower bracket. Hello! Fix this DRX. Wala lang, ang amazing kapag naka-Korean or Japanese yung ano, yung voice lines. Pero may tanong ako. Di ba may main English? So, paano yung sa Korean tsaka sa Japanese? Ano din? Same voice actor?
Sa mga agents? I actually do not know.
Diba?
Specifically about that, yeah.
Baka magaling talaga din sila sa ibang language. Baka yun ang kailangan.
Oh, alam mo yung sasabi ko yan? Sugoi!
Ha! Oh! Victor! Ako po. Pero
showstopper.
Oh, okay. Okay, nice one. Magkakaroon ng few distractions itong DRX. Pero at least Mako gets 1. Pero low 1 HP sila parehas ni Stacks. Ay, di pala. Si Mako na heal naman. Healing galing siya ngayon. Back on track. No armor although. Kaso, Optic. Sabi nila, hindi natin kailangan mag-asem. Disiplina muli sa ating team. At hihintay na naman natin ang DRX to play it with us.
Okay, that smoke actually just separates Victor for a teeny tiny bit. There's the peek out from Mako. Okay, this is good. Gives him a little bit of space. Victor's gonna be playing slow burn. RB's activated the showstopper to peek out. Snakebite forces the hand of Victor there. And this is looking a better round by the DRX ngayon. Crashies and FNS will remain, but as you can see, stuck on spawn, backing away to the B site. Iwas na lang muna, tucking their tails behind their legs as they need to save these weapons. I think they still have some money though. Come what may, but saving these weapons is going to be crucial since they will definitely need. I wonder if Ye will have the tour de force into the next round. Wasn't paying attention too much sa kanyang ult charges, but other than that, good adjustment para sa DRX because gotta say Victor with that showstopper, akala ko magkakaproblema dito yung Korean team, but they still managed to somehow pick it up, Ray. And we equalize. Bind could be back and forth endeavor on either side. 2-2 na tayo ngayon.
At buti na lang may kinontes ang mga taga DRX. Di na nga naging posible para sa tropa natin mula sa Optic to actually get this. Pero mo, buti na lang si Mako nakuha kagad siya ng 2 kills. Buti nga si Ye yung una niyang napunish kasi usually the problem when you go up against Optic is si Ye na naka-operator or naka-2-de-force, diba? Long angles always. Pero ngayon na nakapag-save si Crashes and FNS, baka ma-350 naman nilang DRX.
Oh, they're gonna try to get the orb. Apat sila para ma-secure ang orb ni Ye. And DRX actually fought for it. Oh, wow. What a read from DRX. Ooh. I mean, they're just gonna back away. Alam na activate na ni Ye yung tour de force. Why are they still gonna go for B? Well, they're not. So, go straight for A. Victor's the only one here. Let's see how good he is with the aim. Not good enough. Si RB. Alam ko Korea siya, but he's gone the way of the Australian. The jumping kangaroo, Ray. And now it's down to Ye with his tour de force.
Talagang, aside from this tour de force, itong katulad ng ni Ye, mukhang mahirapan talaga siya mag-clutch nito. Daming nakatingin sa'yo. You only have that Vandal, but oh no, I think bawal pa tayong ma-excite. Ang dami pa niyang, kompletos rekados pa siya, Suray. Kaya ito yung pwede pang clutch moment mula sa kanya. But no, it's just too impossible na din at the same time. DRX finally solidified place is what they need to do. And now, leading na nga sila by 1 round.
That was... Yeah. That was actually a really smart read. You wouldn't really expect the Chamber to play A site for the most part, right? Because I think he just effectively plays B better. I think they were also expecting that kasi nga with the operator, or rather with the tour de force, B long alongside the Sky, which is Crashies, is a really strong combo. It just makes sense, common sense, diba? So DRX were like, also, additional common sense, if we push that out, okay, we can find ourselves a couple of picks, which they did. Now, as Optic do have that money to buy once again, DRX, slow pace muna sila dito. Mako's holding the lurk. If he peeks on this, the wrong timing, this could be bad para sa kanya. He's really managing this angle as hard as he can. Marv, is he ballsy enough to actually push forward? There's actually one. See Zest that's holding onto tunnel dito ngayon, but he's gonna have to pick up the spike with the rest of the team and start to push into the B side. I wonder if Victor's gonna go the long way around while Mako is already starting to make some waves on the A side, trying to coax the rest of Optic to try to go back for A. Swing out. Marv was already so prepared for it, but the rest of DRX, the stimulus to go for B. FNS. They can't push this. That snake bite is perfectly placed. This is bad for DRX.
Pretty bad for DRX. Ipit nga sila ngayon. Tapos madedelay pa sila with that orbital strike. Alam na nga din kagad ang Optic where these guys are gonna be coming from. Pero after that one, mukhang may mga maluluto sila. But then, there's just Mark with the 3K. Ipit na nga talaga sila kagad. There's also the elbow na hindi sila nakabawas at all. FNS takes down 1. And it's gonna be a 3-all between these two teams. And looks like here in Bind talaga, Asuray, sobrang rare lang tayo makita ng mga plays kung saan one-sided. And knowing na yung Optic, syempre, at itong DRX are definitely both good also in this map. You'll see, and plus it's a mirror matchup, you'll see na nga yung malaking differences, change of pace, change of style, and Optic, finally, after getting that first kill sa DRX at nabawasan na sila, naging predictable na yung execution ng DRX.
I will say though, the reason why it became very predictable in that last round, more specifically, is yung push out ni Victor on Showers made it so that they read the situation correctly. Because you wouldn't just... Kasi the thing about that is you wouldn't just push A side through A short lang. Yeah, if you play, you know, just regular Valorant, pwede pa siguro, but more so than not, teams would flush out Showers first to create that pinch para walang pwedeng mag-handle ng shower as a defender, right? So there's no, you don't, as an attacker, if you're gonna push to A short, you're not gonna be looking through bench too much because your teammates have already cleared it. So when Victor pushed that, it made so much sense for Optic na, okay, majority of the players of DRX are gravitating towards B. If Mako gets picked by Marv there, yung bait and switch on DRX did not fool Optic whatsoever. And that's why you saw Optic was still at the B site waiting for the push for DRX to come out. It was very predicated already. It was very telegraphed already because of that push out from Victor. So all the information that Optic got made it so that DRX's gambit, or excuse me, gamble was very much a high risk, low reward type of play.
Talagang high risk ang type of play na meron. Kaso ngayon, for this round, Mako has that ultimate. Pero nga lang, in this angle by Victor, may matutuwag siya! Laging quick ang mga member ng DRX. But oh no, buti na lang Marv together with AF was pick off. But Victor, he wants to take that highlight! Gets Mako all of a sudden! And stacks for the trade, pero nga lang Victor gets the ace after throwing out that paint shell. And Optic, Victor, you're just so amazing sa round na yun.
That fourth kill was fantastic. It was pretty phenomenal. They line up too for Victor. That smoke, yeah, no, not really.
One enemy remaining.
They've been using that smoke setup too much. Yeah, the panel brush up on it. DRX, they're all about the set plays. But once the set doesn't work, you know, it doesn't settle in. It's a bit too runny dito para sa DRX. They need to adjust a little bit more. They need to rely on something a little bit more adaptive because all of these strats that they've been prepping up, Optic have been sniffing it out. And again, they can address these off angles because they have Victor, they have Ye who can satchel onto high ground where Utilities, the Viper, if it's not placed there specifically, it's just not gonna work. Oh, Stacks did not know that tiny bit of angle was not gonna work for him. Okay, this is what they need. They need RB to start getting these frags. The thing is, he's used both of his satchels already. He can't jump into the site quickly enough. He's gonna get slowed down significantly and could actually get punished right now. Still somehow manages to find the back of the site, but Ye is here with the operator. 19 bullets in a dream. Maybe a faster flick could find Zest, but it's not gonna happen. Zest will be planting the spike here, and somehow DRX get this round. Oh, Victor, he's gone into the site. The follow-up from Crashes is good, 2 versus 2. They're still in it to win it, but oh my god, Marv through the smoke.
Ay, Mako ngayon. Mako, impress us with this clutch. Pero expected niya, ay nako, sa iba siya nakatiin. Pero buti na lang lumabas siya, kaso nga lang si Crashes sa magiging problema. If he gets Crashes first, maybe that can still be winnable. Pero that's just it. The Optic still gets this sayang. Nabasa lang sila in a way, pero to, good trade lang mula kay Crashes. Optic leading by 2. Pero dapat sa DRX na yun. But sometimes, almost is never enough nga, diba? As always. Pero ngayon, magfo-force ba ang mga taga-DRX? No, I think hindi nila kaya dito. Masyado nang magastos pag finorce pa nila. Pero, pabor pa rin to sa Optic dahil itong round na to. Pag hindi pa rin nagfo-force ang mga taga-DRX or maybe just some half-buys, kaya lang nalang gawin dito is just contest the long angles, get Ye to contest with his operator. Pero ngayon ng DRX, mukhang A-site commit sila.
They need to change something with that Mako. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, he's online. He is online. 5 bars. Super low ping. You know, all of the good stuff for connectivity. Slow style. Molly forces them back. Nade softens them up. They're gonna throw basically everything. Yay, TP's out. Not having a KO in this scenario really hurts their case. Wala silang pang flush out really truly kay Ye. They need to throw out 3 utilities just to threaten Ye, and Ye still actually is such a big threat even through all of that. Any case, very, very easy round para sa Optic dito. All they really had to do was wait for DRX. Weaker weapons make it easier. And 6-3, mukhang Optic is running away with this one. Is again, hit up na on DRX, enforcing the offense.
Talagang Optic. Nako, combine na nila. Pero akala, kinabahan ako. Pero medyo tumigil yung mundo ko dun Kaso, talagang si Marv, there's just a connection between the members of Optic right now. And the timeout kicks in already. I think this is the time where DRX, they need to freshen up. It's not working anymore in their favor. And if this goes really bad sa first half, this might be a stump lang na gustong ibigay nga ng mga monsters from Optic, the monsters of NA. And DRX on the other hand, kailangan lang natin ngayon mag-restrat. Ano ba yung mas next na nag-work sa atin? Can't always contest the A-short like we used to. Pero ano kaya sasabihin ngayon ng kanilang Oppa coach? Oppa coach.
Coach pa. Narinig ko palagi pag nanonood ako ng mga K-dramas. And yes, ang K-drama ko sa puro mga zombie K-drama. Ay, yung mga ganun.
So yung mga zombie nangangagat.
Wow. Yeah.
Mga geographer, no?
Kailangan siyempre plot out pag may zombie apocalypse. Kasi kailangan alam mo ko sa yung routing mo para makatakas ka na maayos, diba?
Tapos, ooh.
Yep. Okay, that play pissed off now on DRX. They're losing they're losing their minds a little bit here. Yay, he's gonna get taken part of that. This could be an opening though. Pero there is counter utility for Optic to use. Yan na nga, binato na nila yung kanilang orbital strike. This slows them down a little bit. But the supplement ng Seekers, okay, teka lang muna. DRX are starting to build up a bit of steam. Stacks into the corner. One is holding the angle dito ngayon. The flash out, the punish. And Stacks picks up a beautiful 3K. That Seeker really saved the bacon, the behind dito ng DRX.
Buti na lang, may saving grace pa sila mula kay Stacks sa round na yun. But hey, 12-6 nga pala si Victor, pero dito kahit ginamit ni Marv ang kanyang orbital strike, buti na lang when Stacks gets so confident about how he plays, and with that sky of his, alam mo na sabi niya sa team, we just really need to step up more. Pero sana yung pagiging pag-step up dito ni Stacks would really bring them to an advantage dahil hindi pa rin syempre. Tapos itong si Ye, hindi nga lang tumama ngayon. Inabangan na nga din siya. Kinda RB expecting him to pull off that operator of his, to divorce rather. Pero ngayon, as they try to contest this still, meron din ibang miyembro ng DRX na nanggugulo sa may bilong. Pero nga lang, magiging biktima kagad si Buzz. Nagmadali na naman ang mga taga-DRX. And it's up to Stacks and Zest to do and to win this round against Optic.
Can't blame them. Ginamit na nila lahat ng utility nila. They thought that they got at least a little bit more map control to get that push out of B, pero they slow pushed it enough na it just allowed Optic to, well, prepare for it. And gotta say, Yay, so quick to adjust to that first flash. And the punish niya agad, yung push ni, I believe that was Buzz, that was trying to come out through B long there. A final dredge of smoke para dito kay Zest, but no push will come through para sa DRX. Stacks already lurking somewhere mid of B, pero it's such a barren wasteland. There's no one here on the contact, but they already know they have the numbers advantage. One's gonna be stuck on the site, but oh, that's a whiff. That is a big whiff from Ye. This could give Stacks a little bit of time, pero never mind that. The plant is on default. They know where he is. He's gonna have to push this. And this is gonna have to back away for the moment. Maybe he can pick up something else. Oh no, naka-through the force nga pala dito si Ye, so can't even save that. And Victor's already chasing. They got the money for it. Why not? Zest picks up the 3K, saves the Phantom, pero loses the round ultimately in the end dito, Ray.
Talagang DRX, kung 7-5 to, baka kaya pa naman. Pero Optic, at syempre, they need to win that bigger advantage pagdating sa round difference nila sa DRX. Pero ngayon talagang DRX, sabi mo nga, it's kind of messed up and I think they try to be a little bit reckless lang, which is not gonna work against Optic. Na talagang sa defending nila, it's really favoring them. Palong-palo na nga din kagad si Ye. Marv also with that Brimstone. Pero may pa-lineup. Pa-lineup lang ng onte. Para lang talagang hindi mag-agi na naman ang mga kalaban nila. Pero DRX, they try still here in B. Pero nga lang, sobrang layo pa nila masyado. They give so much space siguro sa Optic. And Marv, makakapag-flank nga ba siya or hindi?
Gotta say, kailan mo nakita na nag-fake play ang DRX na nag-rotate sila possibly to go for A side when they're gonna be hitting B? I don't think never. Most possibly they just rotate a little bit pero it doesn't work. Oh, that Seeker just not cleared out by anybody. So bulag na nag-TP out dito si RB. Only down to Stacks and Crashies. What's going on there? You know, naramdaman niya na yung sarili niya. Pak, pak, pak. 4K and that's gonna be the 8-4 para this Optic. Massive lead for the NA team.
Talagang laki na ng mga advantage ng Optic ngayon, pero still it's a good half mula sa kanila. And ngayon medyo napapakamot na nga sa ulo si coach. But right now, we're going on the halftime. And what will the panel say kaya about the performance ng DRX and how about Optic on the attacking side?
Mimi, trying to find options here, but you know, when you got players like Marv or Crashies at the end there going off the way that they did, it's very hard for you to find those choices.
Yeah, I mean, Marv had an excellent game. We talked ahead of time how this double controller comp works for Optic Gaming, and the stall factor was excellent. I think of at least 3 rounds where the smokes are fading, where DRX is running out of time on these executes in towards site and getting shut down. And the man shutting them down so often was Marv. Another standout performance on the Gemstone.
On the Gemstone.
The Gemstone.
I see what you did there. I appreciate what you did
Thought
there.
you didn't
but
make jokes, maybe.
I also appreciate
Only this
that's true. That is true. Mimi doesn't joke. She's a stone cold monster. But Marv, he's gone back to that stone cold monster-esque vibe.
Very true.
I call him one of the best players in the world for an absolute reason. These mid to late rounds that he's able to deliver time and time again. He had a little bit of blip in this series. I'm not going to lie. We did say, you know, earlier into the series that it wasn't the Marv that we're used to, but now it's just absolutely coming back in droves.
To be fair, it was the Optic Gaming that we weren't used to in
Right.
general. It was not even just individuals having a slow one, but here on Bind, it was a step up. The guys was talking about this towards the very end. Crashies was having a rally back, looking in the form that he was showing us against XSET just the other day here on Bind. And now I suppose it's the questions of DRX. Do they have enough rounds to make this one happen? Because they are a solid team on their defense, but Optic, that momentum is very much with them.
This is the closest halftime we've had thus far in this series,
Yeah.
so it gives me at least a little bit, but a lot of this comes down to one, a pistol, which DRX has a pretty good history on in this tournament overall. Their pistols have been pretty good, but then it's converting it from there on. Do I think that their ability to have a defensive half is going to be good? Sure, yes, maybe, but it relies on so much better than they've given us on this map thus far.
Yeah, I'm looking for Buzz and Crashes.
Yeah.
They were excellent in those first 2 maps, really slowed down in
Yep.
the first half of Bind. I think if they can rally back, play to their strengths on that defensive side, there's still a good chance that DRX could bring this back.
All right, well, let's go ahead and jump right back into the action. We're going to flip sides and see how this bad boy plays out. Doug and Bala, back to you.
And Bind nga is really a map na nag-stop ng momentum ng DRX ngayon. But I think the fact that it's 8-4 Azurai, this is still a good job mula sa DRX eh. Ang hirap kaya ng double controller comp sa attacking side. Ang hirap kaya. So, ngayon, ano nga ba ang shift? Will this be just Optic winning the next rounds or DRX nga talaga ay makakabawi, Azurai?
Ang problema kasi nga sa DRX is, I don't know, they were afraid to use the teleporters for some reason. Have you ever seen DRX actually use the DP nung first half na yun? Hindi, diba? May isang best tayo nakakita na nag-ding, DP. And it's sort of weird to say that because this is a map that you need to utilize that so well, especially when you do have the raise. Granted na nakatak sila dun, but I mean, you could always just use it to kind of mix up Optic. And we never really see DRX do that. Every single time. Set play dito, set play doon. Hindi ito ang hindi ito ang tamang daan. Diba? Medyo nawala sila sa ano nila. Seems like again Optic have gotten all the necessary tools, pero once we do switch the sides, it does tend to be a different spell. Pero Optic, they're already setting things up. Boombot will be clearing onto you. There's 3 already set up here. I like the smoke from Mako. This is good. This is going to delay them just a teeny tiny bit. No one's going to be pushing through showers. And they're going to wrap all the way around to the back of you. That's going to force the rest of DRX to come around the corner. Zesk ngayon, medyo nainip. Oh no, DRX, medyo nainip sila ng sobra. RB, can he last a little bit longer? Mukhang hindi. And it's Buzz and Stacks to remain. The spike somehow planted. Dito ngayon, Ray, in front of the eyes of DRX, actually on APC on the other side. Pero it's a numbers disadvantage for DRX. And if they try to tap the spike, they will incur the wrath of Optic to re-peek them. So kailangan ni Stack dito makapag-slow peek. He finds Ye. This is good. This starts it off. Someone has to tap it so that the rest of Optic will have to check it out. Nade being thrown. No! It's planted on the other side! Kaya ba nila dito? Hindi. Okay, no, never mind. Maybe just to stop somebody from peeking to the other side, actually, yung nade throw na yun. It's not for the diffuser, it's more for the other teammate nung diffuser na yun.
Ay, nako. Ito yung importanteng round sana sa DRX sa Hasaray. So, nawala si isang iglap. DRX supremacy! No po.
I don't know. It feels like jitters na ng DRX to.
Do they have to get that run once again on the lower bracket? Who are they gonna go up with ba? They're waiting actually. They'll wait kung sino katapat nila sa match-up. Kung sino man matatalo sa Fnatic and kung sino man nanalo sa Fnatic and Leviathan. Ay, di. Makikipaglaban pa pala sila muna against Fun plus Phoenix. Yeah, they're gonna go up against Fun plus Phoenix. And most likely, they're gonna win that. Di naman sa pag-ano pero, di ba? Like, you know. So, kung sino man tas sa mga kalaban nila, mas likely yung mananalo between Leviathan and Fnatic. So, I think it's gonna be Fnatic versus DRX. And Fnatic. Okay. Mako. Kalata, talo sila. 10-4. Talagang tinuturbuhan sila ni Marvot. May extra pang tatlo na lang for Optic to win this. And DRX, medyo magulo na naman sila ngayon. Kala ko kaya nilang may panalo yung pistol round. Kala ko kaya nilang maging 8-8. Pero malamig pa rin talaga ang team na to. And si Buzz, looks like his chamber so far, nasya-shotdown. Pero I think that's the matter also na 4 lang ang panalo ng DRX kasi. 13-4 nga ba to?
Oh wow, did they hear the smoke? Everybody's just backing away. Victor's charging right in. Spectre in hand, double satchel expended. I think DRX actually just backed away because they were just wanting to play into the site itself. Tap mo na yan. Pre-fires all abound para sa hookah dito. Optic back away. This is what we never saw from DRX. Is just the reception. You know, yung testing the waters on either site just to see what's there in terms of utility. They spotted out the one already. This is going to be a slow burn para sa Optic kasi wala nang double satchel sa Victor, but they can always flush out Mako if need be. And they can always re-hit for B because the wall's already prepped there. And they can always TP. Ang daming options ngayon ng Optic. Crossfire for RB and Mako is going to be crucial. Ye's already looking at the position. Mako's gonna get, or RB's gonna get flushed out and na-force din siya to gumamit na ng kanyang satchel just to get out of the corner. But he was exceedingly quickly dispensed by Optic. But speaking of Optic, they're gonna rush towards the B side. Pero Buzz is on the contact. I think he heard the footsteps. 30 seconds, plenty of time para sa Optic to actually make something happen on B here.
Plenty of time, but there's just Mako behind them. Pero Buzz, finally! Sabi ko nga medyo malamig para sa miyembro na to. Pero looks like he's getting the advantage also by waiting for Optic to come at him. 10-5. May hopium pa ang mga DRX fan ngayon. Talagang kayang-kaya pa daw nila to. Kaso yung next round, I think that's gonna be the next defining factor that they have to do. Dahil nga, may advantage lang kasi sila sa barrel siguro at the same time. Kaso mukhang hopeful pa naman din ang mga miyembro ngayon ng DRX. Wait, gusto ko lang tignan yung VCT na Korea na caster ngayon eh. Oh, manonood ngayon ay puro watch party. Ay, hindi ko alam. Pero ngayon, Victor. Di ko makita eh. Parang Vietnam pala to sa Vietnam. Korea. Masters.
VALORANT _KR. Yun yung Korea.
Ayun, 26K. Ay, hindi. Iba to. Wala sa na live stream. Di ko mahanap eh.
VALORANT _KR nga.
Okay.
Hindi ako pa sinasabi. Hindi nakikinig sa sinasabi.
Uy, nakikinig ako sa'yo Ay, ito 873 lang. Siguro nasa mainstream kasi sila. Sa YouTube yung tinitignan ko kasi.
Ay, kaya pala. Mag-Twitch ka kasi.
Ito na.
Tamas mo da. Twitch dito.
Namida. Ito ilala. 7.2K. Siguro dahil kasi anong oras na eh. Diba? Okay, Stocks. Retake it is... Oh my, please come back this DRX. Sorry pero sobrang big fan ko sana DRX eh. Gusto sila manalo yung si PPGL sa DRX. Come on,
ito ang sasabihin ko, Ray.
Ano yan?
Bind as a map. Sasabi ko na to nung VCTPH, sasabi ko na to ng VCT-IPAC, sasabihin ko to ng Masters. This map needs changes. Kasi nakikita mo yung difficulties ng mga teams dito. Even though there is the possibility for mix-ups, it's more of rotational mix-ups lang. You can maybe have somebody lurking and stuff, pero dahil sa sobrang sikip ng mga angles na pwede kayo push through showers, short, hookah, and B long, it doesn't really give too much options then para sa attacker. It gives you that that feel, pero ideally or in practice hindi talaga siya ganoon. So I was kind of wondering if ever man magtatanggal sila ng rotation for maps, it should really be bind more than anything. That's just my 2 cents. I just don't really like this map. I prefer split more. #keep split alive. Pero because I'm saying this as well, this could be a turn of tide nga para sa DRX because Optic are starting to feel the pressures of the attacking gripes ng bind. And once they lose yung resources nila, which is more particularly yung creds, makikita mo na mahihirapan sila lalo dito. Of course, it could still be different because Optic is a very heavily attacker-sided team. As again, this is the former FaZe team, so napakatindi nila sa offense nila. But even someone as strong as this kind of team on the offense could have some difficulties when DRX are in the helm of that defense here in bind.
And that's what DRX needs to do, right? Diba? Talagang, alam naman na nila yung strength ng Optic eh. So, might as well be better kung paano nga ba nag-execute ng Optic. Pero this round is, I think the next 2 rounds are gonna be the determining factor na that DRX para makahabol sila, para nga maging hopeful. But then, Harvey won't be able to get it. May advantage na nga biglang DRX. Sabay-sabay na nga silang papasok. Don't tell me there's gonna be a 350. Pero buti na lang Mako takes down 2. At hahayaan na nga ba niya kagad to? Predicted na nga kung nasa ng mga miyembro ng Optic. Pero ngayon, kailangan nyo mag-ingat. You don't want that to happen. Na si Yema kapag clutch pa nga kaysa sa mga miyembro nila. And Stacks also, nakahabol na nga din. 10-7. Little by little, ngay nakikita na nga natin yung necessary adjustments that DRX so wants to do and just capitalize sa thrifty round ng Optic at 3 na lang. May miraglo na pwedeng mangyari nga.
I love that. Okay, macro-wise, yung positioning, you'd think na, bakit hinayaan? I like this. Zest actually plays the same outline as I do. Purple, outline for life. Anyways, bakit hinayaan ng DRX na mag-push ang Optic through U-Haul? It's because they kept yung bench and showers secured para sa DRX dito. You can think of a site as 2 parts of a map or 2 parts of a site, right? Whether it's horizontal or vertical. And it seems like DRX went for the the other line na dapat na sila, nasa bench sila and showers to go hold. It worked out pretty well for them because it forced Optic to get you, pero wala sila nakuha after that, which is absolutely perfect. Flash could be used right now to get Buzz back onto Heaven. This could be good. At the smoke, again, gives Marv and the rest of Optic a little bit more leeway dito ngayon sa A site. FNS is down, so no reusable smokes para sa Optic dito. Once those smokes dissipate from Marv, they will incur the wrath on DRX. There's still a couple of players on B because they're hoping that maybe Optic will be trying to go for the push, but I love this double angle from Marv and the rest of his teammates. They line up onto Mako. He is the sentinel para dito sa A site, and he is stopping Optic where they stand.
Come Mako. Impact kills to impact kills. Okay, they're just gonna rotate sa B side, pero nahuli na nga kaagad ngayon. Yung spike, wala sa kamay ni Ye. And he just might be saving. Alam na nga nila kung nasaan sila. Alam na nila kung nasaan si Ye, rather. At he tries to get one. Okay, there's just RB behind him. 10-8. Still in favor of Optic, but they're really seeing ang pagbabalik ng DRX. Sobrang coordinated, but I think it's all about Mako talaga eh. Getting the frag, and ngayon ang plinanto, line up kayo sa akin, sabi niya. And if you don't take Mako out, alam mong mahihirapan talaga ang mga taga-Optic to take that round.
What's the next push dito ngayon para sa Optic? They have no more money left. Nobody's gonna be playing hookah. Walang gustong maglaro ng close quarter angle na yon. Victor, is he gonna go for the boom boom pow? Double satchel into anything. Wala siyang ultimate dito, so he can't really... There's no real threat card para sa Optic ngayon. Buzz! Ooh, I love that snake bite. It actually... I think if walang snake bite doon, Buzz could have gotten back into cover, but nung natag na siya, he was like, nah, I'm not gonna do this. I got debuffed, I got the vulnerable, hindi ako makikipaglaban even if I have the HP and range advantage. It does not work. Oh, the
Nice
fly swatter
flash.
from Buzz. Ganda.
Ayun lang! What? Oh no. Ganda pa ng ultimate. Pero magsisiksikan tong mga taga Okay, that's a good one. Pero there's just the ultimate to stop. He gets FNS. Mawawala yung smoke. May kita nila kung nasaan sila. It's gonna be a 2v1. Yay tries to clutch this, but then RB gets a third. Buti na lang ang natamaan ng showstopper, at syempre may follow-up din. Sinabayan na nga nila kagad para mabilis ang pacing. Good ult sana, pero kasi the fact that nagsisiksikan na sila, wala nang way kagad sa Optic para makapag-post plant pa. Buti di rin siya naabutan dito. Nakita pa ni paa ni FNS. Uy, kita pala ako. Yun na, bumabalik na yung team na to. Masaya na sila ngayon. Si Stax tumatayo na. Si coach nila umiyak na.
Yung mga na, salamat. Salamat po, Diyos Panginoon. Tagalog na tayo dito. Grabe naman, lakas naman sobrang Optic, pero nakakabawi tayo sa ating defending side, guys. Kayang-kaya natin to. Konti na lang. Di ba ganun yung sa radyo?
Ano meron sa radyo?
Yung... Hindi ka naman tawag ng show na yun eh. Yung... Parang may radyo serie. Sa hapon.
Kay Papa Dudut ba yan? Yung Barangay Love Stories?
Other than that pa, sa AM ata, hindi FM eh. Yung mga nag-act pero gamit lang yung boses. Voice actor sa radyo, alam mo yun? Yung may love story sa Hindi ko lang kung yun nga yun yung sa Tukay mo eh. Pero alam ko pinapakinggan ng lolo ko yun dati. Anong story ito?
Talagang, ano yan? Hindi ko alam. Oh, ito na yung determining factor. Oh my gosh, DRX. They have the ultimate from Zest, to the force from Buzz, and Mako with that, ang tawag dito, Viper's ult. But on the other side, no ultimates ready sa Optic, so they just really need to maximize everything. And yun nga, hindi nila nabawasan kagad si Mako.
That's bad. the big bad about this is, yeah, okay. So they used Stim Beacon, Double Satchel, and I'm not sure if Victor used a boombot or wala siyang pera pang boombot kanina, but in any case, those are the big powwows na Optic can use to flush into the sites. They still have, you know, their players and a little bit more utility, but ability-wise, wala nang fast take ang Optic dito because they've used that just to go for showers na Mako was very much on the defensive use of his ultimate na kita mo back into cover agad siya when he was spewing yung Viper spit niya. Seekers just flash out a little bit more. Buzz, oh, I don't think nakita siya dito ng Headhunter. So he has a position to still hold with the operator. He will get flushed out, yes, pero he's still right then and there. I wonder... Okay, this is perfect. Alam na na Optic. This is a good choice for Optic. Going through short. They still have the setup and everything. RB will not be able to punish us because bulag siya. He can maybe throw out a molly or a nade or something, but other than that, this is still 4 people. Oh, never mind. RB still lines up too, though. Coming to the meat grinder. Come into my parlay. My parlor, excuse me. And I'll give you a haircut.
10 seconds left.
Okay, that's just it. It's all up to you. Pag ito na 1v4, ewan ko, may iyak ako. Oh no. Expected na may isa. Okay, may... Siyempre to, DRX, hindi na nila pababayaan to. They already know where he is. Goes for a tap. Okay, talagang good follow-up mula kay Zest. DRX is still alive sa dream nila to be in that upper bracket finals against Paper X. 3 pa sa parehas na teams na to para ma-secure nga itong upper bracket nila. Pero as of now, RB is doing it. Dang, Kasuray. Sabi mo nga kanina nung halftime, magtiwala lang kayo sa DRX. Mapapanalo nila yan on their defending and looks like it's working now. Oh, Paro G. Sabi niya.
Paro G kimchi. Okay.
Oh, shucks. I miss yung kimchi na pinadala mo dito.
Ayos ba yun? Yeah. Pro tip, guys. Pag masyado natapangan kayo sa lasa ng kimchi kasi medyo fermented na, prituhin nyo. Yan. Okay. I don't think they know that they're on U-Haul, pero Mako is just very much aware of it. Both his utilities are up. There it is. He's storing everything for delay. 5 na ang players dito ng Optic, and Mako could be in for a rude awakening. Showstopper, or rather the Seekers were used. Oh, the flash was actually burnt out by Mako's utility, or by Mako's pop shots. Pero teka lang muna, Victor somehow manages to find a pick at the back of the side. Crashes for another follow-up. And this is working. The slow burn para sa Optic, so DRX do not know. There was utilities, there was a little bit of noise, pero other than that, not really telegraphed kung nasa ng players talaga ng Optic dito ngayon. There's 3 players on U-Haul. 3 players. Isang molly ka lang dyan, ma-flash out sila, but they're coming out for the wide swing. It's a shooting gallery. Sino magaling mag-aim labs? Korea ba or NA? It's the 1 versus 1. Buzz and Ye. And it's Ye.
350! Oh, wait! Advantage na. Naging talong pa. Para na nga tayong 4v5. DRX hindi pa gumagalaw. Pero it's just Ye talaga eh. Can't deny Ye every time. Pero ganda na sana dito na ginawa ni Buzz Lightyear eh. Kaso nga lang may pag-onting pagmamadali ngayon. Pero it's just that on the unexpected moments, Ye is just really relaxed. This guy is a powerhouse. Ngayon, DRX, itatay nga ba nila to para mag-wish talaga tayo kung ano man ang magiging hope ngayon. Pero Zest tries to take it. There's Victor with the ultimate. Walang matatamaan. Makakapag-bailout pa siya. Pero he needs the heal mula kay Stacks. And it's up to Optic to already get that match point. Pero ang mga taga-DRX, syempre, pababayaan ba nila itong round na to? Hindi daw.
Did they get the information, though, that Buzz was not nowhere on B? Because they're about to go swing for A. They haven't smoked anything. They haven't flushed out anything. Crashies, he does have a flash para dito sa showers if they try to go for it. Yep, there it is. Nakanda na sila. Stack somehow manages to find a kill. Buzz backs away. I don't think they actually spotted him. So, Buzz, if he's quick enough, this tour de force is going to be massive. Another flash to come out from Crashies. May TP pa siya if need be. There it is. It's backed away all the way through A heaven dito, Ray. Mako? Oh, nakatingin ng bala. Nakita. Just the tip. And he found 2. Now it's Crashies and Marv para lang matira. Oh, that smoke actually saved, I think, the life for Marv. But other than that, it's a shut case. Crashies na lang at teammate ang matitira. And that spike is out in no man's land. 18 seconds left in the clock. And RB and teammate, that's gonna be Zest. Naghahanap na sila. Tatanggalin na nila mga weapons sa kamay ng Optic as Crashies and Marv try to save it. Naghahabulan DRX. They know they won the round. All they have to do is now look for opponents. Buzz? Okay, medyo maingay ka dyan. So, goodbye ka muna. Pero teka, isa pa? Hindi na. Alright. Kalma.
Kalma lang. Kalma nga lang daw ngayon ng Optic together with DRX. 11-11. Wish nga talaga ngayon. 2 stacks.
Yan ang maganda. Double kill.
Stacks and Mako. Talagang anchor to ng DRX. Consistent. Radiant rank to mga to, no? Itong DRX. Tama ba ako? Di ko alam eh. Kasi may mga...
Lahat Radiant.
Lahat Radiant? Sige, kailangan ko yan. Radiant na pogi.
Kahit man Immortal 3 or Immortal 2 mga players na yan, ganun lang sila kasi hindi lang palagi nag-grind sa rank yan. Usually, scrim sa...
Saan sila nag-grind?
Sa bootcamp. Nag-aaral. Yun ang grind na gusto nila.
Yung mga gusto ko sa lalaki grinders ng mga career nila sa buhay.
Okay. Buti tinapos mo yung sentence mo. Pero mukhang tinapos na ni Ye ang life sentence ni Buzz dito. Death sentence na ang binigay niya sa round na to. Oof.
Ito na naman tayo, DRX ha. Talagang naka-thrifty lang yung Optic. Pero sige, Optic kasi, sabi ko nga, diba, sa mga crucial na moments, they know how to step up. And DRX, it's up to them to make that valuable solution. Pero madedelay. Ngayon ang mga taga-Optic, 33 seconds on the clock. May kita nga ata ngayon ang Trailblazer kung nasaan sila. But Optic still takes the shot. He takes the third. Mako na lang together with RB. Pero hindi pa naman tapos ngayon ang boxing. Meron pang ready na showstopper. May aggressiveness pa mula kay RB dahil kompleto pa ka ng Sunshine. May facial pa siya na pwedeng gamitin. And speaking of, he tries to pop it off first. Tries to clear out yung corner ngayon. Pero sa post-plant, nakahanda na nga din kagad ang mga taga-Optic. Pero walang Marv, nakatapat na nga din kagad sa kanya. And ako po, match point pa nga ang mga taga-Optic able to win once again. It's just yay! Ang bigat minsan ng dinadala ng Optic. But if yay, pag kailangan mo siya sa crucial moments, nandyan siya. Kapag nasa winning state pa rin, nandyan pa rin si Ye, such a consistent player. Asuray.
Consistent player. On the flip side naman, DRX, masyadong maagang nilabas ang napaka-importanting orbital strike dito ni Zest. Alam mo ginawa ni Zest? Binato niya ang molly plus ang orbital niya in one fell swoop. Buzz force back. That flash also forcing out si Stacks dito. The pop shots through the smoke from Victor, almost taking down Stacks. Unfortunately, he will survive for the moment, Ray. Optic, balik agad sila sa A site. Yan na yan, 1-2 punch. Kung hindi gumana sa B, paparamdam muna sila sa A. Rinse and repeat. Pero grabe, nagkakaroon na ng lapse of judgment dito on DRX. As Optic are so nearing the finish line. Sinabi mo na nga, are they gonna be... Actually, is this tournament live na ba para sa either side?
Yeah, they still go to lowers.
Okay, so may lowers pa dito. Pero syempre, pag sasabi mong lower, hindi pa pwede yan para sa tournament. Sa ibang bagay lang. Sa limbo pwede pa.
Akala ko di ka makakapag-isip ng pwedeng Oh, si RB? He'll contest that? Alright.
Launching smoke.
Ang Optic, ang careful niya. Pero careful, the time is ticking. Pero sana may patience game ang DRX. Ngayon din. And speaking of, nako po, mababawasan na nga. 1, 2, 3! There's the trade!
Oh, no!
Kaso nga lang may oras pa. Mako is just gonna be going down. At mukhang GG's na ata to. Unless there's something about stacks. He still has the flash. Gets the flash in. May sisilip. Oh no. GG. GG na to. Nice comeback sa Optic. Pinalamang lang daw. Gusto pang manalo.
Ano sa man?
Let's go! Sinabi ata si sino yun? Si Marv? May sinabi siya eh. Starts with the letter B. Pero gosh, yay. It's all about yay. But I think the guys of DRX, medyo napakamot nga sila ng ulo, but they're just pretty chill. I think, Hatsurai, kaya pa naman ng DRX sa lowers, pero going up such a titan nga, itong Optic, sa crucial moments, buhay sila. 350 round! Dapat match point na nila yun. Pero it was a great game here in Bind. You just don't expect something talaga. Pero the Optic, they never fail to amaze us. At every time it's crucial nga, nabubuhay talaga ang kanilang loob.
I will say though, medyo, I mean, aim-wise, shooting-wise, Zest and Mako, top-notch. Pero utility usage, I think masyado silang straightforward sa paano gumamit sila ng util. And this made it very easy for Optic to kind of traverse yung mga setups nila. And whether it's a good thing or a bad thing in its own right, this, you can see, final result, Optic pa rin na nanalo. Again, not taking away from Optic, they played an incredible game. Sabi na nga nila mga tao, Ye is an absolute demon. El Diablo is still here, guys. Hindi pa siya ma-dethrone sa kanyang corona. Sorry, wrong term. Sa kanyang crown of being an absolute ranked demon sa NA. And you see that, again, being applied dito ngayon sa Masters 2. DRX, they need to switch up yung identity nila. It's too broadcasted na, telegraphed na sa other teams, and they know how to fight them. It was a close match. Again, it's unbind-ish, but you do see again Optic just trying whatever works against, they go fast, they go slow, they rotate, they try to check out the defenses na meron dito ang DRX, and in the end, that's the ultimate way to win against an opponent such as DRX.
Ganda pa rin ng laban between these two. Sobrang deserve nila parehas. And hopefully, sa lowers nga ay kakayanin pa rin ng DRX. Pero Optic nga ba parati nagiging problema ng APAC teams? Let's look forward, syempre, sa laban nga ng PaperX together with Optic. Di na ba clean 2-0s ngayon sa PaperX? Will they finally take that bind map into the hands of PaperX? Ang dami pang questions, guys. Pero ngayon, magpapahinga na nga kami here in VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. Maraming salamat sa mga tumangkilik at nakinood. Kasama ako together with Azaray. Once again, kami nga pala ang shoutcasters nyo, guys. Kita-kits pa tayo bukas, syempre, here in VALORANT Masters. Rest well, guys, and see you tomorrow. Di mo pala talaga tapos ngayon. Nakala ko pa tapos na. Pero ito na. Promise, matatapos na nga natin ito ngayong araw na to. Sorry, medyo nagpamadali. Kasi, sayang lang talaga yung DRX versus, dapat yung Breeze talaga, panalo na lang sa bind kasi medyo skeptical pa ako na kaya na lang panalo. Pero anyway, Azaray, mukhang okay na ba? Direct? Wala pa rin? Eto na, guys. This is it. Pansin mula sa aming dalawa, guys. Maraming salamat. Tulog na tayo, guys. And see you.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Get down with the high vibration. Get down with the high vibration. Hallucination. Modulation. Devastation. Radiate with the high vibration. Imagination, exploration, inspiration, elevation, simulation, termination, revelation, devastation. Get down with the high vibration. Get down with the high vibration. Activation, elevation, radiate with the high vibration. Get down with the high vibration. Boxes, boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
You can feel the tension. You can feel it. Everyone knows what's on the line here. This is a big rematch.
We're speedrunning this thing.
DRX is speedrunning this thing.
And Buzz wins another! 13-4 as Optic just get punched in the mouth.
The haymaker.
I'm confident. I'm not worried about these guys.
Nice! What do you think that crab's name is?
Why are you quiet? Yell! Say something, please!
Optic win 13-4.
And they took that first loss very personally.
And Victor with two massive kills, the third, the fourth! He's looking for the ace. Stacks. Oh, of course, it was a fadeaway at the end. Doing a little wiggle. Nobody puts Mako in a corner. He's able to find 2 big kills. The spike goes down. Zest does it too. Come on! Optic with face like flint. Set forward and march on.
And those are your Prime Gaming post-match highlights. What a third map. Golden Boy here alongside Jess as well as Mimi. And oh my goodness gracious. I said it. Everyone thought I was lying, Mimi. I was like, it's going to be a thrilling game 3. And everyone's like, I don't know if it's going to be that, And now look at that. Who's got egg on their face now?
DRX.
Okay, well, I guess that works.
Yeah, I didn't know how to reply to that. I didn't even know what the egg comment meant because I think egg and
she's such a zoomer.
We have to teach you things. Anyway.
I'm lost.
Well, Ye taught us all a lesson today, and that was to never, ever doubt the Ye because this dude was on fire. I was looking at it. I think he went plus some wild number, like 21
plus
or something.
21. Look,
That's
he
wild.
had. I also did a little bit of quick maths on the dial as well. He had 62 kills over the series. We pitted him up against Buzz here, especially when you think about the chamber diff. And I think the difference is very clear. You actually don't need quick maths to this. I mean, it's very clear who was able to diff the other. But out of all of the 62 kills that Ye had, 22 of them were with the op. That's over a third of his kills were collected with the op. That is not including the massive amount of tour de force kills that he was able to net throughout this series as well. That just goes to show not the op crutch, ladies and gentlemen. Get that out of chat. Press backspace before you even press enter on that. Entire thought, it's that he understands what his job is. It's power angles, it's power positions, and he holds on to them strong.
You can't spell Optic without the op. And
wow,
I stole that from a tweet. That wasn't my joke.
Tweet.
Wasn't my joke. I was trying to get away with a bit of a clown there, but I've been caught for it. Ye was incredible across this series. We were waiting for one of these things.
Look at him.
There he is.
That's where it is. Where's Ye? Is Ye there? Oh man, you guys got to see this picture.
Man.
He's smiling. He's having a good time.
I would be having a good time if I was hitting that many shots as well. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, again, we were waiting for him to take over in a series, to have a Ye moment, what we expect from this guy, and damn did he deliver. It was absolutely massive. Some of those rounds, it looked like they were going to slip away. Oh, hey, tour de force is out. Ye keeps it going.
Yeah, by the way, the Optic players walked by us just as that picture came up.
Jimmy's actually just talking to the demons in his head.
I know. I really wanted to see Ye's reaction to that, but, looking good, looking real good. Was also something that was looking good for them, Mimi, was the thrifty rounds that Optic were able to pull like something out of nothing. Very impressive that they managed to pull this off multiple times.
Yeah, it was really incredible because credit to DRX, they were making an excellent rally on this attacking side. I think they had some excellent calls, great clutches out of players like Mako, but then back-to-back 2 thrifty rounds that are won out by Optic to keep them in this map and eventually to be able to close the series on out. When it comes down to the wire, this team is really good at making the adaptation and playing around a hero weapon. You notice in both games, it's Ye with either a tour de force or a rifle in hand, setting up for these big moments, and those are just the backbreakers, the flatteners for DRX.
The op stone. You know it's good when you see Brimstone with
the brop.
The brop. I like that. The
Actually,
brop
that's funny because, you brap. No?
What is that?
No, just the moment you said it, it just felt like a gunster. I'm really throwing it back there.
Jess is going to drop a new album pretty soon. Never mind. It's not going to be Doug and Bala. All right. Well, we have our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and I think we all kind of sort of know where this one is going. It's going to be Victor. It's going to be this wild play Mimi that he pulls off. Victor, with ice in his veins, just shuts down DRX.
What's his ice in his veins or luck in his mouse? I don't know which one, because this shot right here is...
That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
he did.
Yeah.
I don't even feel like he meant it.
And then the fadeaway
100% accidental in that one. And then he dies, gets the ace from beyond the grave. A little bit of martyrdom in that one to get it going. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad we're slowing this down. Ready, and shot. He's
calculated.
We have
calculated headshot. He meant that.
He did the math.
Oh,
there's been only one other shot in this entire tournament thus far that has given me that's ridiculous vibes. And the fact that Victor's come out on top and trumped that and was able to move up to the upper finals. Optic, they're giving me really good vibes again. I know people don't want me on the NA train all the time. I know EMEA is down, my DMs for doing that, but I'm on it. I'm on it. I don't care.
It's a good train to be on right about now because, I mean, Optic are looking at championship form, but still, I'm really afraid for whoever has to face DRX down in that lower bracket because I think they played a really incredibly solid game of Valorant in this one. They came into map #1 with a great plan, executed well. It was a stomp against Optic. Then they come on in, and in the third map, press Optic to the limit. Without a few of those kind of one-off thrifty rounds, wouldn't have happened.
Well, as usual, we asked you guys who you thought was the most valuable player of the game. And we have our in-zone fan poll results ready to go. And the winner is Yay! And I'm so happy that Yay won this, even though Marv played great. And we put FNS up there because he had some strong performances, some great calls, and oftentimes that is stuff that just gets underappreciated. But at the end of the day, it's the guy who clicks heads good. Yay wins the poll.
Yeah, totally deserving for Ye to win that one on out. Honestly, my vote was for Marv in this one. I think it was two of our best controller players in the tournament, two of the M controller players. We got three, Melzer, Mako, Marv, some of the best in the business, but in this one it was Mako, Marv facing off, and I think Marv got the better side of that. He had an excellent game across the series, even in loss was popping off, but for Ye, I mean, it's just that duo. It was how they won Reykjavik. Marv, Yay popping off, and it's looking to be the same here at Copenhagen.
I love that Victor's like joining in though. Like we talk about the duo, and that's what we spoke about in Reykjavik and whatnot, but I actually think that Victor's like forcing himself into the duo. It's become this like polygamous trio.
Okay. I think most people call that a team, Jess.
A trio of besties.
Well,
that is Victor, Yay, and Marv. You know what?
On that note, I wonder what Marv thinks about this, because the good news is that we actually have Marv standing by with Yinsu for our Verizon post-match interview, and I got to talk to Jess for a minute. Okay.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy and Desk. That's right, I have Marv here with me today. Welcome, Marv. Congratulations on that win. When that game finished, I was watching you as you stood up. There was a lot of emotion, a big sigh as well. So talk me through how tough that game was for you.
Every time we play this team, they're very strong, so it takes a lot to beat them, in my opinion. The emotions we were going through were for sure roller coaster, winning or losing the first map so hard, then winning the second map, and then a close third map. Yeah, it's really fun. I mean, to be honest, all the other games I've never really showed emotion like that, but I don't know, something about this team, they're really pretty good, so yeah, it feels good to beat them.
Yeah, talk me through the recovery, because after map 1, it didn't look good for you guys. You know, we don't see you get dominated like that very often. So what happened there, and how did you recover?
I feel like the thing is, even though that game was really a stomp, in our opinion, while we were playing, they were just winning the clutches. So we felt like we had control of a lot of these rounds, but we just gave it away. So we weren't really too concerned. Yeah, we were pretty confident going into map 2, especially because I'm on KO and I love playing KO. So yeah.
Yeah, as you said, you guys don't normally show this much emotion. I could hear all of the screaming and the shouting. And what was that got you guys going, I guess? And what is it about this team that gets your blood going?
I mean, for sure, they were screaming at us up 9-0, so we're like, oh, that's how they're feeling? If that's how they're feeling, then we'll do the same. But I don't know, it feels like a rivalry between this team. Like, every time we watch them play, they're very good. Every time we play them, it's always close. So, yeah, I know this team is fun to play against.
Yeah, it's always a banger when you guys face against each other. You have a real chance of defending your title now, out of groups. Still in the upper bracket, you haven't dropped yet. You're going to be playing in front of a live audience as well the next time we see you. How different do you think the challenge is for you compared to winning your first title?
I feel like my team specifically, we kind of focus on one game at a time. So we're not really thinking about back-to-back or anything like that. Like the first championship we won because we took it one game at a time. So we just want to continue to do that. But how hard is it going to be? I think this time around, there's a lot better teams. Like Paper X is looking dangerous. Of course, Fnatic. Of course, FTX. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of great games.
And lastly, I don't know if you've seen this, a tweet about how effective your timeouts are. Every single time, you know, Chet calls a timeout, you guys tend to win quite a lot of rounds right after. Would you be able to talk me through the protocol, you know, what is actually being talked about in those timeouts?
Well, usually it's just Chet. We always let Chet speak. So Chet has a read, then he gives us the read. He tells us what we should be doing for the rest of the game, and we trust him with our 100%. So yeah, Chet's the GOAT.
It's a good win condition. It's been working a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you here in a couple of days.
Appreciate it.
That is all from us here. I'm going to throw this back to the desk to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and of course, always a pleasure to hear from Marv there. But yeah, that's a great question from Yinsu, Mimi. Like, just the coach buff, right, if you will. What someone like Chet brings to the table, and really all the coaches here, even like Barbar yesterday, and his emotions and everything was amazing. But I think that just is something that cannot be understated, right? The effectiveness the coaches have in Valorant.
Yeah, it's something that's really hard to quantify when you're talking about coaches, but for Optic, that value really does show through. Even in this game, Bind, when it got close, there's one of those tactical timeouts coming from Optic in the late round. Immediately off of that, they turn around, win that first Thrifty.
Yeah, I think on both sides of the coin, actually, there was some really effective timeouts. There was DRX, might have been map 2. I can't even remember. We had a long series, but overall, I think there is effectiveness in the timeouts, but also a lot of the coaching job. And I know I've had many late nights in my lifetime, actually comes before the match even begins. And so that's a lot of things that you're right, we can't quantify, we don't know. And that's something that I think Chet and the other coaches will be sitting there going, wow, all that work we did really paid off.
Yeah, and I mean, for us as audience members, when that timeout comes on through, it's a break. It's just, vibing out to the tunes, having a good time. But for the players, that's where the pressure is really on, trying to find a read, work beyond what your opponent might be throwing at you. It's really difficult. So big credit to all the coaches playing out at this event.
Yeah, again, everyone has just been playing their heart out, and we have had some amazing God-tier play. So it is naturally time for our HyperX, reflex moment of the day. And today's honoree is going to go to Jing, because Jing, Jess, is ridiculous. This guy he moves around like a gazelle with the blast packs.
You know what's funny? I actually think he has like a 0.4 800. I think he actually does like 0.2 1600 DPI, but it's the same as 0.4, 800.
Yeah.
So it's incredible to me. His movement speed, his mechanics, given that he has the same sensitivity I run, but I think he has an incredibly light mouse. I think his mouse like 42 grams or something. So maybe that's what gives him this
That's a
slight edge here.
statistic I wasn't ready for. The weight of his mouse. That's a new one.
I mean, that's
to
something
me.
I'm interested in. I go down to the nitty gritty with players. I can't help it.
One of those new super light HyperX mice.
Well,
I don't
a
know,
lot of players have changed their sensitivity when they move down lighter, mice.
Oh, of course. No,
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. And I mean, Jing is just an absurd player.
He's
His
unreal.
style
His movement.
is so important to the way that PaperX plays, and he had such an incredible game today. I'm really excited to watch that team going forward.
Yeah, well, of course, our day comes to a close here, but let's take a look at the current bracket and where we are right now. You definitely want to come back tomorrow because we have 2 elimination matches, and it's all on the line for these teams. We're going to see Fnatic versus Leviathan, and then we have DRX versus FPX, or we'll just say Fun plus Phoenix, because I'm sure that is going to throw people off. Jess, thoughts on tomorrow? There are going to be some awesome games.
There will be some awesome games. I mean, I'm a little worried for FPX given what we saw from DRX today, but furthermore, PaperX is in the upper final, and Leviathan is in the round 2 lower. And if they move up into the bracket, and I can see it almost happening and forming, I owe you a very expensive watch. And this is something I have not forgotten. When I make a deal, I go through with it. So
Don't worry, I forgot.
Somehow we're primed for this to somehow go through. And given what Leviathan did on their very first map in the introduction to the international stage, I'm a little scared for other teams. Plus, I'm going to put it out there, beautiful Mimi on the desk is going to have her LED tomorrow and then the last desk with us. And it has been a pleasure to have you with us. And
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
Thank you. Well, what I'm excited for is those audience games, which are starting up next week. And I mean, in that one, we already have PaperX against Optic. That is going to be such a banger to watch. PaperX is such an exciting team. I'm sure it'll be electric with the crowd here.
Yeah, in front of a crowd, it's going to be awesome. And, well, you know what? Speaking of crowds and numbers, and, we started a drive. We started a committee today for Durka, okay? So where are we right now?
Where's the Bald
drive
Army?
for Durka's social media cloud. 87K. We got him 800 new followers. Can we make it 1,000 new followers today? Can we get Durka to 88K? I swear, if not by the end of this week, if we don't get Durka to 100K followers, there will be hands thrown.
What if we try and give everyone if you follow this man, he's the highest rated player in the entire tournament. You might just learn a thing or two. Why don't we incentivize it a little bit?
There's already been a
What
cookies
would you
thing.
give the people if they follow him, Jess?
I already possibly owe a watch to GB, so I feel dangerous.
Will you give
giving
every
more.
person that follows Durka a watch?
A
Will you do that?
metaphorical watch.
I
One
will
made of paper.
I will give them the promise that they will see slight improvement in their gameplay because they will be following one of the greatest players in the world, and they'll be able to watch his clips, learn a thing or two.
That's right.
I don't know if that logic tracks, but he has some good tweets. I like Twitter.
Yeah, she likes Twitter.
You do pretty good at Twitter.
Yeah.
You do tweeting things.
It's been a fun day. It's been a fun day. Mimi, always a pleasure.
Thank
always
you.
respect you. Jess, thank you so much as well. Guys, I mean, look, it doesn't get any better than this. And it has been a phenomenal weekend for esports, by the way. So we thank you so much for taking your time to hang out with us here. But the good news is, baby, is that we're just getting started. We got more games tomorrow. We got fan games next weekend. It is going to be absolutely awesome. But we will see you tomorrow for some elimination games. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you then. Peace.
I think it's time for the main course. 2 upper bracket matches, 4 of the world's best teams. VALORANT Masters Copenhagen starts right now.
Paranoia online anyways, so he doesn't mind about being powerless. What a timing from Mind Freak.
One enemy remaining.
Nice! Let's go!
One enemy remaining.
And once again, Mind Freak is going to win it. Paper X, they have taken map 1. Forsaken is there again.
The upper final within their reach, grand finals within their sights. Paper Rex close to reaching new heights.
One enemy remaining.
The shots land and Divide delivers. Paper Rex are going to the upper final.
1, 2, 3, Optic!
You can feel the tension. You can feel it. Everyone knows what's on the line here. This is a big rematch.
We're speedrunning this thing.
DRX is speedrunning this thing.
And then Buzz wins another! 13-4 as Optic just get punched in the mouth.
The haymaker.
I'm confident. I'm not worried about these guys.
Nice! What do you think that crab's name is?
Why are you quiet? Yell! Say something, please!
Optic win 13-4.
And they took that first loss very personally.
And Victor with 2 massive kills, the 3rd, the 4th! Excuse me! Looking for the ace, stacks, oh, of course, it was a fadeaway at the end! Doing a little wiggle. Nobody puts Mako in a corner! He's able to find 2 big kills, the spike goes down, Cess does it too! Come on!
Nice!
Optic with face like flint, set forward and march on!
Oh, 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 I get the headshot. Can you hear that? Headshot. You better watch out, Paper Rex, yo. Headshot. I get the headshot. Go kill. Mr. Go kill. After go kill. Enzo with a 0 go kill. Can you hear that?